Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if the half-blood Harry faced the fury of two witches. Here is short summary. When Harry stumbles deeper into the mystery of the half-blood prince, he doesn't expect Ginny and Hermione to challenge his every move. But secrets spark fury, and this year, it's not Voldemort he should fear, it's the witches watching his every step. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It could be said that Horace Slughorn knew a lot of famous people and was eager to tell everyone about this fact. It could also be said that Ginny Weasley had never judged or liked people based on their social contacts or lack thereof. Therefore, even a first year could conclude that Ginny wasn't enjoying herself very much. Or, in other words, Slughorn was boring her to death. Slughorn himself, however, didn't seem to notice anything. And then of course I introduced him to the captain of the Wasps, where he was accepted right away. They hadn't even seen him fly. Ginny raised her eyebrows, quasi-surprised, and made sure she was smiling when Slughorn looked her way. She felt like a hypocrite for doing so, but this man was a teacher and could make it a bit difficult for her if she was rude to him before the term had even officially started. She really wished Dean was here, or anyone else, for that matter, if only for the sake of keeping her company. Then someone knocked at the compartment door, and it slid open. It was as if fate had purposely misinterpreted her wish. Someone entered, but it wasn't one of the people Ginny had meant when she'd wished for someone to keep her company. It was Blaise Zabini, looking smugger than ever and a smile plastered on his face. It was weird to see a Slytherin smile, Ginny thought. There weren't many occasions in which a Slytherin would smile when she was around. Especially not after she had mastered that bad bogey hex. "Hello, Professor Blaise, M'boy," Slughorn said enthusiastically. Come in, come in. You are the first one who has responded to my invitation. Miss Weasley here wasn't formally asked for this dinner, but after seeing her spell work, I couldn't help myself. Have you two met before?" Blaise's smile disappeared for a moment, but when Slughorn turned back to him, he plastered the fake smile back on and said, "Only in the corridors, sir." "Yes, and lucky for you," Ginny mumbled with her teeth clenched. She hadn't forgotten how Blaise and some other Slytherins had made Hogwarts a living hell with their inquisitorial squad the previous year. "Oh ho, it is indeed lucky for you, Mr. Zabini. You would not want this girl as your enemy. Well, let's not wait for the other ones to eat, shall we?" He grabbed one of the trunks out of the luggage net and opened it. With a poof of red smoke, the trunk opened and revealed as what looked like huge parts of a Hogwarts feast. But eating what could only be described as one of the best scones in Great Britain didn't lessen Ginny's uncomfortable feelings. She had begged fate to bring some other nice people, but fate had played a cruel joke again. It seemed as if Slughorn had only invited the most cocky, and somehow related to famous people, students to his gathering. But when Slughorn was busy with his third story about another famous Quidditch player he knew, however, fate seemed to be a bit bored too, because now it actually brought some interesting people. Neville and Harry entered, and Ginny had to wonder which one looked more uncomfortable. Slughorn looked at them, especially Harry, as if Christmas had come early this year, and started to introduce everyone to them. Ginny, having heard at this point far too many introductions to count and already knowing the people in question, zoned out, and was looking out the window. She wondered if Hermione was right about the DA. Sure, they had only done it to annoy Umbridge, but she was sure that Harry had enjoyed teaching them as much as she had enjoyed learning from him. It wasn't every day she got the chance to conjure a Patronus on her third attempt. "And this charming young lady tells me she knows you," she heard Slughorn saying and looked up, to see Neville's uncertain face and Harry's bemused one. Harry looked as though he might be laughing at her. She pulled a face, wondering if he would be laughing once he realized how boring this whole thing was. When Harry and Neville had seated themselves, Slughorn went back to his food, asking everyone questions all the while. Ginny listened with half an ear. Apparently, Zabini had a famous mother whose wealthy husbands tended to die rather mysteriously, and McLagan's uncle was friends with the minister. It was inevitable that Slughorn would eventually turn to Neville, and when he did, she could not help but feel extremely sorry for Neville, who was being forced to explain to a bunch of people he didn't know that his parents were insane and incapable of remembering his name. "Did they ever tell you that I taught them both?" Ginny couldn't help but snort indignantly. She had met Neville's mother herself, if that term could be used, when the poor woman hadn't even been aware of her. Considering that Mrs. Longbottom and her husband had been tortured into that condition when Neville was quite young, she doubted very much that Slughorn had ever come up in conversation. But before she could even dare to make a remark about it, she felt an elbow in her ribs, demanding she be quiet. She looked at Harry, but besides the frown visible between his eyebrows, he didn't show any emotion. Slughorn, in the meantime, went on. "Oh, yes, they were exceptional, exceptional. I introduced your father to the head of the Ore department, and the rest you of course know that they went on to become quite famous." Neville shifted about as though trying to escape Slughorn's hungry gaze. Ginny had been lucky enough to grow up with a family that was whole, but she would gladly share it with the shy boy sitting in front of her. Fortunately, after 10 excruciating moments, Slughorn turned to Harry. Ginny looked at the boy next to her, whose expression was closed, as if he was building a shield around himself. She shot a smile at him and instantly knew that Slughorn would have quite a task getting information out of Harry. 20 years from now you will be more disappointed by the things that you didn't do than by the ones you did do. So throw off the bowlines. Sail away from the safe harbor. Catch the trade winds in your sails. Explore, dream, discover. Mark Twain. Well, if everyone is clear on their duties, then the meeting is dismissed," Cameron said. She beamed at the prefects sitting around her as they all stood up. "Thank God. I thought it would never end," Hermione heard Ron whisper by her ear. She tried to give him a stern glance, but it only half worked, as Ron was standing far too close for her to feel stern at all. She hated and loved it at the same time when he did that. It gave her an oddly fuzzy feeling. "What, am I wrong? We heard everything she said last year when Katie was head girl, and most of it we could assume, because it's all stuff that prefects are obviously supposed to do." They walked out of the compartment together. Hermione didn't answer him, still enjoying that fuzzy feeling in her knees. "Hey, say something," he grinned, taking her arm. "You've been awfully quiet since we got on the train. I'm not going to do rounds with you if you're not going to say anything." She laughed. "I'm sorry, I was listening to what the heads had to say, not sighing and making remarks about how it would be useful to serve food in the prefect compartment." "Well, they should, or at least let the lady with the trolley come in, instead of telling her to move along, because we have better things to do." Hermione laughed as Ron spoke that last part in the same tone as Richard Pratt, this year's head boy. Ron kept talking, and Hermione let him, only half hearing what he said. She liked it this way. No offense to Harry, but Ron was the one she could really laugh with. And she needed that, especially when the world around her, Harry included, was becoming darker and more serious every day. "They stop in Hogsmeade. The least they could do before picking us up from London is get some stuff for the prefects, carriage from Honeydukes." "I don't think they can afford to do that," she interrupted. "Of course they can. I feel like a servant, constantly giving up my free time to patrol the halls and corridors." Ron looked at her warningly, because she had already opened her mouth to reprove him. "And don't you dare to say that it'll make me better understand the plight of the house elves. They like working, and it's far different from what prefects do." "Well, you should consider yourself lucky. Those few hours you have to spend patrolling is nothing compared to lifelong Avery like they have." Ron only shook his head, but then looked up, and suddenly opened a compartment door. "Oi, you, if you don't let him alone right now, I will make sure your head of house knows about this. And give him his toad back." The 3 third-year Slytherins froze and stopped taunting the first year in the middle of the compartment. One of them threw the toad at the first year, who, upon catching it, quickly gathered his belongings and left the compartment, shuffling off quickly in the opposite direction. But she paid hardly any attention to the poor boy. Mentally, she was kicking herself for being too in awe of the guy next to her to patrol the corridors as she was supposed to. She should have seen what was going on. Ron didn't notice her mental turmoil, and only leaned in closer on her, to say in a hushed voice, "I'm glad they listened, I wasn't too keen on the idea of sending Snape a letter. Even though it could barely be called a joke, Hermione could do nothing but giggle. Since when had she been such a girly girl? They're just third years. They still have respect for authority, she said, hoping she sounded dignified, but somehow, it still came out as if she was. No, it wasn't flirting, was it? Yeah, I mean, third years. They think they can get away with anything, since they get to go to Hogsmeade, but on the inside they're still, well, scared. She nodded. But you're remembering how we felt as third years. We were certainly scared, but maybe that was because when we got to Hogsmeade the first time, Dementors were swarming everywhere. Ron grinned. Still, we had fun, hadn't we? I mean, the first time we went to Hogsmeade was the time we went without Harry. I think it was the only full day we were without him and didn't fight, she added jokingly, but to her surprise, Ron barely laughed and only nodded. Let's do that again, he suddenly blurted out. For a moment, she didn't understand what he was talking about. What, not fight when Harry's not around? Well, I think we're doing pretty well. I didn't want to kill you over summer before he came. No, something in the way he said it made her glance at him, and she could tell, even in the odd light of the corridor, that his ears were a blazing shade of red. Go to Hogsmeade together, alone, without Harry, he added, to be completely sure that she got his point. But she had gotten it already and was sure her knees would collapse at any moment. I would love to, she said softly, half hoping he wouldn't hear her. The sudden grin on his face told her otherwise. Her thought process, formerly more sluggish than usual, suddenly sped up to double time. The first weekend would probably be over Halloween. Most likely, but how to get rid of Harry? Or would he get the hints that they didn't want him there? Probably not. He tended to be oblivious when confronted with these sorts of things. Maybe she could convince Ginny to take Harry along with her and Dean. No, best not to ask Luna, then. Or, even better, perhaps they could sneak out before Halloween. After all, although being Harry's friend sometimes led them straight into danger, it also gave them access to a certain cloak and map. Ron was deep in conversation with an unknown Hufflepuff who probably wanted to know what had happened in June, just like the prefects and the other people who had been interrogating them, but Hermione barely noticed, still deep in thought. Suddenly, the train made a sharp turn, and Hermione lost her balance, stumbling backwards. Waving her hands in the air, she suddenly felt something solid. Her hands reflexively tightened around it and started to take it down with her. Whoa! Ron shouted, and suddenly, she felt a hand on her back. Looking up, she saw that one of her hands had grabbed Ron's shirt very hard and was still fisted in it. He'd caught her before she'd managed to fall, and now held her almost, although they'd been dancing, and stopped as he was leaning her backward. Though they were standing in the middle of a loud corridor on a train, Hermione swore that everything went silent for a moment when she looked up and met the sky-blue eyes that were staring at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could just see the Hufflepuff, eyebrows raised. In less than a second, she was standing again. Ron's ears were more crimson than ever. However, it felt like it took more than a minute for the both of them to let each other go. When they did, however, Hermione was more flustered than before, and she looked at her watch. We should get back. Our shift is over. What? Oh, yeah, let's go back. Looking back, Hermione realized that she wouldn't hear Ron complaining about patrolling and wasting his time with prefect duties for quite a while. Everyone in the compartment besides Neville and herself was staring at Harry as though he was some odd species of animal Hagrid had brought in for their lesson. When Harry didn't answer Slughorn's comment about his new nickname, honestly, the Chosen One. People needed to stop reading old legends if they couldn't come up with something more original than that. Slughorn tried it another way. Of course, there have been rumors for years. I remember. Well, after that terrible night, Lily, James. Harry's eye twitched slightly at the mention of his parents, though the rest of his face stayed motionless. And you survived. Another long pause followed, but Harry still didn't say anything. She wondered how many times Harry had had people trying to figure out what had happened the night his parents died. And didn't it make him sick to hear the story again? Ginny felt like she might be sick herself, and there was no way she'd heard the story as often as he had. And the word was that you must have powers beyond the ordinary. A snort disguised as a cough was audible from Zabini, and before Ginny could control herself, her temper was already lost. Yeah, Zabini, because you're so talented at posing. She felt several pairs of eyes fasten on her. Part of her really wished she had not made that remark. After all, she was in front of a teacher. But another huge part of her was actually pretty pleased with herself, because she had been witty, especially when she saw Harry's answering grin. Zabini looked angry, but it didn't make him look any better than he usually did. Oh dear, you want to be careful, Blaze. I saw this young lady perform the most marvelous bat bogey hex as I was passing her carriage. I wouldn't cross her, anyway. His eyes went back to Harry. Ginny became infinitely more annoyed. Slughorn clearly did not understand that Harry was not about to say anything. She shot a glance at Neville, who looked at her and nodded. They were thinking the same thing. Even though Slughorn was a teacher, he was just fishing for information. Their friend needed to be rescued from this bugger. So modest, no wonder Dumbledore is so fond. You were there, then. But the rest of the stories, so sensational of course, one doesn't know quite what to believe. Ginny suppressed a sigh with difficulty. This fabled prophecy, for instance. We never heard a prophecy, Neville pointed out. That's right, Ginny said. Neville and I were both there too, and all this, chosen one, rubbish is just the prophet making things up as usual. Neville shot her a grateful glance for taking over, but she thought she might have handled it with more tact, because now, the attention was on them too. You were both there too, were you? Ginny nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Maybe Harry's tactic was the best. Just nodding and saying nothing. It seemed to work. Slughorn was clearly disappointed, but then began to waffle on about the Holyhead Harpies. She looked at Harry, who was looking out of the window, a little smile playing about his lips. She nudged him, and sat a bit more upright, to whisper in his ear. My entire collection of chocolate frog cards if you can make us disappear from here. But he just smiled and shook his head. He saw me hex Zacharias Smith. You remember that idiot from Hufflepuff who was in the DA? He kept on and on asking about what happened at the ministry, and in the end he annoyed me so much I hexed him. When Slughorn came in I thought I was going to get detention, but he just thought it was a really good hex and invited me to lunch. Mad, Both boys nodded. Better reason for inviting than because of their mother's famous, or because their uncle. Ginny was nodding along, but Harry broke off and was suddenly staring at the back of Zabini's head. Their uncle's what, Harry? Neville asked, but Harry seemed to be on an entirely different planet. I see you two later, he said quite suddenly. Neville shot a bewildered glance at Ginny, but even she, though she knew more about Harry's quirks, she also was quite confused about what was happening. But what are you? Neville spluttered, but Harry barely seemed to hear him. He pulled out his invisibility cloak and whispered, later. Then walked away from them, after Zabini. What was that all about? Neville asked. I don't know. Maybe he had a brain wave or something. Or a Raxpert got him, Neville mumbled. A what? Oh, haven't you heard? He asked, suddenly amused. According to Luna, they float through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. Ginny forgot for a moment that she was worried about Harry and laughed out loud. Luna's a bit mad, but she's friendly, and most of the time she's quite a good listener. Neville nodded in agreement and they kept walking down the corridor. When they came to Dean's compartment, she said goodbye, and walked in. Seamus was playing Exploding Snap with Evelyn, one of the girls in Ginny's year and a good friend of hers, while Parvati and Lavender were both reading their horoscopes. Hey, Dean said, after she keyed him. Where've you been? We're almost to Hogwarts. Bit of a long story. I met the new professor. He was having a gathering in his compartment and invited me along. Dean's eyebrow lifted skeptically, and Ginny couldn't blame him for not completely believing her. She let him pull her into his lap, and he whispered, well, don't stay away so long next time. I really missed you and we have catching up to do since you couldn't come over this summer. She nodded, wrapping herself up in his arms and keying him again. She liked Dean just for being so protective and safe. But just as the key was about to turn into a snogfest that they hadn't had since June, she stopped them. Something was bothering her a lot. You know, I put some of my books into Hermione's trunk, because I didn't have any space left in mine. But I have to get them back, because I won't see her until tomorrow, and then classes will have already started. Dean looked disappointed when she climbed out of his lap, and Evelyn looked away from the tower she and Seamus had built from the exploding cards to give her a questioning look. Do you have to get them now? Her boyfriend asked, refusing to let her go. Yeah, I sort of promised. If we arrive at Hogsmeade while I'm in the other compartment, will you take my belongings, Eve? Evelyn nodded and turned back to the game, while Ginny gave Dean a peck on the nose and left. She heard the tower of cards explode the moment she closed the door, but didn't bother to look back. She had to know if Ron or Hermione had an explanation for Harry's sudden weird behavior. Hey everyone. Ginny popped her head into her brother's compartment. All it took was one glance to see that one person was still missing. Hey Ginny, shouldn't you be with Dean? All your belongings are there and the train is going to stop any moment now. Yeah, I just came by to say hey to everyone. When Hermione looked skeptical, which she had a perfectly legitimate right to do, since Ginny had seen all of them on the platform, she admitted, and to check if Harry's back yet. Did Neville tell you? Neville, in the corner by the window, nodded, his brow furrowed. Yes, I told them about how he disappeared after Zabini, but there's no sign of him yet. I hope one of the Tentadraxels hasn't got him. They're invisible, you know, and they like to hunt things and eat them alive, Luna said, her face just as worried as Neville's. There are no such things as Tentadraxels, Hermione spluttered, while Ron was barely even trying to hide his laugh. Luna didn't bother to protest. Ginny took advantage of the silence to think for a moment. Why did she have such a bad feeling about this? Harry had pulled these kinds of stunts more than once, and every time he came out all right, didn't he? Besides, he was a year older and probably knew exactly what he was doing. Why did she worry so much? There's never been any proof of the existence of the crumple-horned whatever. Well, there hasn't been proof that crumple-horned snurcax don't exist either, Luna said in a dreamy voice, then turned a page of the Quibbler and read on, leaving Hermione in the middle of a one-sided argument, spluttering. Anyway, Ginny, why do you care? Harry can take care of himself, Ron said, diverting Ginny's attention. I don't know. He was just acting oddly, I guess. I mean, he stopped talking halfway through a sentence and stared off into the distance, and then he just disappeared. Why do I have a feeling this has something to do with his new theory? Hermione muttered darkly, rolling her eyes. New theory. Even Luna looked up interestedly. Yeah, but don't get too excited, it's really ridiculous. That's what a lot of people say about the crumple-horned snurcax, Luna defended. Hermione looked as though she was refraining from making some sort of comeback only with great difficulty. Ginny had to fight to hide a laugh. Harry thinks Malfoy's joined the Death Eaters, Ron said. The compartment fell silent. For a moment, Ginny didn't know what to think. Harry had had a lot of theories that had turned to be true over the last few years, but somehow, the only thing she could do now was shake her head. Malfoy wasn't an adult. He wasn't even finished with school. What was Harry thinking? Before she could put this question to any of the others, the train began to slow down, finally stopping at the little train station in Hogsmeade. The Hogwarts Express was suddenly a chaotic mass of people grabbing their belongings, lifting their trunks out of compartments and soothing their animals. I'll have to go back to grab my things. See you guys later, Ginny said to Hermione, who seemed to be more occupied with getting Crookshanks back into his basket. But finding Dean and the others turned out to be a lot harder than she'd thought. People were swarming in the corridors like bees, all trying to go in different directions, and mostly holding heavy trunks. Slowly, she fought her way back to her compartment, only to find that the rest hadn't waited for her, and were probably already off the train. A bit annoyed, she shrugged, at least they had taken her trunk off the train with them. The noise in the corridors slowly subsided, and she walked back into the corridor. That is, until someone pushed her very hard on the back, and she fell. Oi, watch it, will you? She said, standing back up, only to realize that she oughtn't to expect apologies from this quarter, Blaise Zabini walked by, laughing at her. Her wand had fallen, and she was just bending down to pick it up when something odd caught her eye. In one of the compartments further down into the corridor, a boy with blonde hair closed the blinds. Ginny could swear for a moment that it had been Malfoy, but then she shook her head, and scolded herself. Just because she had heard a wild theory a few minutes ago didn't mean that every blonde boy was Malfoy, out to do you-know-who's bidding. Turning around, she walked off the train. "Ginny, over here." Dean waved at her from across the platform. "Hi, I saw you already took my stuff," she asked, dodging his key playfully. "Yeah, it took too long to wait for you on the train." His voice sounded accusing, but when Ginny's head shot up to look him in the eyes, she couldn't find a trace of anger on his face. "Watch her, Ginny," an all too familiar greeting rang in her ears and she turned around. "Tonks, what are you doing here?" "Keeping an eye out," she said vaguely. Ginny was actually a bit shocked by the way the Auror looked. She had gotten thinner, and even though Ginny had seen Tonks with that mousy brown hair all summer, it still seemed out of place. "Have you seen Harry?" Tonks asked. Ginny shook her head. "Last time I saw him, he was on the train." "Better go check to see if the train's empty, then. Have a nice term, I'll see you around," the woman said hastily, and then boarded the train. "Isn't that one of the Aurors who's guarding the school this year?" "How does she know your name?" Dean asked. "Oh, she used to date Bill," Ginny said quickly. For a moment she wondered how she'd come up with such a quick lie. Maybe Mum was right. Tonks and Bill wouldn't be such a strange combination, and not because neither she nor her mum were all that fond of phlegm. "And you're still in touch with her?" "Well, what's in touch? I bump into her from time to time," she said. They watched as the train puffed out huge clouds of steam, preparing to make the journey back to London. "Let's get going. We put our stuff in that carriage." He took her hand, and Ginny slowly turned around. For a moment, she wondered if Tonks would be going back to London with the Hogwarts Express, but then she remembered that Dean had said that Tonks would be guarding the school. She followed Dean to one of the last carriages in the line, and felt a weird feeling settling in her stomach. Why would Tonks check out the compartments? It didn't sound like a thing an Auror would do. But then again, there was a war on, of course Tonks would double-check everything. Why was it that every time her brother and his friends came up with a theory, she was the one who would start thinking it to death? Hermione could swear that the ride from the station to the castle had never been this long. Craning her neck, she tried to see who was sitting in the carriage in front of them, but darkness had already fallen, and she couldn't see much of everything. "Will you stop doing that?" Ron muttered nervously next to her. "I will if you tell me where Harry is," came her snappy-hissed retort. "Harry can handle himself, Hermione. Maybe he's still invisible." The second year, who had joined their carriage silently, looked curiously at both of them. Hermione knew that it was her duty as a prefect to make sure the younger students got safely into a carriage, but right now, she wished the girl had taken a seat in someone else's carriage. It bothered her that the girl didn't say anything, and on top of that, she rather wished to be alone in the carriage with Ron. Why would he still be invisible? She hissed, feeling more annoyed by the second. "As prefects and his friends, we were the first and last ones on the platform, remember? Why would he hide from us?" "I don't know," Ron said, his tone also irritated. "But let's just not jump to conclusions right now." Sulking, she looked outside at the bright illuminated castle as they slowly moved toward it. By the time the sorting had ended, there had still been no sign of Harry. "We should have searched for him on the train," she whispered to Ron. Ron nodded and then did something that made her forget her worries about Harry for a moment. He took her hand. Neville, Dean and Ginny, who were sitting nearby, were too busy enjoying the feast to notice anything, but Hermione could feel her face reddening. "Listen, I'm worried too. But we can't do anything at the moment. Let's just eat, and afterwards, we can go to McGonagall, okay?" She nodded, but that didn't seem to be necessary. As everyone was eating the last of their dinner, Harry strolled into the Great Hall. He moved very quickly toward them, and slid in between them at the Gryffindor table. Hermione hadn't been the only one to notice that the Chosen One had walked into the Great Hall. She saw several people craning their necks, and a few people at the Ravenclaw table had actually stood up to get a better view. "Where've you blimey, what have you done to your face?" Ron said from behind her. Not only did Harry seem to be in a foul mood based on the frown upon his face, he was fairly dripping blood. "Why, what's wrong with it? You're covered in blood. Come here, Sergio." "Thanks," he said, touching his now clean face. "How's my nose looking?" "Normal. Why shouldn't it?" "Harry, what happened? We've been terrified." But when she saw him glancing at the other people who were listening in, she knew that she wouldn't get an answer. "I'll tell you later," he said curtly. "But, not now, Hermione," he snapped. While he grabbed a chicken leg, she exchanged a puzzled look with Ron, who also looked concerned, but gave her a slight nod. They would just have to wait. Patience had never been one of Hermione's strongest points. She wasn't as impatient as Ginny, but she knew that she was a close second. Harry would tell them eventually, but in the meanwhile, she had a hard time talking to him. Fortunately for her, she got something to think about when Dumbledore began his start-of-term speech. "What happened to his hand?" she whispered. It looked like a charred bit of wood. For once not hearing a word of what the headmaster was actually saying, she continued to stare at his hand, both concerned and repulsed. "His hand was like that when I saw him over the summer. I thought he'd have cured it by now, though, or Madame Pomfrey would have done," Harry said. That shocked her even more, if that was possible. Why hadn't he healed it yet? Or could the damage not be mended? It looked so sick, not at all what one would have expected from Dumbledore. "It looks as if it's died. But there are some injuries you can't cure, old curses, and there are poisons without antidotes," she told Harry. She wondered for a moment which curse had been so powerful that even Dumbledore wasn't able to heal it. And what could he possibly have been doing to get himself injured like that? But the headmaster was still speaking, and she'd listened to almost none of what he'd said so far. Just like Ron had said before, she couldn't do anything at the moment. "Professor Slughorn is a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master." It looked as though Dumbledore was giving them an evening full of surprises. "Potions," she said. From Harry's other side she heard Ron say the same thing, and they both looked at Harry. "But you said, Professor Snape, meanwhile, will be taking over the position of defense against the dark arts teacher." "No," Harry said loudly. For a moment she could have sworn that Dumbledore glanced in their direction, but he continued as if nothing had happened. "But Harry, you said that Slughorn was going to be teaching defense against the dark arts." "I thought he was." Hermione had to congratulate Dumbledore on the way he'd gone about the whole thing. If Harry had known that he would be helping Snape to teach Dada when he would lure Slughorn to Hogwarts, he never would have tried to persuade him. If there was one thing that was certain now, it was that Harry's mood would not be improved by this bit of news. "Well, there's one good thing," he muttered. "Snape'll be gone by the end of the year." "What do you mean? That job's jinxed. No one's lasted more than a year. Quirrell actually died doing it. Personally, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for another death." "Harry." But Harry only grinned at her. He might just go back to teaching potions at the end of the year. "That Slughorn bloke might not want to stay long-term." "Moody didn't," Ron said reasonably, although he sounded as though he might prefer a death, too. When Dumbledore finished his speech, Hermione switched into prefect mode. The first years were looking anxiously around for directions. Without waiting for Ron, she walked over to them. When she had rounded up the first-year Gryffindors around her, she glanced to see if Ron had finally remembered that he had prefect duties, but he was talking to Harry, probably about what had kept him on the train. She shrugged. If Harry was willing to tell Ron, she would eventually hear it from him as well, but right now, she needed to show the first years to their beds. "Hey." His head shot up. "Oh, hey," he said, not looking at her, but staring past her to the stairs to the girls' dormitories. "Have you seen Hermione?" he asked. "No, I think she took the long route to the common room for the first years," Ginny said, noticing Ron looked somewhat shamefaced. "What happened to Harry?" Ron shifted uncomfortably. What do you mean?" "Well, for starters, he was late to the feast, and when he did show up he was covered in blood. I think that merits a few questions, don't you?" "I don't think he wants everyone to know," Since when have I become everyone? Ron still looked hesitant, but Ginny kept staring. There clearly was something going on with Harry, and as a friend, she was concerned. He had a run-in with Malfoy on the train. Or rather, Ron rectified, he tried to spy on the slimy get after you and Neville saw him disappear under the cloak. But Malfoy noticed and petrified him, punched him, broke his nose. Ron shuddered. Then he covered him in the invisibility cloak so no one would find him. But Tonks actually did when she searched the train. That bastard. I saw him folding the blinds of the compartment, but I thought it meant nothing. Ron smiled wryly. Yeah, well, Harry's not totally blameless, you know. He was the one who snuck into a compartment full of Slytherins. And that gives them an open invitation to make his face bleed, she retorted angrily. Ron shrugged, clearly not in the mood to argue about it. Ginny sighed. I'm going to bed. Tell Hermione I said hi, if you see her. I don't know if I will wait for her. She might be a bit tetchy, considering I forgot to help her with the first years. Ginny grinned. Knowing Hermione, she can't be angry at you for long, so I wouldn't worry about that. Ron looked bewildered. What do you mean? Ginny just smiled. Nothing. Good night. Good night, Gin. When she opened her bedroom, 2 of the girls in her year weren't there yet. Only Evelyn was in the room, folding her clothes, and she could hear Susie rummaging around in the bathroom. Hi, she said to Evelyn. Evelyn didn't reply, choosing instead to give her a cold look. A bit shocked by her friend's response, or lack thereof, Ginny tried to make conversation. So, what do you think about Snape finally getting what he wants? Defense against the dark arts will probably be difficult this year, won't it? I guess, Evelyn said coldly, but then blurted, where were you on the train? Ginny quirked an eyebrow. With that Slughorn bloke, as I told you. Why, did I miss something? Evelyn shook her head, still looking irritated. Only the most boring train ride ever. I wanted to catch up with you, tell each other about our holidays. But instead of that, I had to listen to every blasted thing that happened to Parvati Patil over the past 2 months. I'm sorry, but I didn't know that I would be stuck in that compartment with Slytherins and Harry and Neville. Yeah, well, you dumped me with a group of people that I barely knew and don't even want to know, since they apparently bore me to death with their talks about the weather in their second home near the shore. Hey, I can't help that they're Dean's friends, no, but you could have thought about it. Ginny shook her head. Look, Evelyn, I'm really sorry you had to sit with them without me, but I didn't ask to go to that thing with Slughorn. Yeah, okay, whatever, her friend sighed. A moment later she pulled the curtains closed on her 4-poster. Susie came in from the bathroom, and shot a questioning glance at Ginny. It wasn't normal for Evelyn to react so strongly about something so small. Ginny shrugged. She really didn't know what was going on with her friend, but at the moment, there didn't seem to be anything she could do about it. Maybe she could find out tomorrow. First days at schools had always been her favorites. The books in her bags were crisp and new, though of course she'd already begun to read them. She wasn't behind on her homework and no matter what grades she'd earned the previous term, they didn't matter. Her quills were sharp, and her ink bottle was refilled with a new shade of blue. So despite hearing about what had happened to Harry the night before and scolding Ron about the correct usage of free periods, she was still in a fine mood. It was a first day, after all. The problems started when they got into the corridor outside the portrait hole, where a 4th year was walking with a fanged frisbee. Hold it. Fanged frisbees are banned, hand it over, she said, holding out her hand. The boy scowled, but Hermione paid no attention, continuing to gaze sternly at him until he handed it over. She knew that a lot of people thought she liked playing the spoiler, but this wasn't the case. The fact was that she was the one appointed to do so, and unlike Ron, she really wanted to be a good prefect. Having to be somewhat stern from time to time was just a little drawback on her position. However, that wasn't the only thing that annoyed her this morning. Excellent, I've always wanted one of these, Ron said, grabbing the frisbee out of her hands. Hermione had wanted to laugh at his enthusiasm, she really did, but someone else did it first. Lavender Brown was laughing at Ron's remark. Hermione quirked an eyebrow, but said nothing. Lavender kept giggling until she had passed them. When Hermione turned back, she saw a very strange look on Ron's face. He looked pleased. Every hormonal alarm Hermione had went off instantly. Last night when she'd returned from directing the first years to their dormitories, she had heard Lavender mentioning Ron, before she and Parvati had noticed Hermione standing in the doorway. Since when was Lavender interested in Ron? Lavender's amazingly annoying laugh ran through Hermione's head in a continuous loop through all of breakfast and into ancient runes, at least until homework was assigned, giving her something else to think about. And it was going to be a lot of something else. The amount of work Professor Gandling had assigned looked like an entire week's worth from the previous year. After that was defense. Sure, she had expected it to be difficult, especially after hearing Snape would be teaching it, but she'd still underestimated it. Learning nonverbal spells was a lot harder than she'd expected it to be, and it took her quite some time before she managed to pull one off. On top of that, she could almost feel the irritation and hate radiating off of Harry. Nonverbals weren't easy to begin with, and Snape wasn't making it any easier, especially for Harry. Protega. Snape was blasted to the floor by the strength of Harry's spell. She was not surprised to see Ron grinning from several feet behind Snape's supine form, and shot him a warning look. "Do you remember me telling you we are practicing nonverbal spells, Potter?" Snape towered over Harry, but Harry didn't bother looking scared. Instead, he got angrier. This day was not going well. Yes, sir. There's no need to call me, sir, Professor." The look upon Snape's face was one of pure hatred, and Hermione immediately knew he had Harry right where he wanted him. Detention. Saturday night, my office. I do not take cheek from anyone, Potter, not even the chosen one. When the bell rang, Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. "That was brilliant, Harry. You really shouldn't have said it," she said, glancing at Ron, who rolled his eyes at her. "What made you?" "He tried to jinx me, in case you didn't notice." He fumed, but before Hermione could get a word in, Harry had hurtled on. "I had enough of that during those occlumency lessons. Why doesn't he use another guinea pig for a change? What's Dumbledore playing at, anyway, letting him teach defense? Did you hear him talking about the dark arts? He loves them, all that unfixed, indestructible stuff." "Well," she started slowly, not really sure how he and Ron would react, "I thought he sounded a bit like you." "Like me?" Ron looked at her as though she'd grown a second head, but she thought of what Ginny had said to her back at the Burrow. "You can't let Harry walk over the both of you. He's been through a lot, but he should know by now that you are his friends." "Yes, when you were telling us what it's like to face Voldemort. You said it wasn't just memorizing a bunch of spells, you said it was just you and your brains and your guts. Well, wasn't that what Snape was saying? That it really comes down to being brave and quick thinking." Harry stared at her for a moment, as though he wasn't entirely sure how to respond to her. However, before he could say anything, Jack Sloper came to them, and demanded his attention. She looked at Ron, next to her, who was staring at her in amazement. She felt her face burn with what? Embarrassment, pleasure. As he said, "How can you memorize Harry's incoherent babbling just as well as stuff that Dumbledore and Snape say?" He whispered softly. Hermione shyly shrugged and smiled at him. "Don't worry, I remember your babbling too," she said, but before he could respond, their attention fell on the parchment Harry had just received from Jack. It still was the first day, after all, it was bound to get better. Potions had never been pleasant, even though she had always done relatively well, but with Slughorn as the new professor, Hermione felt that that might change. Some cauldrons were already full of potion, and when they sat down, Hermione looked around. She saw to her delight that she could name every one of them. The one standing right before her on the table made her a bit dizzy and light in her head though, and Hermione was almost sure the smell came more from her right, though the cauldron was standing at the left of her. She couldn't wait to see how the new professor would do it. They sat down at the table and unpacked their quills, ink and parchment. Hermione could tell that she wasn't the only one being affected by the potion in front of them. Harry had been staring into some spot in the middle distance ever since he'd come back with 2 copies of Advanced Potion Making and 2 pairs of scales for himself and Ron. Ernie kept leaning closer and closer to the cauldron, apparently trying to inhale as much of the potion as possible. And Ron, well, Hermione didn't know what Ron was doing, since she was trying to ignore him, although it looked as though that would be nearly impossible, considering the scent wafting from the cauldron. It was almost like she was surrounded by Ron's scent, and every time she inhaled, it only got harder to keep from grabbing him by the ears and keying him full on the mouth. Shaking her head slightly, as if to escape the odor, she focused on the professor, who was standing in the middle of the dungeon. Hermione was rather forcibly reminded of pictures of Saint Nick, only the red suit and beard were lacking. He was quite caught up talking to the class at the moment. Ordinarily Hermione would be as well, but the knowledge that if she leaned slightly to the right she would be touching Ron's arm seemed far more important. "Anyone tell me what this one is?" Her hand, seemingly of its own accord, shot into the air. "It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth." Very good, Slughorn said. Ron grinned at her, and the floaty feeling in her head only got worse. If she could only stay focused on the professor's questions, then maybe, just maybe, it would go away. "Leaflets, too, who can?" "It's Polyjuice potion, sir," she said. Excellent. Now, this one here." Slughorn walked towards their table and, again, Hermione raised her hand. "Yes, my dear. It's a Mortentia." "It is indeed. It seems almost foolish to ask," Slughorn continued bemusedly, "but I assume you know what it does." The steam was almost overwhelming now, and as if that wasn't enough, Ron's leg suddenly brushed hers under the table. She was sure that if she tried to stand now, her legs wouldn't be able to support her. "It's the most powerful love potion in the world," she managed to squeak out. "Quite right. You recognized it, I suppose, by its distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen. And the steam rising in characteristic spirals, and it's supposed to smell differently to each of us." Another wave of steam wafted into her face and she inhaled deeply. According to what attracts us, the vacant feeling in her head was more intoxicating than ever. "And I can smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and..." Ron's foot nudged her under the table. Only then did she realize that the potion was making her spill one of her deepest secrets to a whole classroom, and she cut herself off immediately. Turning pink, she leaned away from the potion, and inhaled what she really hoped was fresh air. "May I ask your name, my dear?" Slughorn said. "Hermione Granger, sir." Granger. Can you possibly be related to Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers?" Hermione smiled wryly to herself. Now she understood what Harry had meant about Slughorn. He was above all, though certainly a Slytherin, fond of pure bloods. "No, I don't think so, sir. I'm Muggle-born, you see." Slughorn seemed surprised at hearing this, but still beamed at her. She was in the meantime feeling slightly dizzy again, so she turned her head to gasp in more potion-free air as Slughorn said, "Oh ho, one of my best friends is Muggle-born and she's the best in our year. I'm assuming that is the very friend of whom you spoke, Harry." "Yes, sir," Harry responded, barely bothering to snap out of the dreamy state the potion seemed to have put him in. "Well, take 20 well-earned points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger," Slughorn said, but Hermione hardly paid him any mind. "Did you really tell him I'm the best in the year?" "Oh, Harry," he just blinked at her, rather perplexed, then fell back in his dreamy state again, leaning his head on his hands. Ron, however, fixed her with an annoyed glare. She heard that his foot shove away from hers under the table. "Well, what's so impressive about that? You were the best in our year. I'd have told him so if he asked me." Hermione looked at him and felt her knees go weak again. Quickly, she turned back to Slughorn's speech and shushed Ron. When she heard that the assignment for today was to make the draft of the Living Death, she became instantly excited. In her 4th year, she had once made an essay about it, and Hermione was almost sure that she would win the prize. It would be marvelous to have some extra luck on their side, especially now that Harry seemed destined to eventually vanquish Voldemort. She took her stuff out of her bag and opened her book to the correct page. Next to her, Ron opened his book, and made a disgusted sound upon seeing page 52. Fortunately, today he would only need to know what was on page 67. Cutting her valerian roots with the ease of a skilled potion maker, she started to work. However, in all her excitement she had forgotten that there still was a huge cauldron full of Amortentia standing before her on the table. Normally, She had no trouble focusing on the assignment, but now her mind was overflowing with thoughts completely unrelated to the task at hand. When she should have been thinking about how she could best cut the sophophorus bean, she was instead attempting to figure out the source of that third scent. It smelled, well, warm, in a way, not that warmth could be smelled. Maybe like something that had been out in the sun, but what sort of something? Shaking her head furiously, she tried to force the traitorous thoughts out of her head. The potion was supposed to have turned a pale lilac by now, but it was the exact dark currant color it had been before. "Can I borrow your silver knife?" Harry asked from beside her. She nodded impatiently, not even glancing away from her cauldron. Then from her left came a bizarre squishing sound. Hermione looked up, and to her astonishment, saw that Harry had somehow managed to turn his potion the lilac shade described in the textbook even before she had managed to do so herself. She glared furiously at her own potion for a moment, then looked back at his. It had turned light pink already, now it was perfectly clear. For the first time in their schooling, Harry was besting her at potions. "How are you doing that?" Hermione asked, unable to figure out what she had done wrong. "Add a clockwise stir." No, the book says counterclockwise." Her friend shrugged his shoulders at her comment and continued. How could Harry possibly beating her by ignoring the rules? It simply didn't make sense, and yet the proof was right there. She glanced at the clock and saw to her bewilderment that there were only a few minutes left. Why had she wasted her time with trying to decipher the amortentia? Hastily she tried to make hers just as pale as Harry's, but it was no use. "And time's up," called Slughorn. Hermione stared at Harry, completely dumbfounded. He would be sure to win the Felix Felicis now, but seemed to be just as surprised about it as she was. If only that stupid love potion hadn't been at their table. Damn Ron and his intoxicating scent. Ginny had never felt so much pressure on the first day of school. She had known that fifth year was supposed to be hard. Fred and George had told her on numerous occasions and had tried to sell her a lot of skiving snack boxes to help her get through. She had bought a few, not really intending to use them, but now, in only her second hour of class, she was really considering using one of those nosebleed nougats. Her first lesson had been with Snape, and that wasn't just what anyone needed on a Monday morning. It wasn't the case that Ginny wasn't good in defense, on the contrary. Most of the spells they had practiced she had already mastered in the DA last year, but that didn't make the lesson exactly fun. Snape had ignored her certainly proficient, if not magnificent, spellwork and given points to the Slytherin she was partnering, Marcel Quint, when he attacked her. By the time the lesson was over, Snape had given them so much work that she wondered if it was actually possible to complete that much work in 3 days. The walk from defense to herbology wasn't pleasant either. Zacharias Smith walked by, still looking murderous. Normally, Ginny wouldn't have thought him worth a second glance, but something in his stare made her feel uncomfortable. Maybe she had really gone a bit too far by attacking him. On top of that, Evelyn was still acting oddly and giving her the cold shoulder. Ginny was keen to know what was bothering her friend so much, but the only way to find out was for Evelyn to open up, and based on the bitter remarks and short answers, it seemed that would take some time. Then there was ancient runes, which she didn't like much and had only taken because Ron had strongly advised her against divination. All in all, she was not in the best mood possible when the bell rang for their lunch break. Dean spent most of lunch trying to calm her down. He didn't succeed. "Relax, I know what you have to go through. Fifth year is hard." "Yeah, well, how does that help me?" she snapped. Dean looked a bit irritated, but admirably managed to keep his cool. "Well, I happen to have this," he said, diving into his bag. Curiously, Ginny looked over his shoulder. Finally emerging with a stack of highly flattened parchment, he grinned and handed it to her. "What, more homework?" Dean shook his head, looking at the stack as though it was holy. He reminded her suddenly of Fred and George when they had just hit on some major pranking improvement. "Homework that's already been done, actually, mine from last year. You can use it if you want." She stared at him for a moment. Was he serious? Ginny remembered suddenly why Dean was so great. He was helpful and very, very nice. "Really? Of course." Let me know if you can't read my handwriting. She looked at the stack in her hands, now slightly hesitant. A voice in her head, sounding eerily like Hermione, was fairly ordering her not to take it, but she also felt the amount of homework burning a hole in her bag. It wasn't a particularly difficult decision once she remembered how much of it there was, while looking into Dean's expectant eyes. Thank you. This will be a great help. She kissed him on the lips and he stood up. I have to go get my books for the rest of the day. See you at dinner. He gave her another key and walked out of the great hall. She watched him go, but then her eyes fell on Evelyn, who was sitting halfway down the table, looking moody. Not in the mood for a nasty remark, she decided to talk to Evelyn later in the afternoon, and turned to sit not with her, but with Hermione, Ron and Harry. Was getting annoyed with it, there was writing everywhere. But then I reckoned I'd try one of the directions, and it worked, so I just kept using them. It looks like whoever owned the book before was really into potions. I mean, their edits are better than the regular instructions. I've never done that well in potions before, she heard Harry say. I suppose you think I cheated? He asked to Hermione, who was looking more annoyed than the occasion seemed to warrant. Well, it wasn't exactly your own work, was it? She asked. He only followed different instructions to ours. Could have been a catastrophe, couldn't it? But he took a risk and it paid off. Slughorn could have handed me that book, but no, I get the one no one's ever written in. Puked on, by the look of page 52, but... Hang on, she interrupted, leaning into the conversation. This sounded serious. Had Harry really forgotten the consequences of following directions written in a book? Did I hear right? You've been taking orders from something someone wrote in a book, Harry. They all seemed to realize what she meant immediately. It's nothing, Harry said, lowering his voice. Ginny had to lean in further to hear what he said next. It's not like, you know, Riddle's diary. It's just an old textbook someone scribbled in. But you're doing what it says. She was becoming more worried, and angry, by the second. How could Harry speak so lightly about something that was obviously dodgy, and might have terrible consequences? I just tried a few of the tips written in the margins. Honestly, Ginny, there's nothing funny. But Ginny had exchanged a dark significant look with Hermione, who interrupted Harry and dove into his school bag. Ginny's got a point. We ought to check that there's nothing odd about it. I mean, all these funny instructions, who knows? Hey, Harry protested, but Hermione had already taken the book, and was examining it minutely. Even though Ginny knew Hermione's support came less from actual fear than from irritation that Harry was now probably beating her in potions, she was grateful that Hermione was on her side. The book looked like a particularly tattered edition of the potions book she had seen some Slytherins walking by with moments before. But then again, Ginny knew all too well that one shouldn't judge a book on its cover. After all, the diary had looked normal too. Specialis Revelio. Hermione tapped the book, but nothing happened. Ron and Harry raised their eyebrows at each other. Hermione looked disappointed, but Ginny knew that the apparently clean result didn't mean much. Her mind flew back to her first year, when she'd fearfully watched Harry, Hermione and Ron sitting in the common room, with her diary in between them, trying to make it spill its secrets. Nothing had happened. Ginny had been so scared that Tom might tell Harry everything that she had stolen back the diary, making a huge mess. For obvious reasons, the fact that Hermione couldn't make this book spill everything now didn't console her at all. Finished? Harry asked, clearly irritated. Or do you want to wait and see if it does a few backflips? It seems all right. I mean, it really does seem to be. Hermione looked helplessly at Ginny, just a textbook. He bent over to pick it up, pausing slightly as he did so. Something in the book had caught his attention, and she saw that he was reading something that had been scribbled in very tiny handwriting on the back. Neither Ron nor Hermione seemed to have noticed, and Harry didn't volunteer the information. Somehow, Ginny felt suddenly very cold, and the weird feeling in her stomach seemed to be back, intensifying her stress. That's all. Ginny tried not to think too much about the events of her first year. Most of the horrible things she couldn't remember, and the things that she could weren't pleasant. She still felt ashamed when she recalled how she had fallen for the boy in the diary. About how she had painted something awful on the wall near the bathroom of Myrtle and how she had tarnished the boys' dormitory to pieces. However, that didn't mean she was scared of her past. She had accepted that those things had happened, and was glad that it was over. Her second year at Hogwarts was the first year that she counted, since that was when she had finally started to make some friends. Evelyn had been one of the first. Evelyn seemed to be a lonely, quiet sort of girl, but as Ginny eventually discovered, appearances were certainly deceiving. She was quiet, yes, but was rather funny when called upon. Her shyness rarely presented itself, unless they were in lessons and she didn't know the answers. Ginny learned quickly that Evelyn was actually a girl after the bold tradition of Fred and George. Everything those older brothers had never wanted to tell her, Ginny had learned from Evelyn, like how to sneak into the kitchens, and which passageways one could take to get rid of Mrs. Norris. The fun had increased exponentially when she had introduced her to Fred and George, who deemed her to be the bravest girl besides Ginny. In short, Evelyn had been the one to make the real Ginny Weasley come out of her shell and open up to others again. Now, however, it seemed to be the other way around. Where Ginny was well known for her outgoing personality, Evelyn seemed to become increasingly silent. In the few days that had passed since the beginning of term, she acted more and more coldly to everyone around her, and especially towards Ginny. Ginny really wanted to make things right, but she honestly didn't know what she had done. Sure, she hadn't written that often during summer, but Evelyn never expected that expressing her feelings on a piece of paper hadn't become her favorite hobby after first year. Evelyn knew that. Susie had suggested that Evelyn was jealous of Ginny's relationship with Dean, but that had to be nonsense. Evelyn hadn't had problems with Ginny and Michael last year, and right before the holidays had started, she seemed to be perfectly fine with Ginny and Dean being a couple. By Friday, after a particularly cold shoulder during potions, Ginny had had it. When the bell rang, she grabbed her friend's bag and her own, swung them both over her shoulder and took her friend by the elbow. Ignoring Evelyn's sputtering and the weird looks people in the corridor were giving her, she dragged her friend along until they found an empty classroom. She pushed Evelyn into one of the chairs and dropped both of their book bags on the floor. "Okay, and now tell me what's bothering you," she spat. "What have I done? What has anybody done to make you so angry?" For a moment, she expected Evelyn to shout back and storm right out of the room, but then she did something completely unexpected. She burst into tears. In the 4 years she had known Evelyn, Ginny had never seen her cry. She had seen her shocked when Cedric Diggory had died and Dumbledore had given that speech at the end of their 3rd year, and a few tears might have ran over her face, but she'd never seen her really cry. Something truly awful must have happened for Evelyn to be crying like this. Ginny leaned forward to hug her gently, but Evelyn only cried harder, spilling rivers of tears onto Ginny's shoulder. Holding her silently, while the girl seemed to spill whole rivers on her shoulder, she wondered what had made such an impact. A door opened, and Ginny looked up, to see Luna standing in the door opening. "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard the sounds of a lacrimantanic." "Never mind, Luna," Ginny said softly, and she waved to the girl who turned around and left. "A what?" she heard Evelyn ask. "A lacrimantic, of course," she grinned, and looking at her friend. "Are you all right again?" "Yes. No, I don't know. I'm sorry I've been acting so weird last week." "That's okay. Do you want to tell me why you're so upset?" Evelyn shook her head. "Did you hear about everything that was happening over the summer holidays? Trolls destroying towns and everything." Ginny nodded, a horrible feeling coming over her. She'd been so involved with attempting to avoid Fleur for most of the summer holidays that she'd never made the connection between one of the towns she'd read about in the Prophet with the one in Evelyn's address. "Our house got destroyed." Ginny's mouth fell open. "Are your parents all right? And your brother?" Evelyn started to cry again, but this time silently. She nodded. "My dad is fine, even helped to clean up the mess with some other wizards who live nearby. My mum was knocked out by some falling wood. She's fine now, but she and my dad are having constant fights about me." "You," said Ginny, bewildered. She had once met Evelyn's mother, and for a muggle, she was pretty reasonable when it came to magic. "Mum doesn't want me to be here." She says that it'll be hard enough for us to build our home again without a daughter who's learning the same tricks at school that wrecked our house in the first place. Ginny looked at her, shocked. My dad doesn't agree, of course, Evelyn continued. He's proud I'm magical like he is. But he can't deny the fact that it's getting more and more dangerous every minute, and that if there are more of these things happening in the upcoming school year, he's going to write to Dumbledore and take me out of school. That's awful. Ginny's mouth felt very dry and she realized that there was a lump in her throat. Yes, but it makes a lot of sense. Hogwarts is probably you-know-who's first target, and I'm not a pureblood witch like you are. My mum and my brother are exactly the kind of people he wants to get rid of, so it's not safe for me to be here. No, but neither is your home. Oh, Evelyn, why didn't you tell me sooner? I would have invited you to the Burrow to stay there during the summer. You seem to be so busy. Your parents are involved in the Order. Don't try to deny it. I heard you talking to Ron last year, so I would only be in the way. And you had Dean, and your other friends to worry about. Evelyn started to cry again, and Ginny leaned forward to hug her again. But you were there first, she said softly. Now that there was no Amortentia to distract her from the assignment's Slughorn set, Hermione had been sure would easily beat Harry in any contest the professor dreamt up. Yes, Harry had a little extra help, but it wasn't as if she couldn't get some additional help herself. After all, she'd been studying extra books as long as she could remember. They'd never failed to help before. However, by 2 lessons later, Hermione had realized that her favorite solution was not going to work. The person who had been writing in that book had done it thoroughly. Every tip she found in the library had already been scribbled down in the book, and it even seemed to have known things famous potioneers had not thought of. Did that mean the anonymous owner had come up with these adjustments on his own? She had spoken to Ginny, who even seemed more concerned than she was, but both of them couldn't find a way to keep the book away from Harry. Hermione had sensed that she had irritated Ginny by being more concerned for Harry suddenly beating her in potions than Harry's safety. Which of course wasn't true. She was concerned for Harry, but just thought that the chance of being attacked by a book would be very small. Especially now she had looked for its secrets. Ron didn't seem to like the fact that Harry was suddenly the star of potions either, though he was only annoyed because he couldn't read the scratchy handwriting as easily as Harry could, and was now the only one of them making mistakes in class. On Saturday evening, the 3 of them sat in the common room, making some of their homework. Hermione had just been to the library, and was scanning a book she thought would come in handy for the Ancient Runes essay she had due on Friday. She had just finished her essay on the principles of rematerialization half an hour ago, and had expected to have to help the boys on their potions essays. But instead, both of them were bent attentively over the potions textbook, staring at it with more awe than she had ever seen them display toward anything other than Quidditch. Look, he called himself the Half-Blood Prince. Great, a nickname. Some help that is, Ron said, disgruntled. Moony, you know who, the boy who lived. No, wait, they're calling you the Chosen One these days. Harry scowled and gave Ron a push. Hermione glanced at the book. In the light of the fire, the ink seemed to squirm in the book. And look at this, Harry continued. Found it last night. They're spells, but I've never heard of them. Do you suppose he made them up himself? Could be, Ron answered slowly. I guess that's the way it works, people just make them up. Looks like he was smart enough, in any case. It annoyed Hermione endlessly that he and Harry were talking about the book's former owner as if he was a pop idol or something. They didn't even know him. And why did they assume it had to be a male in the first place? They're handwritten. Guess he must have made them up himself. Or herself, she said irritably. It might have been a girl. I think the handwriting looks more like a girl's than a boy's. The Half-Blood Prince, he was called, Harry said. How many girls have been princes? She didn't answer. That did sound logical, but somehow, it kept nagging at her. It still rankled that neither of them thought a girl would be smart enough to come up with new spells on her own. She glanced at Ron, but scowled as she saw that he was trying to read her still-drying essay for Transfiguration upside down. Ron reddened as she took it from under his nose and rolled the essay up. It's 5 to 8. I'd better go, I'll be late for Dumbledore, Harry suddenly said, putting the book in his bag. She felt a pang of two mixed emotions in her stomach. One was guilt, for completely forgetting that her friend would be off tonight to learn something that must be important. The other emotion was a tingle of jealousy. She couldn't help but wish she could go along. Learning from Dumbledore was sure to be an amazing experience. Oh, she gasped, tearing her eyes away from Ron, who looked at her pleadingly. Good luck. We'll wait up. We want to hear what he teaches you. Hope it goes okay, said Ron, and the pair of them watched Harry leave through the portrait hole. Of course it will. I'm sure Dumbledore is a wonderful teacher. Well, yeah, I just hope he won't try Harry to teach occlumency again. That was terrible, he said, quietly. Hermione nodded. She remembered all too well how painful it had been watching Harry suffer through occlumency lessons. I suppose that if Dumbledore was teaching it, though, he would do a better job than Snape, Ron said. Hermione nodded again. I don't think Dumbledore would sneer at him, at least, she said. But didn't Harry say it wouldn't be occlumency? No, just that they wouldn't be with Snape. Ron looked at his homework, spread across the table. He sighed. What time do we start patrolling the corridors tonight? At 9. Then I better start working, His shoulders were sagging and Hermione knew that he was almost begging to her to help him with it. All right, I'll help you, she sighed. Ron grinned, and she added, but only helping. I won't let you look at my essays. Thanks Hermione, you're the best, he said softly. Hermione felt her cheeks growing red. I'm a pushover, if anything. Let me see what you did so far. Yeah, but you're my pushover. Here, he handed her his essays while she sat on the couch next to him. Hermione noticed she wasn't the only one who seemed to be warm. Ron seemed to suffer from the heat too, especially around his ears. Reading it over, she was pleasantly surprised. It actually looked like Ron didn't need her help at all. His work might not be finished, but the part that was actually written was quite good. It's perfectly written, Ron. All you need to do now is write a conclusion. And with this one, you need to explain the continuation of the process of transforming in more detail. It seems a bit hasty. Leaning over, he started to write. Hermione put her feet on the couch they were sitting on, and snuggled a bit more against Ron. Forgetting her curiosity about what Harry might learn tonight, or her irritation about the potion book, she grabbed her book on ancient runes and started to flip through it. The jealousy in her stomach had disappeared. She suddenly hoped Harry would have a lot of these private lessons with Dumbledore. Ginny was scribbling frantically on the parchment that was lying in front of her. It was official. She hated 5th year. She honestly didn't know how Harry, Hermione and Ron had managed last year, and couldn't help but be glad they didn't have the DA anymore. She had been behind on her homework since the first day of school, and now, on Saturday evening, while everyone was having fun in the common room, she was sitting with some other 5th years in the library, frantically wishing for a spell to do her homework automatically and relieve her from stress. Next to her, 3 essays were drying, and though they were evidence that Ginny had done something this evening, it felt as if she hadn't. Half an hour ago, she had heard from a classmate that the Muggle Studies essay hadn't been postponed as they had hoped, and was still due on Monday. And besides that, she still needed to practice Transfiguration. Professor Sprout expected their assignments done that same day, and she had to read and summarize 2 thick books for ancient runes. Evelyn was a bit more relaxed, but still working incredibly hard. Since their talk, she had been acting normally, though Ginny could tell how worried and sad her friend was. It seemed Evelyn's dad had dropped her at the station this year without her mum knowing, and Evelyn was sure that once her mum found out, her dad would be in trouble. Since she hadn't got an owl from her parents yet, Ginny had already received 3, but that was mum for you. Evelyn was sure that her mum was angry at her too, and Ginny couldn't find any words to contradict that. She crossed out the last sentence on her assignment for potions, and was just about to check her notes again, when there was a very loud, dry cough, and everyone looked up. It's 8:30. The library is closed, Madame Pants said. Cursing inwardly, Ginny gathered her stuff, feeling a wave of panic come over her. She wondered why she was so stressed. Normally, unfinished homework wouldn't make her so nervous. Were Hermione's talks about homework finally starting to rub off on her? Evelyn and Colin Creevey were also packing their bags, but they at least seemed to be having a laugh over something. "Coming, Ginny?" Evelyn asked. Ginny knew it would be better for her to just stop worrying and postpone the rest of her homework for tomorrow, but she couldn't. Dean was expecting to do something fun tomorrow, and after she had blown him off yesterday to talk with Evelyn, he would be in a foul mood if she bailed on him again. "You guys go ahead. I have to search for just one more book." Ginny knew that Evelyn liked Colin, so it didn't surprise her that without a second glance both of them turned around and strolled out of the library, laughing again at something Colin had said. Ginny wasn't planning to search for a book, though. When they had disappeared, she also left the library, but in the direction of the Charms classroom rather than Gryffindor Tower. The door was locked, of course, and because it was a Charms classroom, Ginny had a feeling Alohomora wouldn't help. A paperclip and some handiness did the trick, though. She unpacked her stuff again, lit some candles, and, sitting behind one of the front desks, she started working again, hoping she wouldn't feel too tired to finish it. When her quill broke, she cursed loudly, since no one was there to hear her anyway. Fortunately, she knew Flitwick kept some spares on the table near the blackboard. She knew quite well why she was more stressed than usual, although she had no desire to actually tell anyone the reason. Her nightmares had come back that week, and as a result she had slept very badly. After her first year, the memories of what she had done hadn't completely disappeared. They had haunted her in her dreams for quite some time, not only because she couldn't forget what had happened, others around her had trouble forgetting too. A few boys in her class had remembered her almost daily questions about Colin Creevey, who had been petrified. A few older Slytherins had approached her, taunting her and asking if she would please rid the school of Muggleborns again. A bossy sixth-year Ravenclaw had even shrieked in the corridors, demanding to know why she hadn't been expelled. Most of the pestering had stopped when the twins noticed what had been going on. Ginny suspected that Hermione had said something to them. Fred and George had hexed everyone who made comments, and since they were both oddly omniscient about who had pestered their little sister, Ginny thought Evelyn might have had something to do with it as well. It had stopped around November of her second year. But the dreams hadn't stopped then, though. There was a particularly nasty one where she heard the basilisk slithering towards her and fell to the ground, a strangled chicken in one hand and Tom towering over her, slowly morphing his features into something scarcely resembling a human. She had no idea what Voldemort actually looked like, as she'd never seen a picture, but what she saw in her dreams was awful enough. Only after Professor Lupin had talked to her around March and she told him everything did the experience of waking in the dead of night, panting and convinced she was about to die, finally stop. But now they were back. Ginny sighed. On Monday night she had revisited the chamber, accompanied by the stone figures of Colin and Hermione. It's probably the stress, she thought, rolling up her now finished assignment and beginning the one for Muggle studies. But she knew that the potions book in Harry's hands last week also had triggered something in her brain. She felt uncomfortable knowing he was walking around with it, and was inexplicably worried for him. And then there was Dean. As much as he liked her, and as much as she liked him, she could get a bit tired of him at times. He obviously meant well, but for Merlin's sake, she was capable of surviving without anyone holding doors open for her. It was as though he'd forgotten she had a life outside of him, with other friends that he didn't know and loads of homework he couldn't help with. She hadn't told him she was positively drowning in work. For all he thought, he had fixed that by giving her his old assignments. However, Ginny had quickly realized that they were of no help at all. Although of course they covered the same topics, the professors had obviously anticipated the possibility of a student getting the previous year's work and changed their questions accordingly. Almost none of Dean's work matched what she had this year, and the little stuff that did, hadn't been given such high marks. Either way she was stuck, and, as yet, she hadn't had the time or the heart to tell Dean. He had been so cute when he was trying to take care of her homework problems that she hated the thought of crushing his hope. The candles flickered a bit, and Ginny's eyelids drooped. She shook her head quickly and turned her attention back to the parchment. This was going to have to be the last one for this evening. She only had 2 other assignments due tomorrow, and she could do them during her free hours or during lunch. If only she could finish this one. Ron, stop it, she said to the redhead walking next to her. We have to pay attention to patrolling. However, she didn't particularly mind that Ron was poking her in the side, apparently intending to make her squirm a bit. She couldn't stand being tickled, and this seemed to have the same effect on her. Whether that was because she was just sensitive in that area or because of the person poking her, she didn't know. "Oh, lighten up, there's no one around," he said, waving his arm around them. The corridor was indeed deserted. She smiled. They were almost done with patrolling, since it was nearly 11. "Well, if all the patrolling this year is going to be this uneventful, I have more spare time than I thought," she said, already making mental lists of everything she needed to do. "What are you going to do then?" "Read a book," Ron asked playfully, and nudged her again, this time in her stomach. "Ho ho ho," she said humorlessly. "What are you planning to do?" "I want to try out for the Quidditch team again. I hope I get chosen, though." Hermione snorted and Ron looked up. "What? Oh, please. Your best mate is captain of the team, and if I can believe half of the stories you tell me about the last match, you're a good keeper. Do you honestly think you'll have any problems making the team?" Ron shrugged. "Harry might be my friend, but when it comes to Quidditch, he's dead serious. Which is the appropriate attitude for Quidditch, as I've told you many times." When Hermione kept staring at him, he added, "But I have to admit, I might have an advantage." She grinned and shook her head. She had heard from numerous people that Ron had problems with his nerves, especially in relation to Quidditch, but she had never taken his insecurities particularly seriously. She touched his hand lightly. "Of course you'll get in." Ron didn't reply, but held on to her hand a bit longer than necessary. At least, that's how it felt to her. They walked further down the passage, making their way toward the corridor near the library. As they passed the stairs, they heard some sounds coming from the corridor at her left. However, Hermione nodded at Ron, who knew her signals after a year of patrolling with her, and lit his wand. He shone it into the corridor, quickly finding the source of the strange sounds. Cho Chang and Michael Corner were standing at the end of the corridor, keying passionately and totally oblivious to the fact that they had been found. Despite the dim light, she could see the tips of Ron's ears turn dark red, and she could feel a flush creeping up her cheeks as well. Of course they had passed couples before, and of course it had been very awkward, but Ron had technically asked her out on the train, and they had been flirting with each other all evening, so the situation seemed more awkward for them than for the couple at the end of the hall. For a few moments, both of them stared at Cho and Michael, and Hermione vaguely wondered if Ginny would mind that her ex was now dating Harry's. She seemed to be okay last school year, but somehow, Ginny had always been a bit touchy when Harry was dragged into the conversation when the subject involved romances, so she didn't discuss it much with her, to avoid irritation. She chanced a glance at Ron, wondering if he was annoyed by the sight of his sister's ex. Then again, Ron had been more bothered by Michael when the Ravenclaw had been his sister's boyfriend. Hermione could almost feel her hormones rushing through her body, and suddenly, she had a vision of herself and Ron, standing at exactly the same spot Cho and Michael were standing now. With a loud cough, Ron made their presence known. Hermione snapped back to reality and focused on the couple in front of them, who now had detached. Cho was growing redder by the second, and Michael was avoiding their gazes. "It's past curfew," she heard herself say. "I suggest you both go to the dorms. 10 points from Ravenclaw, though." The couple nodded nervously and dashed off in the other direction. "Let's check out that corridor," Ron said, jerking his head to his left, "and go back after that." A silence had fallen between them. Hermione was trying to come up with things to say, but for once, she was lost for words. When they turned another corner, she started, "Ron." But Ron interrupted her. "Shish." He inclined his head towards the classroom on his right. She looked and saw that there were candles flickering in the room. The light was showing through the gap under the door. Someone was in there. "Reckon it's another couple?" Ron asked in a whisper. This discovery seemed to have eliminated all the tension between them, though Hermione was sure she could hear a faint note of hesitation in his voice. He probably wasn't looking up to breaking another snogging couple up, but nor, for that matter, was she. "Well, if they are so pathetic to find a classroom." She let her voice trail off and heard Ron chuckle. "The cupboards could have been full," he said. Ron reached for the handle, but Hermione suddenly gripped his arm. A terrible thought had occurred to her. Ron, it could also be something else. Be careful, she whispered. Ron looked at her. She could barely see his face, but his eyes flickered. He nodded. Ron tried the handle. Unsurprisingly, it was unlocked. Slowly opening the door, they both peeked inside. When Hermione saw what, or, rather, who, she'd got so worked up about, she couldn't help but feel a bit stupid. Behind her, she heard Ron let out a breath he'd been holding. In a haze of ginger hair, a student was resting her head on the first table by the door, obviously sleeping. Her quill had fallen out of her hand on the floor, and she was lying on the parchment she had written on. Blimey, it's Ginny. What's she doing here? And that was it for this week. Hope you liked it. I want to thank everyone who has been reviewing. And thanks to editor Lisa again. Now, before I ramble some more, I have to announce that this story won't be updated for 2 of 3 weeks. My editor and myself are very busy with college the upcoming weeks, and we won't be able to edit the next chapter until the holidays. Sad face. Let us make one point, that we meet each other with a smile, when it is difficult to smile. Smile at each other. Make time for each other in your family. Mother Teresa of Calcutta. They walked over to Ginny, and with a tenderness Hermione had rarely seen on Ron, he shook his sister lightly by her shoulder. Ginny. Ginny slowly opened her eyes. Huh, Ginny, is everything all right? What are you doing here? Hermione asked. Her friend looked confused, as though she wasn't entirely sure where she was. Ginny lifted her head, and the parchment she'd been laying on stuck to her left cheek. Where am I? What time is it? You're in the Charms classroom. We found you during patrols. It's about 11:30, Ron answered. But what are you doing here? I'm sorry. I was finishing my homework. In a deserted classroom. That's forbidden. They're actually supposed to be locked, Hermione said. I charmed it open. I had to finish my homework and the common room is too loud. I must have fallen asleep. Why, you'll have all of Sunday to do it, Ron said. Hermione scowled. Now he was passing on his awful study habits to his sister. On the other hand, it did seem like Ginny had been overworking herself. Dean wants to do something fun tomorrow, Ginny said, hastily grabbing her things and stuffing them into her bag. Now it was Ron's turn to scowl. Does he know you're drowning in schoolwork? I'm not. Oh, sod off, his sister replied, irritated. Hermione wasn't paying much attention, however. Her eyes had fallen on the huge bags beneath Ginny's eyes, and then on the various essays and pieces of parchment that were scattered around her, waiting to be stuffed in the bag. Something was obviously not right with the youngest Weasley. Ginny, Ron's right. You should tell him. I'm sure he wouldn't have planned anything if he knew you were in trouble. I'm not in trouble, just a little behind, Hermione. It seemed that the fogginess brought on by her nap was wearing off, and her temper was coming back with a vengeance. You were in trouble. You got caught during patrols. What would have happened if somebody else had found you? Ron said hotly. He probably wouldn't have given me a lecture and acted like my mum, Ginny snapped. Before Ron could reply, Hermione interrupted. Fortunately, we found you. Ginny, are you sure you're all right? Ginny was rubbing her eyes, looking tired and something else Hermione couldn't put her finger on. Yeah, she replied, shoving more of her belongings into her book bag. If you're very behind, you know you can always come to me, Hermione said, hoping she sounded helpful. Ginny looked at her. Thanks, Hermione. I might be doing that. I'm not that behind anymore, though. Caught up on a lot tonight. What's this? Ron suddenly asked, holding up a bunch of parchment. They were essays, covered in the red ink teachers used to grade assignments. But even the reddest ink couldn't compare to the shade of Ginny had turned. He handed the stack over to Hermione, who looked at the parchments, then at the redhead before her. Are these Dean's old assignments? Ron gaped at his sister, and Hermione was sure she looked just as dumbfounded as he. How could Ginny think that writing them over would be a good idea? Yeah, they are. He gave them to me. I didn't use them, though, she shrugged. What do you mean, you didn't use them? Why were they here, then? And why are you so behind if you just copy your homework? Hermione couldn't help being angry. Ginny had always been more rebellious than people seemed to think, but copying things straight from Dean hadn't seemed to be her style. Surely she must have seen that the overuse of red ink on the assignments weren't signs of work well done. Relax, Hermione. Ginny can't have used them. Fred and George told me that Charlie gave his first-year homework to them when they started here. Turns out the teachers change the questions every year. He looked down at his sister. Hermione couldn't tell if he was angry. It was too dark for her to see his ears, the telltale barometer of his mood. But you hoped they would help, she said. Yes, I did, and I didn't want to disappoint Dean either. Have you seen the amount of homework fifth years get? I think I can remember last year. Yeah, Ron answered sarcastically. Then he added, looking at one of the pieces in his hand, Blimey, your boyfriend isn't the cleverest, is he? Not only can't he spell Cruciatus right, he also gave you his homework from last year, thinking the teachers wouldn't have already thought of that about a million times. Shut up, Ron. At least he can call himself a boyfriend. You're too insensitive and clumsy to become one. That remark made Ron go red, but it stung Hermione too. Was Ginny only referring to Ron, or was she specifically hinting at the both of them? If being a boyfriend means becoming so insensitive that I would let the girl study into the middle of the night just to be able to snog her all the next day, then I wouldn't even want to be one. Hermione didn't know what to do. Ginny looked about ready to hex Ron for that statement, but she saw that Ron's hand was already on his wand. Then, quite suddenly and to her surprise, Ginny deflated. Whatever, Ron. She grabbed her bag and almost ran out of the classroom. Ron glanced at Hermione, dumbfounded, but she refused to meet his eyes. She wasn't sure who had been the less sensitive of the two of them. Sighing, she shook her head. Let's go. With a wave of her wand, she extinguished the candles, but was too deep in thought to appreciate her use of nonverbal magic. Ron followed her out of the classroom. Hermione. Don't. She interrupted him. They walked through the quiet castle in complete silence, but inside her head, voices were screaming. Sure, Ginny had been rude, but Ron had almost forced it with his uncharitable comments about Dean. But he had been right. Dean was stupid if he would think something like that would have worked. On the other hand, she didn't know it either. Did Ron think she was stupid too? Was Dean really that desperate for Ginny's keys? And Ginny could always have said no to Dean, or at least been nicer to Ron when he had made such a remark about it. Her head hurt when they arrived at the fat lady. She gave the password and turned to enter, but Ron took her arm. Hermione. He tried again. Apologize to Ginny. She's far too stubborn to start making apologies, but if you start, I'm sure she will apologize too, she interrupted him. She suddenly felt very tired. She climbed through the portrait. Ron followed. Are you mad? He asked. No, just shocked. I didn't know you two could be so awful, she answered. But Dean is acting like a boyfriend, which is what he is, and you were acting like her brother, which is what you are, she interrupted again. As long as he's dating Ginny, you won't like him. Even if those essays hadn't been his, and he wasn't the reason Ginny was out after curfew doing homework, you still would have managed to say it's his fault. Ginny should have never reacted so harshly, though. She should have never listened to you in the first place. Ron looked at her. Thanks, he said quietly. Just promise me you'll make up. You have to accept the fact that Ginny is growing up. It's her own responsibility to sleep, eat and finish her homework. Not yours. And I never want to give such motherly advice to you again, she added, already smiling slightly despite herself. Staying mad at Ron was almost impossible. She's just so. Ron couldn't find the right word for it. Stubborn. Hermione tried. Yeah, a lot of people have problems with that, she said softly. I mean, I just know that bloke isn't any good for her. Hell, even she realized it tonight. And yet she takes it out on me. You were being insensitive, could have said it more gently. I suppose, he grumbled a bit ashamed. Hermione looked around and saw that the common room was deserted. A glance at her watch told her that it was almost midnight, and she suspected that Harry had already gone to bed. I don't know if Harry's already gone up, but I'm too tired to stay up and check. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to hear what happened. I'm going to bed, she stated. Good night. Good night, Ron said. Hermione expected him to turn around and walk over to the boys' stairs, but instead he leaned in her direction, suddenly coming very close. Hermione held her breath. Was he really going to do what she thought he was going to do? But then she suddenly felt two long arms wrap around her in a huge hug. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but her heart fluttered nonetheless. He then walked out of the room, as if it had been the most normal thing to do. Hermione, still a bit lightheaded and dizzy, walked up the staircase. She actually wanted to lie down and think of nothing else but that hug, but she knew she also had to take care of something. Taking the fifth door instead of the sixth, she entered the bedroom that was exactly the same as hers, but belonged to the fifth years. "Ginny, I know you're still awake." She heard some mumbled curses coming from the bed at her right. The curtains were being opened and Ginny, already in her pajamas, sat upright on the blankets, looking anything but sleepy. "What?" the girl asked a bit rudely. "Come on, I want to talk." Ginny climbed out her bed and followed Hermione out of dormitories, into the common room. There, she sat them down on the squashy couch nearest the fire. "Ginny, what happened back there? You saw how my brother was being his usual prattish self. I think you should have known that attitude by now." "Oh, stop it, we both know Ron had a valid point. What were you thinking, doing your homework in a forbidden classroom in the middle of the night?" "I was thinking, what would scare my brother and his future bride to be the most? Let's sit in a forbidden classroom in the middle of the night, while I try to finish my homework. It's not as if I thought I would be falling asleep, considering how well I've been sleeping lately." Hermione knew that letting Ginny rant for a bit would make her open up later. Still, the sarcastic and harsh remarks stung her a bit. "Not sleeping?" she asked, focusing on this new information. "Yeah, not sleeping. As in, insomnia. As in, dreaming and waking up in the middle of the night, panting, sweating. As in, not wanting to go to bed anymore because of the nightmares. As in, wishing there was a spell to get rid of the dreams about Tom Riddle springing out of a diary. That sort of, not sleeping." She glared at Hermione for a moment, then deflated. "Do you want to talk about it?" The girl in front of her nodded. Hermione took a deep breath. It seemed as if for now the motherly advice would have to stay a little longer. She hated when Hermione did that. The girl had obviously spent too much time with her family. She knew exactly how she had to get Ginny to talk. But, realizing that fighting against it would be rather useless, she nodded, and started to speak. "Remember I told you about how I had nightmares when I was in my second year, but that Professor Lupin helped me get rid of them?" Hermione nodded. "Well, this week they came back. I've tried everything, but the fact remains that ever since last Monday, I've been waking up in the middle of the night, panting, sweating and terrified," she said. Her voice was quieter than it had been. She looked up to see that Hermione was no longer sitting across from her, but moved over to sit next to her. "Susie actually woke me up yesterday. She said that she had heard me screaming. It was the second this week." Hermione nodded, and put an arm around her. "What did Professor Lupin say?" Hermione asked, frowning. "I don't know anymore. He said that I had to clear my mind. Think about nothing. But he mostly talked to me, about how it wasn't my fault and that sort of stuff. I don't know, somehow, it helped and the dreams went away." "Is there something bothering you at the moment? You're obviously stressed about your homework," Hermione said disapprovingly. "Evelyn was acting all weird last week. I found out last night what's bothering her. Her house got destroyed by giants this summer and now her mum actually doesn't want her here anymore. But I don't see how Evelyn's misery is affecting me so much." They were both quiet for a while. Ginny saw that Hermione was a bit shocked by the Evelyn news. Feeling a bit guilty about it, perhaps, Hermione suggested after a while. "I suppose I could have written a letter, or paid more attention to her." "Ginny," Hermione said sternly, "she could have also contacted you. The responsibility goes both ways. She felt I was too busy for her to bother me. Do I really give that impression?" "Well, I suppose you could write more, but that's just got something to do with your first year, and Evelyn knows that you have problems with that," Hermione pondered. "But you just said you guys made up yesterday. Why can you still not sleep properly?" Ginny shrugged. I suppose that was the homework stress. I just didn't know it would be so much in your 5th year. Yes, she continued when Ginny nodded. Harry and Ron had the same problem the first 2 weeks. Just try to keep up, or ask for help when you don't understand it. Trust me, you just have to get accustomed to it. Ginny nodded again, not sure how to take that advice. What worked for Hermione probably wouldn't work for her. What are your most difficult subjects? Herbology and ancient runes. I'm not a star in herbology myself either. You could ask Neville for help on that. That would be nice, Ginny said, feeling more relaxed at the thought of some guidance. And for ancient runes you can always ask me. I would like to help you out. It'll help me review last year. Ginny felt the muscles in her neck relax a bit. It sometimes was rather nice to have a bossy friend with a love for doing homework. What do you have to finish before Monday? 2 assignments that aren't hard, but then there's a Muggle Studies essay I have to do some research for. I can help you with that, too, she suggested, but Ginny bowed her head. I was supposed to meet Dean tomorrow. It didn't seem fair to Hermione that she still wanted to do something fun tomorrow, while Hermione was planning and helping her so much. Well, ask if you could do something late in the afternoon. If you get some sleep now and don't sleep in too late in bed tomorrow, you might even be able to finish before lunch. I think I'll do that. Thanks, Hermione. A silence fell. Ginny wanted to apologize to Hermione for what had happened with Ron, but was too ashamed to say anything. Hermione still had some of Dean's essay in her hand. What are you going to do with those? She asked quietly. Will Dean get annoyed if you don't return them? Ginny shrugged. I don't think I care. Those things have caused me too much trouble to be bothered about what Dean might say when he doesn't get them back. Hermione, though it looked like it took her a lot of effort, nodded and then threw the papers into the fire where they slowly burned, crumpling into little black pieces. Her expression suggested burning homework, no matter whose, was not something she ever wanted to do. Sorry about tonight, Ginny said, turning her eyes from the flames and back to Hermione's face. Hermione shrugged. You're both too temperamental for your own good. Just apologize to him tomorrow. He can't help being your brother. Sometimes he forgets that you're old enough to take care of yourself. Yeah, well, he was right tonight, wasn't he? I would have been worried if he had fallen asleep on that table. Hermione nodded. Both of the girls looked at each other and a silence fell again. Ginny felt relieved, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She just needed to know one little thing to be completely relaxed and ready to go to bed. Is Harry still using that potions book? Hermione frowned immediately and nodded. I don't think it's hexed, though. The writer was obviously dodgy, but isn't locked up in that book or asking Harry to commit his soul to the pages. Try not to worry about that, Ginny. Harry has enough other people watching him closely to find out if it's a trap, without you worrying too. With that, the other girl stood up and bade her good night. Ginny wondered if she could ever make such a good mother as Hermione had been tonight. It was a strange experience for Ginny when, the next day, her brother walked straight up to her and apologized, although she was quite sure Hermione had to do something with that too. She had her homework finished by 2 o'clock the next day, and her relief was compounded by the nightmare-free night she'd had. She and Dean decided to go to the pitch that afternoon. Neither of them knew when Harry was going to hold tryouts, but she hoped it would be soon. To her surprise, Dean had announced his intention to try for Chaser. Ginny had never seen him fly, or express any more interest in Quidditch than the average wizard, but after an afternoon on the pitch, she could see that Dean was actually pretty good. He needed some improvement, and she knew that if she tried, she could outfly him, but he definitely had a chance. She hoped he would be on the Quidditch team. It was nice to know that at least one of the other chasers would like her a lot. After 2 hours, it started to rain and they decided to go back. Hand in hand, they walked through the corridors, taking a shortcut on the 2nd floor. Then Dean suddenly halted. Ginny wasn't sure what was going on, but as she opened her mouth to ask what he was doing, she felt his lips on hers, and they stumbled to the nearest corner. She hadn't keyed Dean this fiercely in a long time, and was suddenly quite aware of how much she had missed it. Her hands traveled automatically to his hair and, judging by the way he was keying her back, he'd missed it too. Pulling away for air, though it seemed like a really unnecessary thing at the moment. She stared at him. "Hi," he said softly. "Hi," she whispered. It seemed that there were a few more reasons for her to want Dean on the Quidditch team. Getting more of these stolen moments with him wouldn't be a waste. The week seemed to rush by, and with the tips from Hermione and Neville, Ginny felt most of the stress she'd been feeling evaporate. Harry had scheduled the tryouts for the upcoming Saturday, and Ginny had skipped lunch to practice. She was already pretty confident that she would make the team, but it was still fun to fly and she had really missed it over the summer. Of course she had snuck out occasionally, but it seemed that as the war intensified, her mother somehow grew extra eyes and was everywhere at once. On her way back from practice, she ran into Professor Slughorn. "Oh ho, if it isn't young Miss Weasley." "Hello, Professor," she answered politely. "I didn't know you liked to fly. Are you any good?" "I'm all right," she said, not wanting to sound arrogant. "Of course you are. By the by, I'm having a little gathering tomorrow evening, in my office. Care to join me and some other guests?" Ginny would have gladly said no. She expected that the gathering would contain a lot of the same people from the train, and she really didn't want to spend her free evening with such people if she could avoid it. But how could she turn him down politely? When he saw that she was hesitating, he answered for her. "I'm expecting you. If you like flying and Quidditch so much, I have a rather interesting story about Gwenog Jones. I'm sure I could introduce you to her someday. But we're starting around 8. I hope I shall see you." Okay, see you then, sir," Ginny said. She had to give the man credit for persuading. She wasn't even sure she had said yes at all. The Quidditch tryouts for the Gryffindor team started at 10 o'clock that following morning, and she and Dean walked hand in hand to the pitch. When they arrived, Ginny thought she was still dreaming. Her eyes widened in surprise when she overlooked the scene. It seemed as if the whole house had suddenly fallen in love with Quidditch. There were people who had brought their own brooms and looked quite serious about wanting to try out, but there were more people who seemed like they didn't belong on the pitch at all. Some first years looked as if they had never seen a broom in the first place, and were all grouping around one curiously, poking it as if it was a strange plant. Then there were some Ravenclaws, who were applying their makeup as though preparing for a beauty contest. A group of Hufflepuff girls seemed to be skipping frantically through some books about flying, while at the other side of the pitch, some third years were fighting for the last school brooms. "Blimey," Dean said next to her, "I didn't know Quidditch tryouts were this popular." "I don't think Quidditch is, Dean. I think it has more to do with the Quidditch captain." Harry was standing and talking to McLaggen, who seemed to be trying to talk his way onto the team. Harry brushed him off, and yelled at everyone to gather around. He had a whistle on his neck, and seemed rather surprised that so many people had attended. Ginny saw that Hermione was taking her place in the stands, and when the girl noticed she was looking in her direction, she signaled a thumbs up. "Right, well, welcome to the Quidditch tryouts. I'd like to start with a basic test. Could you all divide up in groups of 10 and stand over there, please?" He spoke in the same tone as he'd used with the DA last year. Hesitant, but determined, she was suddenly very sure that McGonagall couldn't have chosen anyone better for captain this year. Ginny and Dean were grouped with Seamus, Katie Bell, and Demelza Robbins, a fourth year whom Ginny remembered vaguely as being nice to her when she had dropped some scene in the corridor by accident. The rest of their 10 contained the annoying Ravenclaws she had spotted before. They got marked as the 6th group, and sat in the grass at the sidelines while they waited for their turn. Ginny saw that although there were many people, there weren't many to compete against. Most of the people who normally wouldn't show up had come, and it was clear to her that the first group, which contained the first years Ginny seen poking a broom, had indeed never flown before. One boy was so surprised he managed to get the broom in the air that he immediately crashed, and many real fans of Quidditch had to swallow a lump in their throats when they saw the remains of what had been such a fine school broom. Next, Ginny recognized Romilda Vane and some of her cronies in the second group. It seemed that they were all quite nervous, but not for Quidditch. Their nerves were apparently related to Harry. Ginny sighed. At least she had had a crush on Harry when he hadn't been famous in school and people were avoiding him because they thought he was the heir of Slytherin. Which, ironically, she had been. When he blew his whistle, one of the girls made a remark, and before anyone could blink, all the girls had dissolved into fits of the giggles. Harry asked them to leave the pitch and they didn't seem unhappy about that at all. Enthusiastic that he had spoken to them at all, they sat in the stands. Ginny's eye found Hermione, sitting near McLaggen and scowling. When she waved, the other girl didn't wave back. "What's wrong with her?" Dean asked, following her gaze. "Oh, probably sulking that this is going to take a while and she's realized she ought to have brought a book," she joked. Next, the third group was all second years. Ginny saw that they were looking just as insecure as the first years, but at least they managed to stay in the air. That was, until one of them halted in midair, and 2 or 3 who were following all piled up behind him. Harry was massaging his temples. She glanced at her watch. Already an hour had passed. If the other groups took as long as these first few, she might be able to skip Slughorn's party after all. By the week after Ginny's meltdown, Hermione had mastered several nonverbal spells. At least that was something she could still beat Harry in. Both of the boys seemed to have great difficulties with it, and she tried to help them, but so far, neither of them had really succeeded. It had been shocking to see how much Ginny had panicked over her workload, but telling her 6th year was easier would have been a downright lie, though they wouldn't have any WTs at the end of the year. It seemed as if the teachers had wanted her to have it now. She could barely finish her essay for extra credit the upcoming week, and saw that Ron and Harry were also almost drowning in their own workload. Harry had told them both exactly what he and Dumbledore had done the previous evening. Hermione had been so curious about everything that she had forgotten to tell Harry about everything that had happened, but in hindsight was glad she hadn't said anything. Ginny probably didn't want everyone knowing about her breakdown. She should have guessed that Dumbledore was giving Harry information about Voldemort's past. It would probably be the key to his downfall, and it was always helpful to know things about the enemy. She was flattered to hear that Dumbledore trusted them enough to be told about what Harry was learning, but she wasn't sure she could keep this information from Ginny. She knew Ginny had a pretty shrewd idea about the contents of the prophecy, and that it wasn't as wrong as she and Ron had claimed it was. The girl was quite good at figuring things out, but Hermione knew that this had to stay a secret. She wasn't too worried, though. It wasn't as if she talked much about Harry with the Weasley girl. Ginny always seemed to be a bit flustered, probably still embarrassed about her crush. The person she was worried about was Hagrid. He hadn't attended any meals since the first week, and when they saw him in the corridors, he didn't return their greetings, pretending that he hadn't heard them. The next Saturday, she talked about it with Ron and Harry. "We've got to go and explain," she said during breakfast. "We've got Quidditch tryouts this morning," said Ron, "and we're supposed to be practicing that Aguamendi charm from Flitwick. Anyway, explain what? How are we going to tell him we hated his stupid subject?" "We didn't hate it," said Hermione, though she did know what Ron meant. "Speak for yourself." "I haven't forgotten the Scroots," said Ron darkly. "And I'm telling you now, we've had a narrow escape. You didn't hear him going on about his gormless brother. We'd have been teaching Grop how to tie his shoelaces if we'd stayed." She could tell Ron wasn't in the mood to talk, but she really didn't want Hagrid to go on ignoring them. Just because they were no longer taking his class didn't mean he wasn't their friend. "I hate not talking to Hagrid." "We'll go down after Quidditch," Harry assured her. "But trials might take all morning, the number of people who have applied." Hermione heard a nervous tone in his voice and she looked up as he said, "I dunno why the team's this popular all of a sudden." That surprised her. Was Harry serious? But then, Ron looked surprised too. Really? Didn't boys gossip at all? When Hermione had gone to the toilets the day before, she had been caught by at least 3 4th years, all of whom wanted to know what Harry's favorite food was, what his zodiac sign was, and if his eyes were more emerald green or grass green. "Oh, come on, Harry," she replied. "It's not Quidditch that's popular, it's you. You've never been more interesting, and frankly, you've never been more fanciable." Harry's jaw dropped. Ron choked on a bit of his food, and Hermione looked at him, slightly annoyed, before turning back to Harry. "Everyone knows you've been telling the truth now, don't they?" The whole wizarding world has had to admit that you were right about Voldemort being back and that you really have fought him twice in the last 2 years and escaped both times. And now they're calling you the Chosen One. Well, come on, can't you see why people are fascinated by you? Harry was looking around as though the Great Hall had suddenly become far too small. Hermione was amazed that Harry had been so oblivious, but then again, it had been normal for him to hear whispers when he walked by. Only now, the whispers were all admiring and positive. She went on, quoting a fifth-year Ravenclaw almost verbatim. And you've been through all that persecution from the Ministry when they were trying to make out you were unstable and a liar. You can still see the marks on the back of your hand where that evil woman made you write with your own blood, but you stuck to your story anyway. Ron interrupted her. You can still see where those brains got hold of me in the Ministry. Look, he said, rolling back his sleeves. Hermione didn't want to look. She knew they were there and didn't want to be reminded of what had happened in May. And it doesn't hurt that you've grown about a foot over the summer either, she finished. I'm tall, said Ron, apropos of nothing. She smiled at him, but Ron was already distracted. The post owls had arrived. Hermione had noticed that Lavender and Parvati weren't speaking much to her anymore. They never had been on close terms, but now it seemed that every time she entered the dormitory, their conversations would break off in mid-sentence. Hermione didn't much care that they were ignoring her. What worried her more were the glances Lavender had been throwing Ron the whole week, and the way she fluttered her eyelashes every time she walked by Harry and Ron. Somehow, Hermione had the weird feeling that Lavender was one of the only girls in the school who was fluttering her lashes not at Harry, but at the boy walking next to him. It made her rather uneasy. She had never had competition over Ron, and wasn't sure how to react to it. It was also very unnerving that she didn't know what she and Ron were at the moment. Friends. Or did he really like her back? He didn't seem to know either, and she really couldn't have Lavender putting pressure on that. When they walked to the Quidditch pitch for the tryouts that morning, it happened again. Parvati nudged Lavender when they walked by, and she looked up and smiled broadly at Ron. To her surprise, Ron smiled unsurely back, but then found some confidence as he walked off with his broom over his shoulder, almost strutting. Harry had noticed too, but he merely looked amused. She was suddenly very annoyed and would rather have walked back to read a book instead of watching those two buffoons playing Quidditch. Boys were stupid, and girls who liked the boy one liked weren't on her favorites list either. Ginny could tell by Harry's voice that he was thoroughly annoyed. She really couldn't blame him. The fourth group had come without broomsticks. The group that had been sitting beside Ginny jumped up, and walked to the pitch. What do you think you're doing here? Harry asked a fourth-year boy, who was wearing a Hufflepuff tie. Trying out, the boy asked. Hand up if you're a Gryffindor, Harry demanded. All the hands stayed down. If there's anyone else here who's not from Gryffindor, roared Harry in the direction of the other people who had come, leave now, please. Ginny looked at the Ravenclaws in her group, who had been fussing over Harry's horoscope half an hour ago, and were now braiding each other's hair. They were all quiet for a moment, and glanced nervously, until one of the girls nodded and stood up. I'm glad we don't have to actually fly, one of them squeaked, and the rest snorted with laughter when they left the field. Ginny rolled her eyes and saw Dean grin. She knew he had been overwhelmed by the amount of competition, but now that the fifth group in a row had been dismissed, he seemed to be more confident. Next, Harry bellowed at them. Ginny stood up, and stretched. It was time to fly a bit. Where's the rest of the group? He asked, looking them over. That were the Ravenclaws you just shooed away, she explained. Harry looked at her, and Ginny thought she could see a flicker of a smile playing around his lips. All right, take one lap around the pitch on your brooms and then come back and tell me which position you're trying out for. All of them nodded and mounted their brooms, but they seemed to be waiting for a signal from Harry before starting. Ginny, realizing Harry wasn't going to say anything, kicked off. Coming, she yelled at Dean when she was 10 feet up in the air. Dean also kicked off, but before he reached Ginny, she had started her lap. When she landed, Harry was nodding approvingly at her. I guess that makes me the first to do a decent lap, doesn't it? She asked. Don't start about it, he said a bit darkly, but then grinned, rolling his eyes. Anyway, What position do you want? Seeker's already taken, he said, still smiling. Can't give you your old position. Never mind, I didn't like seeking that much. I only did it because someone was stupid enough to get banned from Quidditch, she replied. Harry laughed. I'm trying for chaser. He scribbled it on the parchment, as the rest of the group landed and walked over. He noted what they wanted to be, and then nodded to an empty place at his left. Please sit there and wait until I've seen the others. After that, he walked away. You fly really well, Ginny, Seamus said. Thanks. You could have waited, though, Dean said more quietly. Now it looks like the rest of us weren't that good. Of course not. And anyway, it wasn't as if Harry was really looking that closely. He's just trying to separate the non-flyers from the people that are seriously applying, she explained, but that didn't seem to make Dean feel any better. There were 5 more groups left to fly around above the pitch, and by the time they were finished, the place for the serious applicants had become quite crowded. About 15 people were trying out for the chasers, about 18 for the 2 beating positions, and 7 were standing in a group for keeper, among them her brother, who was looking fairly green. The chasers were to go first. In groups of 5, they had to catch the quaffles Harry threw at them. Dean was put in the first group, and did pretty well, though he dropped one almost at the end. Ginny was placed in the second group. When she kicked off, and caught the first quaffle Harry threw, she felt that this would be her lucky day. She really wanted to be chosen. Seamus was also in the second group, but he wasn't that good. He dropped the quaffle about 3 times, and Harry hadn't thrown the quaffle with much effort, as he had with her and Katie, who had also caught everything. When the last group had been up in the air, Harry landed and walked up to them. Okay, you, and you, he pointed at Ginny, please stand over there. The rest of you guys, I'm sorry, but you aren't selected. Please leave the field. Some of the would-be chasers looked pretty angry at Harry, but he didn't seem to notice. The hesitation in his voice was gone and he really looked as if he knew what he was doing. She glanced around to see that the group of chasers now included Katie, Demelza, Dean, a 4th year she vaguely thought was named Mark, and herself. Only 2 more people would be eliminated. Okay, I need to see all of you aim and score. So if you could fly up one at a time, and throw the quaffle through the hoops on the left, that would be great. I'm going to release the bludgers too, but there aren't any beaters around, so it really comes down on avoiding them. In the meantime, I will try to be the opposing chaser. Does everyone know what he or she has to do? He looked around, and Ginny nodded. Great, okay. Dean, you're first. Dean climbed his broom and shot Ginny a glance. Good luck, she said. Dean needed more than good luck. Harry proved immediately to the people on the ground that he wouldn't make it easy for his future chasers, and Dean had let the quaffle fall and been hit by a bludger within a minute after he had kicked off. It was rather painful for Ginny to see him doing so poorly, but eventually, Dean scored once, though Harry didn't seem to make the actual scoring very difficult. You did pretty well, Dean. She lied when he landed. It's harder than I thought, he said, rubbing his shoulder where the bludger had hit him. Demelza Robbins, you're next. Harry yelled from above them. I'm curious to see how you do, it's pretty hard. Dean said. Ginny knew he had meant well with that remark, but felt a pang of annoyance. The fact that he had barely managed to stay on his broom didn't mean it was hard. In fact, it was more likely to mean he wasn't good enough. She knew that she was being unreasonable, and looked up at Demelza, who had just scored for the first time. The audience clapped. She glanced at Dean next to her, and noticed that he was looking anywhere except at Demelza, who was already doing better than Dean, in the few seconds she had been up. But no matter how much Ginny hoped that Dean would make the team, it was no use. When her name was called last and she walked over to the pitch, she knew that each of the other 3 applicants had flown much better than Dean. A whistle was audible, and she looked up to where Harry was hovering. Coming, Ginny, or are you just as bad at chasing as you were at seeking this summer in the garden? She stuck out her tongue, and Harry grinned, as he always did when he flew. Ginny kicked off the ground and flew up to his level. Harry was going to be sorry for that comment. Yeah, I know there is just not enough Ginny-Harry interaction. I had this whole sarcastic dialogue written out for them, but then I decided I should save that for when they really are together. Unfortunately for you guys, that won't happen for a lot of chapters. Winking face. I hoped you could still appreciate this piece. Hermione really didn't enjoy herself. It was raining lightly and she was sitting next to the most irritating boy she had ever met. She had hoped that McLaggen would leave and find someone else to annoy after he proved he could fly around the pitch, but apparently he hadn't picked up on her irritation, because he came back and sat in the same spot when the tryouts for the Chasers began. Hermione could not remember why she had agreed to come and watch this in the first place. She was already kicking herself mentally for forgetting to bring a book, and now she was too busy letting McLaggen know that she really wasn't interested in his analysis of the last Harpies match to watch much of what was going on. However, when the tryouts for the Chasers started, Hermione looked up. She saw that Ginny was still in the race, and beamed. The girl would obviously make the team. Even she could see that Ginny was in her element today and far superior to some of the other people still in the race. McLaggen seemed to have followed her gaze. Oh, the Weasley girl is still in. That's strange. I ought to have a word with Potter about that, once I'm in. What do you mean, strange? Hermione snapped. She didn't even look at McLaggen, but towards Lavender, who was waving merrily at Ron. Well, she obviously doesn't fly that well. Look how she is holding her hands on that broom. And her feet are also dangling too much. She has to keep them steadier in the air, else she'll lose her balance. Hermione didn't answer. She didn't know if Cormac was right, but knew that all Ginny's brothers had been in awe of her flying skills this summer. She had even given Harry a run for his money. If he hadn't had a better broom, Ginny would likely have outflown him multiple times. Of course you might not be able to see it. It takes some Quidditch experience to really notice those things, he added. Hermione still didn't answer. She was fuming, and wondered how long it would take her before she would blow up. She kept her eyes fixed on her red-haired friend, who was speeding up in the air, blocking Harry and laughing. Even from here, Hermione could see that Harry was impressed again by Ginny's talent. She looked at Ron. His hair was standing up against the wind, and though he was a bit pale, he somehow looked taller, standing there with his broom on his shoulder. She waved at him, and Ron put his hand up. Oh, I forgot, you're friends with the other Weasley, right? Does he think he stands a chance today? What do you mean? She asked angrily. Well, you saw him fly last year. He's really not that good, is he? Didn't you see his last match? She replied haughtily, not wanting to admit that she herself actually hadn't. Oh, I suppose he had some luck in the final, yeah, Cormac said arrogantly. But I still would have outflown him. I mean, he's got the same problem as his sister. He nodded towards Ginny. His hands are always in the wrong position. You aren't stable that way. Anyway, he can improve his technique this year with all the free time he will get. No way will he beat me in keeping. Hermione tried to ignore him, she really did, but this boy was driving her crazy. At least Malfoy knew they didn't like him and stayed out of their way. How could this boy ever be considered a Gryffindor? Arrogance and foolhardiness were apparently the other side of bravery. The audience clapped again when Ginny scored for the fourth time. Aren't they living on some sort of farm? What's it called? The Nest. The Burrow, she replied coldly. And it's not a farm, it's a house held up by magic. I think it's great. Sure, whatever, McLaggen said. Oh, I have to go. A friend of mine is applying for Beater. I said I would wish him luck before he flies again. See you around. With that, McLaggen stood up. Hermione sighed in relief. She was sure that if he hadn't left, his next comment would have earned him a hex. She really had to ask Ginny how you could improve a bad bogey hex. That would have been just the right hex to deflate that ego. Ginny scored again. Was that her 6th or 7th goal? A Ravenclaw next to her asked her friend. Hermione smiled. I don't know. She will definitely make the team. Have you seen any flaws? No, I wish I could be on the team, though. Harry's great. Yeah, he's such a good flyer, the other girl replied in awe. Hermione stared at the girls. She knew that Harry was popular, but this was downright ridiculous. Since when was her friend able to turn girls into spineless puddings? Had she missed something? Then again, she thought, as she looked over at Lavender and scowled at her for merely existing. Since when was Ron able to do that with people other than me? Score. She heard herself scream, when for the 16th time the ball flew through one of the hoops Harry had been defending. What did you say about not being able to chase? Harry shook his head and grinned. He dived to grab the quaffle that was now soaring to the ground, but Ginny had a better idea. Avoiding a bludger, though just barely, she still had to work on that. She dived as well. Right under her captain-to-be's nose, she grabbed the quaffle, soared up, and threw it into the hoops again. Okay, you win, Harry said, when he heard the people in the stands laugh and clap. So I'm in? She asked enthusiastically. She hadn't felt this alive in a long time. I haven't said that, he said hastily, scanning for people who might have heard. But you are, he quietly said when she followed him to the ground to land. She grinned. Thanks. You're doing great, by the way. They landed, and Ginny walked back with him to the others. As a chaser? He laughed. Please, that's a downright lie, since you just scored 17 times under my nose. I meant as a captain, she said more seriously. Oh, Harry replied, and seemed pleased with her compliment. Thanks. Katie, Demelza and Ginny, he said, when they had gathered around him, you're in. You need some improving, but you all fly really well. Dean and Mark, I'm sorry, but for now, I can't give you a spot on the team. You were both really good though. I'd like to keep you as a reserve for when one of the other ones fall out. Ginny glanced at Dean, who looked disappointed, but nodded. He turned around and walked off the field. Ginny wanted to go after him. Even though she knew that Harry had been right in not selecting Dean, she felt bad for him. However, Katie grabbed her wrist before she could do so. Wait, Ginny. We have to help with keeper tryouts in a few minutes. When are they? After the beaters? Demelza asked. Katie nodded. Ginny was suddenly distracted by some yelling. Mark was apparently having a far harder time accepting that he hadn't been chosen than Dean had. I scored at least 2 times more than Demelza, he said. His foot was stamping on the floor. Yes, but you were knocked off your broom by one of the bludgers and you're not aiming that well. I'm sorry, but if there had been a real keeper at the goals, you wouldn't have stood a chance, Harry replied calmly, turning around. Mark stomped off the field, soaring his Comet 260 at one of the goalposts, where it connected with a loud bang, and fell to the ground. Sore loser, Katie commented. I don't think Harry will use him as a reserve anymore. That should give Dean a better chance, Ginny. Yeah, I suppose so, she said, still staring at the broom. I think he broke some of the spells on that broom. That's going to cost him, Demelza said from over her shoulder. So no self-control and no broom either. That really does give Dean some chance of being the only reserve, Ginny said to Demelza. The other girls smiled. The tryouts for beating were much more intense than the chasers' selection had been. Harry had offered himself as bait. The 18 of them had to hit the bludgers in his direction. 8 of them were dismissed after that round. There appeared to be some sore losers in this group too, but since Harry remained in the air, talking to the 10 that made it through, he didn't have to deal with them. He then flew down, took some golf balls out of his bag, and threw them at the remaining beaters, who had to hit them back with their clubs. Since the balls were so small, this trial was much more difficult, and Harry couldn't avoid that 2 of the beaters flew into each other and that another beater got his teeth broken because his partner wasn't looking where he swung his bat. Watching them, Ginny found a new respect for Fred and George. She had always thought that hitting bludgers was easy, since they were attracted to the players anyway. Now that it was done by people other than the twins, it seemed to be more difficult than she had assumed. None of the applicants seemed as good as her twin brothers were last year, but Jimmy Peaks and Richie Coote were pretty decent and were selected. Carl Hankins, a boy from Guinea's year to whom she barely spoke, didn't agree with Harry's decision. With his wand raised, he stormed at the captain, demanding to know why he wasn't chosen. Seeing as he had been the one who had caused the broken teeth, Ginny thought he had some nerve to ask for an explanation at all. Harry was trying to shake him off, but when that didn't help, he threatened to hex Carl and the boy retreated. Ginny glanced at her watch. It was past noon. Knowing that she still had some homework to do, and a boyfriend to calm down, she hoped the keeper tryouts wouldn't take that long. She hoped Ron would make the team. During the holidays he always flew very well, and his last match had been great. She knew she wasn't the only one hoping he would make it. Harry suddenly looked very tense. But he wasn't going to make it easier for Ron. He just had to earn his place as she had. "Okay, Ginny, Katie, Demelza, over here please," Harry called. They walked over. "Now, I just want you to do the same as you did before, but I won't release the bludgers this time, so don't focus on dodging anything, just on your aim. We're letting them make 5 penalties each, and when there's a tie after that, we keep battling between the 2 or 3 keepers who have let nothing in. Everyone knows what they're doing." They all nodded. "Great. Katie, you're first. I don't care in which order you aim, Ginny, but I don't want you aiming twice on your brother. People might complain afterwards you went easy on him." "I would never do that," she said loudly. "I know, but they don't," he said, and walked towards the keepers, standing at the goalposts. For a split second, Ginny wondered if Harry wouldn't let her go up against Ron twice because she had scored the best of them all in the chaser selections, but immediately threw that idea away. She mounted her broom and followed Katie into the air. The tryouts for keeper had started, and Hermione suddenly couldn't help but feel nervous. Was McLaggen really that good, or was it just his oversized ego talking? Well, they were about to find out. Ron stood by the goalposts, next to McLaggen, who looked more confident than ever. A wave of disgust flooded over her. Ron clearly wanted to be next, but for some reason, Harry called, "McLaggen, you're next." The 7th year mounted his broom, and Hermione saw to her annoyance that he did fly pretty well, but though he was holding his broom differently, she didn't think he looked any more balanced than Ron or Ginny. She cursed when he saved the first attempt, thrown by Demelza. Ginny was next, though. She mostly threw with effect. He probably couldn't save one of hers. Except that he did. Damn. His annoying words were still ringing in her head. Oh, the Weasley girl is still in it, then? Strange. For just a moment, she could see why Harry, Ron and Ginny liked the game so much and were so competitive about it. She had always liked to watch when one of her friends was playing, but only to be moral support, not because she thought that Gryffindor's honor would be harmed if they lost or something. However, now she was quite convinced that Gryffindor's honor would be completely eliminated if Cormac McLaggen was allowed to make the team. She hoped with all her heart that Katie would score the next attempt and that the annoying grin on McLaggen's face would vanish as though charmed away. Except that it didn't. The great windbag had now saved 3 goals. "Oh, I forgot, you're friends with him, right? Does he think he stands a chance today?" She looked at Ron, who seemed to deflate more and more with every goal McLaggen saved. Demelza was up next again. Hermione almost didn't want to watch. "Well, you've seen him fly last year. He's really not that good, is he?" McLaggen saved again. "Anyway, he can improve his technique this year, because of all the free time he will get. No way will he beat me in keeping." That was it. She had to do something. For once, it didn't matter that she was cheating, or breaking a good many rules, or being completely unkind and unfair to that fathead. She just had to do something. She remembered how she had ridiculed Ron for worrying about making the team. There was no way he wouldn't make the team. She simply would not stand for it. She saw that Ginny was up next, and was about to take the quaffle from Demelza. Surreptitiously, she pointed her wand at McLaggen's head, hoping with all her being that it would work. The Confundus charm wasn't easy and non-verbally, so people couldn't accuse her it was even more difficult. However, Ginny was taking her time, as if she knew she had to wait just a moment. When Harry's whistle blew out of impatience, she finally went ahead. Hermione couldn't bear to watch and closed her eyes. What did he do? Is he blind all of a sudden? It was perfectly clear that Weasley was aiming left. I don't know. Maybe he thought it would be a trick. I mean, she nearly got him on the last one. Hermione grinned, but got serious again when she saw how Ron looked. He still had to save 5 goals, and Hermione couldn't help him with that. She wouldn't want to hex Demelza or Katie, and especially not Ginny. Hermione opened her mouth to yell something encouraging towards the little figure at the pitch, but someone else had already done it for her. Lavender was sitting a few rows below her, screaming, "Good luck," and waving at Ron. Hermione bit her lip in annoyance. That girl, she could never admit to anyone that she had been the one loyal enough Ron's opponent, and yet Lavender was getting his attention by screaming good luck, and giggling and batting her eyelashes and generally being her pathetic self. She could feel the anger welling up inside her, and turned her attention back to Ron, who was now up in the air. He saved the one from Katie, from Demelza, from Ginny, though Hermione had been sure for one moment that he would miss it and let it go through. She was sure that if he had, there would have been a new fight between those two, from Demelza and, yes, he saved the last one coming from Katie too. Feeling more happy than she had the entire morning, Hermione ran out of the stands onto the field. She saw that Harry had to contain his happiness too, especially since McLaggen was standing next to him and was now demanding a position on the team. He brushed him off though, turning around to congratulate his new team. "You flew really well. You did brilliantly, Ron." Hermione interrupted Harry's speech and ran over. Ron looked extremely happy and pleased with himself. Hermione hadn't seen him so confident in ages. He grinned at her and then turned back to Harry. "First full practice will be upcoming Thursday, on 7 o'clock. Bring your brooms and the flying skills every one of you showed today, and don't be late." Harry grinned. Hermione smiled at him. She had always known Harry would make a good leader. He had proved her right with the DA and now he was going to do it again as Quidditch captain. They said goodbye to the rest of the team, and walked over to Hagrid's as Harry had promised they would do that morning. It was already 1:30, and though Hermione was craving something to eat, she wanted to see her friend and talk with Ron about the tryouts on their way to the hut. "I thought I was going to miss that fourth penalty," Ron was babbling happily. "Tricky shot from Demelza, did you see? Had a bit of spin on it." Yes, you were magnificent," said Hermione amusedly. "I was better than that McLaggen anyway," said Ron in a highly satisfied voice. "Did you see him lumbering off in the wrong direction on his fifth? Looked like he'd been confounded." Hermione felt her face glow warm, and it had nothing to do with the weather. Ron didn't seem to notice it, but she felt Harry's gaze trained on her. He shot her a questioning look, but before she was forced to either reply or look away guiltily, Harry had seen Buckbeak standing near Hagrid's hut and was distracted. "I'm starving," Harry said later that day. Hermione didn't disagree with him. Hagrid had offered them rock cakes, and rather than be impolite they had accepted. Still, they knew better than to actually eat them. "And I've got that detention with Snape tonight. I haven't got much time for dinner." As they came into the castle they spotted Cormac McLaggen entering the Great Hall. It took him 2 attempts to get through the doors. He bounced off the frame on the first attempt. If she hadn't been the one hexing him, Hermione would have laughed, but now she realized that the spell might have been a bit too strong and she actually frowned. She nervously glanced at Harry and Ron. The latter snickered, and strode off proudly of his place in the team, into the Great Hall. She wanted to follow quickly, but Harry held her back. "What?" she said, hoping her expression was more innocent than it felt. "If you ask me," said Harry quietly, "McLaggen looks like he was confounded this morning. And he was standing right in front of where you were sitting." Hermione tried to stay calm, but could the blood creeping into her cheeks. Technically, Harry was wrong. She had only done it when he was already up in the air. But when Harry kept staring at her accusingly, she whispered, "Oh, all right then, I did it. But you should have heard the way he was talking about Ron and Ginny. Anyway, he's got a nasty temper. You saw how he reacted when he didn't get in. You wouldn't have wanted someone like that on the team," she added quickly. Harry looked at her with a mixture of awe and disapproval. After all, she had messed with a sport he held sacred. She suddenly understood how he and Ron must feel when she was telling them something about doing their homework or setting them schedules for revising. "No," said Harry. "No, I suppose that's true. But wasn't that dishonest, Hermione? I mean, you're a prefect, aren't you?" But now he was grinning at her, merely teasing and likely hoping to make her feel guilty. "Oh, be quiet," she snapped, as he smirked. "What are you two doing?" demanded Ron, reappearing in the doorway to the Great Hall and looking at them suspiciously. "Nothing," they said at the same time. Hermione threw a glance at Harry and knew he must be thinking the same thing she was. If they told Ron about what might have won his spot on the team, his self-esteem would reach new depths. Harry was looking hungrily at the food on their table, but before they reached it, Professor Slughorn blocked their path. Hermione heard Harry groan. Harry, just the man I was hoping to see," he boomed genially, fiddling with the ends of his walrus mustache and puffing out his enormous belly. I was hoping to catch you before dinner. What do you say to a spot of supper tonight in my rooms instead? He beamed around at them and continued to speak, but Hermione was much too tired to pay attention, and, of course, I hope very much that Miss Granger will favor me by coming too. Slughorn made her a little bow as he finished speaking, and Hermione felt her cheeks heat up again. She had clearly made an impression on her new professor, and couldn't help feeling rather interested in the prospect of a private supper. Harry, however. I can't come, Professor, he said at once. I've got a detention with Professor Snape. Oh dear, said Slughorn, his face falling. Dear, I was counting on you, Harry. Well, now, I'll just have to have a word with Severus and explain the situation. I'm sure I'll be able to persuade him to postpone your detention. Yes, I'll see you both later. He bustled away out of the hall. He's got no chance of persuading Snape, Harry said immediately. Oh, I wish you could come. I don't want to go on my own, she said, suddenly remembering that McLaggen would likely be there too. I doubt you'll be alone. Ginny'll probably be invited, Ron said, annoyed. Hermione wondered, maybe she actually persuade Ginny to come with her. Looking back, Hermione had to admit that the Slughorn dinner was interesting. Of course she had trouble convincing Ginny to go, and at the same time she had left Ron in a terrible mood, but nonetheless, Hermione was sure she wouldn't have liked to miss it. Ron had been right in assuming that Ginny was invited too, and though the people, mostly Slytherins or big-headed fools, hadn't been very entertaining, the food was good, and she had enjoyed talking with Slughorn and Melinda Bobbin, a fourth-year Ravenclaw. She had seemed rather shy at first, but had been a laugh when she actually got to know Ginny and Hermione. McLaggen had still seemed rather confused, and when he wasn't looking, she had muttered the counter curse. Ginny had seen it and had been rather shocked upon hearing the whole story. Really, Hermione, and you're telling me off for attempting to copy Dean's old homework? Hermione had blushed. When put that way, it did seem rather hypocritical that she had told Ginny off for that. He said some nasty things about you and Ron. Really, I'm sure you would have done the same if you had heard him. I probably did Harry a favor. Keep telling yourself that, Ginny had replied, obviously not believing her. No, really, Ginny. He said you lived on a farm, and made it sound as if you were all poor. We are, the girl said truthfully. Well, not very poor, and since Dad's promotion we're doing much better, but I've never had much allowance, or new things, she explained. Hermione had stared at her for a while, not sure how to react. She knew that when it came to money, Ron had always been rather touchy. She hadn't expected Ginny to be so blunt about it. Well, anyway, he was still rather rude. He said that you both flew awfully, and had the wrong technique and that you didn't deserve to be on the team. That finally got the reaction she had aimed for. Ginny turned to glare at McLaggen, who was at that point talking again about the time he and the minister hunted Nogtails and how he shot 32 of them. After a short silence between them which was filled by one of Slughorn's entertaining stories, Ginny whispered back. You like him that much, don't you? She obviously wasn't talking about McLaggen. Hermione felt her face grow red under the look Ginny was now giving her, and it seemed that the temperature in the room had suddenly increased several degrees. How could one simple question made her feel so flustered? If it had been anyone else asking it, she was sure she could have brushed it off. Ginny was taking her blush as a yes, and said softly, in that straightforward tone Hermione was used to from her. Look, what you see in him, I obviously don't, since he's one of my brothers, and the most prattish of them, but let me tell you this. If you hadn't picked it up in all those years, Ron's a bit slow in noticing these things. Make it clear that you like him, because I heard Lavender speaking to Parvati in the girls' bathroom, and you aren't the only one anymore. Looking like she would gag if subjected to any further discussion of her brother's love life, Ginny pretended to be interested in Slughorn's story about his friendship with Celestina Warbeck. The following Tuesday, it was Hermione's birthday. She had never really looked forward to it since she had arrived at Hogwarts. Without her parents, it didn't feel as special to her as it had felt before she had turned 12. Walking down to the common room that morning, she saw that Ron and Harry were both standing at the stairs, each with a package in their hands. Happy birthday. She looked at their faces and smiled. It was really nice to have them both as her friends. They could be dim-witted, rude, or stupid, but these little things made her always remember why she had stuck with them after they had saved her from the mountain troll. Thanks, Harry. I've wanted that quill set for ages. she said, when she saw that Harry had bought the 3 blue quills she had stared at in Diagon Alley over the summer. He grinned sheepishly. "You're welcome. I hope you have a nice birthday. I'll be right back. I have to post this reminder on the noteboard," he said, waving a sheet of parchment in his hand, which held the dates for the upcoming Quidditch training sessions. "Happy birthday, Hermione," Ron now said. She focused back on the tall guy in front of her, and saw a telltale blush start to creep up his ears. "Thanks, Ron," she said, taking his gift and carefully tearing the paper away. Ron seemed to get more and more uncomfortable. "It was hard to find something suitable for you. I suppose this isn't suitable either, and it's probably lame and stupid, but I thought that, since now you're of age, you still should try and have fun once in a while, and be a bit childish," he rambled, now completely red. Hermione looked up, not sure how to take those words. "And I know you probably wouldn't use one, or need one anymore. Well, and I thought about giving you a book, but I didn't know which one you hadn't read, or could always find in the library." But Hermione had stopped listening. She had opened up the lid of the box that contained her present, and was for a moment quite speechless. Inside the box was a stuffed animal, a bear. It looked like one of those teddy bears that were too pretty and cute to give to a child, who would only throw it in a corner. Suddenly understanding what he'd said about having fun and being childish, she looked up, only to see that Ron was looking uncomfortably at the bear. "I have the receipt upstairs if you don't like it," he said in a small voice, while Hermione was trying to form some sort of thanks in her head. "Why wouldn't I want it? I love it, it's so," she tried to say, sweet, but somehow, she ended with, original. "You like it? Of course I do. It's pretty useless though. I mean, at least Harry's gift really comes in handy." "Yeah, but it isn't as personal as yours," she wanted to reply, but again, the words wouldn't come out of her mouth and she stayed quiet. Ron still looked uncomfortable. Then, without giving it a second thought, without actually giving it any thought at all, as she usually did with her words, Hermione stood on her tiptoes and **ed him lightly on the cheek. She was pretty sure that by the time she stood on steady feet again, but with wobbling knees, she was as red as Ron. In the corner of her eyesight, she saw Lavender coming downstairs and would have scowled at her, but in her dizzy state didn't think of it. Instead, she tried not to look at anything, especially Ron, and stammered. I'll put these upstairs. Thanks again for the gift. You go ahead to have breakfast. I'll see you in a bit." Ron seemed to have heard her, and scurried off to Harry. For a moment, Hermione stood still as a stone. When she had been in her 4th year, Ginny had started to claim that Ron liked her back. Only now was she really hoping and believing it was true. This was already the best birthday she'd ever had at Hogwarts. "No, Hermione, I really won't come with you again," Ginny said during breakfast on a rainy Thursday morning. She shook her head fervently. "But we can't disappoint Professor Slughorn, of course we can. He'll live," she said, taking a sip of her pumpkin juice. Hermione started to frown at her. "Listen," Ginny said, "I know you like the gatherings a little bit more than I do, and I won't say that I won't go to future suppers at all. It's just that after last Saturday evening, I've had quite enough questions about my heritage and enough tales about famous wizard contacts to be satisfied for at least a month. I don't care that he's planning another one upcoming Saturday. I won't go with you." Hermione sighed and nodded. Satisfied that she had won their discussion, Ginny offered the other girl a seat next to her, but she shook her head. "I'm going to sit with Ron and Harry over there," she said, nodding towards the 2 boys sitting a bit further. "Have fun," Ginny replied, not sure if she had meant it teasingly or sarcastically. Hermione didn't leave immediately, though. "Ginny," she started, leaning over and speaking very quietly, "have you had any nightmares since we talked about them?" Surprised that after almost 2 weeks Hermione started about something like this, she stared at her friend for a moment before answering. Hermione seemed truly worried, though. I think I had one, when I couldn't finish my homework for the next day. Last Sunday, I think it was," she tried to say nonchalantly. "Why?" "I've been thinking." Hermione looked around anxiously, and when she saw that Dean was coming over, she said hastily, "You know what? Now's really not a good time for it. I'll tell you later, okay?" "Hermione," Ginny said, but before she could finish her sentence, the girl had scurried off and was replaced by Dean. "Blimey. Why's she in such a rush?" Dean asked curiously, before sitting next to Ginny in the still empty seat and *ing her. No idea, Ginny replied, and tried to shake the weird feeling Hermione had given her. Okay team. Gather around. Harry yelled at them that evening, after they had flown for 2 hours. It was raining, but Ginny couldn't remember ever enjoying practice so much. She landed, and though they easily could have gathered inside, none of her other teammates seemed to be bothered by the rain either, and they kept standing on the pitch. Listen, you're all flying really well, Harry started. Ginny had liked his practice. He had told them he would just watch them fly for one entire night, and later tell them what could be improved. However, we have to work on some things before we're ready for Slytherin. Demelza, you focus too much on avoiding bludgers. That's good, but we also have 2 excellent beaters, so don't worry about those balls, just focus on the quaffle. Jimmy, Richie, try to avoid being on the same half of the pitch. You're sticking together more than you should. Remember that there are 2 bludgers to look out for, not just one. Next practice I'll give you some more exercises for that. Also, you need to watch your aim. You want to keep the bludgers away, but at the same time, you can't slam them in the direction of other teammates. Both of the boys nodded, listening intently. Ron, you need to watch out for that left hoop. You keep wandering to the right. Also, look at the chasers, not at the beaters or the seeker. It's them you have to worry about. Ron nodded too, and didn't actually look too hopeless about it. And as for the chasers in general, work on your teamwork. Ginny, she looked up when he mentioned her name, that means especially you. I've already seen you score 17 goals at the tryouts. When you are playing against 3 other chasers, it won't be so easy. Teamwork is the key for scoring then. She nodded. Harry was right, and she knew it. Katie, Demelza, make sure you are both in the right place at the right time. If one of the chasers has the quaffle, she must be able to pass it. Make sure you are flying in the right position, so you guys can pass more to each other. Well, that's it for tonight, I guess. Anyone have a problem with Saturday evening as our next practice? He looked around, but no one complained. Ginny was relieved. Now she had an actual reason for not coming to Slughorn's supper on the upcoming Saturday, in case Hermione asked about it again. Okay. I guess I'll see you then. With that, the team was dismissed. Ginny decided that she would take a shower in the castle. It was no use to shower in the changing rooms and then get dirty and wet from the rain again. And watched Ron and Harry split up. Apparently, Ron had to fetch something from the changing rooms, while Harry walked over to the crate with the Quidditch balls in it and started to tilt it up. Need a hand with that? She offered, and without waiting for his answer took one of the handles. I see I have no choice, Harry grinned. So, was your choice of Saturday evening intentional? What do you mean? You won't have to go to Slughorn's supper this way. I'm sure Hermione has already tried to drag you with her after I said no to her this morning. To her satisfaction, Harry grinned mischievously. Okay, you got me, but I don't think I'd have fun there, and besides, this way Ron doesn't feel left out. They put the crate on one of the shelves in Madame Hooch's office. And now I have a great excuse too. Thanks, so I'm not missing anything? Let's say it's about as interesting as the supper in the train. I think I can live with missing those. Let me know if you hear about any more. I can schedule all our practices on those dates. She laughed. Deal. See you around, Harry. Bye, he said, and Harry walked back to the dressing rooms for Ron. When Ginny sat in the common room not too long after that, it might have been a while since she'd taken a shower, Hermione came over immediately and sat next to her. There you are. How was practice? Great, Harry's a very good captain. Hermione beamed at hearing that. I wouldn't have expected anything else. Never mind that now, Ginny said, suddenly remembering what had happened this morning. What's up? Why did you leave in such a rush during breakfast? Hermione started to fidget uncomfortable. Ginny had never seen Hermione fidget when a question was shot at her. Remember when Harry had those dreams last year? She started in that same hushed tone as this morning. Ginny nodded. How could she forget? One of those had saved her father. She had heard from Hermione that it had had something to do with Voldemort being in Harry's mind. That's why Snape had tried to teach him to close his mind. I'm worried you have the same problem. For a moment, Ginny stared at her, not sure what she meant. What? That Voldemort can enter my thoughts too. Hermione cringed, but it wasn't because of the name. Ginny saw immediately that she had cringed because she herself had asked exactly the right question. Wait, what? How? Ginny spluttered. She didn't know if she should laugh in Hermione's face, or whether to just be flabbergasted. Apparently, her mind had chosen the latter. Listen, I just find it weird that just like Harry, you've had close contact with VV Voldemort. Just like Harry, you have these weird dreams and nightmares. And just like Harry, you're told that you should empty your mind and try to close it before you go to bed. I mean, wasn't that what Lupin told you? Ginny kept staring at her. It was pretty weird, but when laid out this way, it did sound rather logical. When she didn't answer, Hermione continued. I'm sorry, Ginny, but it sounded to me like Lupin was teaching you occlumency in your second year. It would make perfect sense if that little bit of occlumency didn't work anymore. Voldemort is getting stronger. But, Ginny swallowed, finding it hard to formulate sentences, but Voldemort's been back since the tournament. Why didn't I feel him then? For a moment, she thought she had come up with a possibility Hermione hadn't thought about, but that hope was crushed immediately. Well, last year, Voldemort was focusing on Harry, since he knows there's some sort of connection between them. However, Dumbledore told Harry. Hermione paused suddenly, looking hesitant to go on. Dumbledore told Harry what? I can't say much about it, I've promised not to say anything, but let's just say that Harry hasn't felt anything since that day at the Ministry. Voldemort isn't focused on his mind anymore. That would explain. But Ginny interrupted. Why is Voldemort closing his mind towards Harry? Couldn't he use him as a spy? Ginny, please don't ask me to explain all of that. It's a rather long story and Harry and Ron will kill me if they knew I told you. Besides, it's quite dangerous to know all those things and I really don't want to give you that responsibility, the older girl begged. Ginny nodded, slightly disgruntled. Okay, you can't tell. But why would that explain why I didn't feel anything last year? Well, since Voldemort was focused on Harry, his subconscious wouldn't have made a connection with you. However, now that he's closing his mind off to Harry, a nauseating feeling rose in her stomach. She didn't like what Hermione was saying. At all. Why did it have to sound so logical? She suddenly felt very dirty. As if she hadn't washed herself in several weeks. Ginny, I think you should go to the headmaster. Explain to him what's been happening lately, and ask if it has anything to do with what was happening to Harry last year, Hermione said softly. Ginny knew the girl sitting in front of her would push her to do it until she gave in. Not that she minded much. At this point, she was startled by what Hermione had just suggested and wanted nothing more than to hear from her headmaster that Voldemort had truly left her mind. McGonagall said Dumbledore would pay a quick visit to the castle on Friday morning. Go during lunch. And I can just storm in, claiming that I have weird visions and demanding to know what they mean. Her sarcasm took over. Just because Harry does that every once in a while doesn't mean every student knows the password of the headmaster's office and can stumble in. No, but the best friend of Dumbledore's favorite troubled child might know, Hermione said, just as sarcastically. Try. Acid pops. I'm sure that the gargoyles will take that. Ginny stared at her, a little uncomfortable. Hermione had thought of everything. And that was why, haunted by visions of her turning into Voldemort and vice versa, Ginny stood in front of the gargoyle the following Friday. Students were filling up the corridor, since the last lesson before lunch had just let out, but the corridors emptied out soon. Still she stood in front of the gargoyles, hesitating to use the password. She had only been in the headmaster's office 2 times, neither occasion had been any fun at all. Last time, she had been woken in the middle of the night by McGonagall, who said she should come down to the common room immediately and wait for her, while she would wake her other brothers. Harry had somehow seen an attack on their father and they had to follow her to the headmaster's office at once. There, Fred, George and herself had found Ron and a very angry and disturbed Harry, while Dumbledore explained the matter and conveyed them by portkey to Grimmauld Place. Ginny remembered how frightened she had been that night, constantly thinking about how her dad would look dead and lying in a coffin and how the hell Harry had been able to see the attack happening. He had told them, but still, there were a lot of things Harry hadn't answered, as how much blood was already oozing on the ground for instance. However, By the look on his face she hadn't dared to ask, rather letting the fear running through her mind than asking him something like that when he had already looked so occupied and guilty. The time before that had been more painful for herself. Though it technically had been McGonagall's office she had stood in, it was still a visit to the headmistress, since Dumbledore had been sacked. The diary had been destroyed and it felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. But she still had to confess everything to her parents. Come to think of it, she had done a pretty poor job. Harry had told the main story, and only when he was done did the grown-ups question her. And now she stood here again. Not woken up in the middle of the night, not softly guided by her brother and Harry, not with Harry telling a story about her or her relatives but by her own free will, though a bit bossed around by Hermione. She wished that somebody would force her trough that door, force her to spill out the password. She wasn't sure if she could do this on her own. But the choice was taken away from her. Without her saying the password, the gargoyles had suddenly slipped open and Dumbledore came walking out of his office, almost falling over Ginny. "Miss Weasley." "Hello, sir." She swallowed and then looked bravely at the blue twinkling eyes. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but could I talk to you for a moment?" The headmaster eyed her curiously over his half-moon glasses, and then said, "Certainly. Would you care to join me for lunch upstairs?" Sighing deeply and throwing all the angst and fear aboard, she climbed on the moving stairs behind Dumbledore. "I must say, I'm quite surprised by your urge to see me," Dumbledore said, while he sat down and motioned her to one of the seats in front of his desk. "Surely it isn't because I didn't make you a prefect." "No, sir, I'm not sure I'd be such a good one," she replied truthfully. Dumbledore summoned up some food on a golden plate like the ones that were always used for feasts. "I wouldn't say that. What I do know is that you like your freedom too much to be constricted by such obligations. Something, I believe, you have in common with Fred and George Weasley." Ginny couldn't help but smile. "But then what was the occasion to come and see me?" Well, you see," she started to stutter and closed her mouth. Dumbledore waited patiently for her to begin, in the meantime taking a scone and inviting her to eat something too, but she wasn't hungry. Where to start? Then she knew. Hermione had planted the whole idea, so she would start with Hermione. "A while ago, I told Hermione Granger that I've been having nightmares. The same nightmares I had after what had happened in my first year. I also told her that Professor Lupin helped me get rid of those nightmares by telling me to clear my head before I went to bed." She suddenly felt very foolish. Had she really gone to the headmaster because she had some trouble with nightmares? And why wasn't Dumbledore telling her that she was wasting his time, and instead having a lunch with her? Clearly he had more important things to do than listen to her ramble. A wise advice, he nodded. He conjured up a glass of pumpkin juice and took a sip while Ginny went on. "But the dreams have come back. And, well, Hermione had this idea that it's similar to what happened with Harry last year and Voldemort is in my mind too." "But that's not true, is it?" she quickly asked. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Ginny hadn't realized how scared she was until she actually saw Dumbledore consider the option. "I think you can count yourself lucky for not being entirely similar to Harry," her headmaster finally said in a sad, soft tone. "These dreams, what are they about?" Ginny shrugged. "Usually Tom coming out of the diary, are flashbacks of what I did in my first year, sir." She tried to say it matter-of-factly, but Dumbledore looked at her and Ginny felt as if those eyes were piercing through her. They both knew it wasn't that matter-of-factly. "Then I can say with certainty that you aren't a similar case. It's odd that the dreams have come back after so many years, but then again, our lives are slowly experiencing more and more the terror that is Voldemort. You have had a more painful experience with Lord Voldemort than most of us in this castle, and I think your dreams are simply just a reflection of your subconscious, as they are with most people." The tone in which he spoke made it clear to Ginny that Harry was an exception. "But they aren't with Harry, sir?" she asked, biting on the inside of her cheek. She knew that she was being really nosy, but hoped Dumbledore would answer her anyway. "Oh, I'm sure Harry has dreams just like anyone else. He is, after all, a normal boy. The connection with Voldemort means that he has also had some visions in the past. He emptied his glass of pumpkin juice and vanished it along with the plate. He then looked at Ginny again. "I wouldn't worry so much, Miss Weasley, and I would advise you to say the same to Miss Granger. Harry's connection with Voldemort is truly unique, and I think we have to be glad for that. We wouldn't want other people living with such a burden as Harry has." With that, Ginny knew the conversation was over. She nodded and said her goodbyes, walking out of the room. Dumbledore merely nodded and stared after her as she walked over to the door. She walked to the Great Hall, where Dean was sitting in their usual spot. "There you are. What took you so long?" "I met Luna and we started talking," Ginny lied quickly, when she saw that the other girl was indeed also walking over to the Ravenclaw table and waving at her. She didn't know why, but now she knew that the dreams and the talk with Dumbledore wouldn't have consequences. It didn't feel worth mentioning to Dean. "It's too bad you aren't in our year, Ginny," Seamus said, changing the subject. Neville almost farted during Transfiguration. He had to do something non-verbal, his face nearly turned purple. "Really, it was a blast to see it, you just had to be there." Ginny barely listened. She was thinking about her conversation with Dumbledore. He had seemed so sad when talking about Harry, as if he wished he could make it easier for him. Ginny looked over to the boy in question, and saw that her brother, Hermione and Harry were in deep conversation. She'd never had any doubt that the prophet had been completely wrong in assuming what had happened in the ministry. After all, she had been there and had seen the whole thing, exactly as the prophet had printed a few weeks later, although that seemed to be the only thing the newspaper had right. The whole thing about Harry being the chosen one, she had received somewhat skeptically. Even if Harry was the one to defeat Voldemort, according to a prophecy, all the prophecies had been smashed, and they never would know for sure. But after seeing so much sadness in Dumbledore's eyes just now, and remembering how uncomfortable Harry had looked on the train when Slughorn had started talking about it, she was suddenly very sure that at least two people did know that there was more to this rubbish than she thought. The idea of Harry being the chosen one scared her for a moment, but then now she thought about it, she couldn't think of anyone better suited to defeating Voldemort than Harry. The lesson after lunch was cancelled due to a cannibalistic plant eating the one the fifth years were supposed to be studying for that lesson. Glad that there was a free period, Ginny walked up to her dormitory, only to find that Evelyn was already there. Though not in a mood Ginny had hoped for. Slowly, the weeks were knitting into each other. The September sun traded places with the October wind and autumn had officially begun. Nothing big had happened on her birthday besides the gift from Ron, although she might be the only one who thought it a big thing. Ginny had given her a new basket for Crookshanks, and some stuff from Fred and George's shop for fun, because she knew Hermione wouldn't approve of them. Other than a letter from her parents who had already given her a necklace over the summer, there had been nothing different about the 19th of September. What was different was that when September turned into October, Hermione was still feeling guilty about the letter she had written back to her parents. She had pretended that everything was fine in the wizarding world and that her life couldn't be much better. Just the same content as her letter before. And the one before that. She had never purposely tried to keep her parents out of her life and out of the war. It had just seemed far more logical when Cedric died that she wouldn't tell them, since it would only shock them. And it had seemed logical enough not to tell them about the order. No one was supposed to know about that, and a lot of things she had promised to keep a secret anyway. It would have been ridiculous to tell them that Harry's godfather had died during a battle in which she had fought by stepping through a curtain. Especially since she hadn't told them anything about Sirius's escape from Azkaban and how he had been on the run. And Harry had only told her and Ron about the prophecy once she'd already gone to the Burrow for the summer, and telling what she might thought the prophecy would mean, would only be speculation. She had felt that guilty feeling before, when she had sent her letters and pretended to be fine, but now it had increased. Every time she so much as thought about her parents, her insides would wriggle and squirm. So she decided that she was going to tell them. Soon, probably in the Christmas holidays. But after Christmas itself, as nothing would ruin their Christmas cheer like hearing their daughter was right in the middle of a war. What was ruining her spirit at the moment was the fact that Harry was still using the potions book from the Half-Blood Prince, and taking all the credit for the potions he had made with the book's help. Hermione was truly annoyed by it. She felt that Harry was cheating, but knew that no matter what she would say, he wouldn't change his mind about the book. And since Ron wasn't on her side either, she knew she was fighting a losing battle for Harry to get rid of the book. However, once she realized that there were also spells written in the book, unknown spells that she'd never heard of, she redoubled her efforts to make Harry see that the prince could be dangerous. Maybe he'd get rid of the darn thing if she stayed angry long enough. Harry seemed to have been accumulating a steady fan base since the tryouts. Every once in a while, he was the topic within several bathrooms and in the corridors. The staring and whispering that people usually did when they saw Harry was now accompanied by giggles and fluttering of eyelashes. Harry, however, didn't seem to notice. Hermione wondered whom he actually fancied at the moment, but up to now, she hadn't seen him turn red or look uncomfortable at any conversation. However, Lavender clearly couldn't be counted as one of Harry's fans. She still seemed to fancy Ron. Hermione was after what Ginny had said on Slughorn's party, sure of it, and was waving and fluttering her eyelashes and smiling and giggling and being her pathetic self every time she saw the redhead, whether he was walking with Hermione or not. Hermione hadn't spoken a word to the tart since she had realized it, except for the obvious things that had to be said. Has anyone seen my quills? I thought I had put them in my trunk, and, no, Lavender, the kitchens aren't on the 4th floor, they're in the basement, but those were also spoken quite coolly. In the meantime, the stuffed bear had found its way up to her nightstand and was reminding her every time that the boy they both seemed to like had given it to her. Or at least, that was what Hermione was reminded of. Harry had told her that Ron thought it had been a stupid gift to give, no matter what Hermione had said. She didn't feel like correcting him, though it would be a bit awkward to bring it all up, and she didn't know if it meant as much to Ron as it meant to her. She had an advantage in the situation. Ron had been her close friend for more than 5 years, and 2 times a week she was guaranteed some alone time, since they had to patrol the corridors. She liked that time. They had remained the same since the birthday incident, and yet they seemed to act more nicely with each other. It seemed the ideal time to be away from Harry for a while and talk about their best friend and how much they both worried about him. She found it strange that Dumbledore was at school so irregularly, and that he hadn't taught Harry anything about Voldemort's past for several weeks. On the other hand, she had been rather glad that the headmaster had had the time to listen to Ginny's story. She had accepted that she was wrong when Ginny told her. The girl seemed irritated at her for scaring her like that, but if Sirius's death had proven anything to Hermione, it had been that it was always better to be sure. She had told neither Ron nor Harry about her idea now that she knew it was wrong, knowing that they wouldn't take the news very well, and that an endless debate would follow over something that in her eyes now had been solved. It seemed better to keep it between her and Ginny. She was almost sure that the girl hadn't told anyone too. Besides, she and Ron already had their hands full in getting the ridiculous idea out of Harry's head that Malfoy was a Death Eater. It was almost an obsession, the way Harry told them he was sure, and she had spoken with Ron about it during patrolling last night. He had told her not to worry, though. Harry's still upset about what happened on the train, he said wisely. Hermione remained skeptical. Hadn't Harry also been rather sure about Malfoy being a Death Eater before that? However, since it was Ron, and he was one of the few people that could actually make her feel comfortable and less stubborn, she had just nodded, changing the subject. As Hagrid had said a few years ago, what would come, and they would have to meet it when it did. Ginny had hoped that her worries would go away once a few weeks had passed, but it seemed that every time she solved one, another one would pop up in its place. Her homework and dreams were now completely under control, but Evelyn seemed to get more depressed by the day. 2 weeks had passed since her first letter from home, but Ginny knew that her friend still felt sick when she thought about it. She tried to remain positive when talking to Evelyn about it. Her mum probably hadn't meant to sound so harsh, and she was sure that there wouldn't be any more catastrophes after the Dementor attack in the Southwest. However, it was hard to lie to her friend, for Ginny was actually quite sure there would be far more disasters to come. Dean had also been a little problem. Between her homework, Evelyn, practice and her lessons, it had been rather hard to make time for him, and he seemed to be annoyed by that. He was still sweet and helpful, but every time Ginny declined his offer to do something fun, or simply be together, he became more and more sulky and silent. For now, Ginny really couldn't help it. Dean would have to accept that fifth year was hard. And being the great boyfriend that he was, he seemed to really try. Practices, on the other hand, were going very well. After the feedback Harry had given them at the first practice, they were now all focusing on their weakest points for the upcoming match against Slytherin on the third Saturday of October. It seemed that Harry had taken winning against Slytherin as a given these past few years, and he wasn't about to let that change, especially now that he had been appointed captain. She had wondered a lot during practices since when Harry had become such a good leader. He obviously had those qualities during the DA, but as captain of the Quidditch team, he seemed to be more relaxed than last year. They trained hard and well, but unlike Oliver and Angelina, as Katie told her, Harry was also able to laugh from time to time, and have fun with them. On a Friday morning, she was having breakfast with Ron and Harry. Hermione had rushed to the library. "You never know how much that little detail is going to affect my marks, Ron." And Ginny hadn't seen Dean or Evelyn. The former was always a little late for breakfast. The latter had received another letter yesterday and had probably fallen asleep around dawn. The post arrived, and, to her surprise, she and Ron both got a package. Hers was delivered by Errol, who unceremoniously crashed into Harry's plate while landing, and Ron's came by an owl Ginny recognized as a typical post-order one. She opened her package and saw that it was from her mum, sending her the extra Quidditch gloves she had requested. After training with her old ones last week, they were now completely torn and ready for the waste bin. "Mum says hi," she told Ron, who was unpacking his parcel. She threw some of the chocolate frogs her mum had sent towards her brother, who caught them out of midair with his keeper skills. Keeping her own eyes on the letter that had been attached to the gloves, she continued. "She wants to know if you need anything, and why you haven't written her yet." "Oh, she says hi to you too, Harry," she said, and threw him a chocolate frog as well. Harry grinned at her, still picking the feathers out of his pumpkin juice. "Apparently, she thinks you guys are up to something, since Ron hasn't written anything and you are always in trouble." Harry snickered. She scanned the rest of the letter. "Blah, blah, a lot about Dad's work, blah, congratulations on our spots on the Quidditch team and greetings from Fred and George, who want to know who the new beaters are," she said, rolling up the parchment. "Nothing shocking," she concluded, when she saw that they were both looking at her. In glancing at them, she saw that Ron now held a small black box in his hands but hadn't opened it. "What's that?" she asked curiously. Her eyes fell on the wrapping paper stamped, Diagon Boutique. "Oh, nothing," her brother replied, but his ears said otherwise, and before Ron knew it, Ginny had snatched the box out of his hands, and was taking off the lid. "Hey, give it back, you. That's personal. You can't just open other people's mail." "Umbridge did," Harry replied matter-of-factly, as if that would give Ginny permission. "Umbridge was a..." But before Ron could finish that sentence, he was interrupted by Ginny's shriek. "Ron, please tell me these aren't for you." In the box lay a pair of small blue earrings. A little silver star dangled from each of them, and they looked very pretty. Very girly, too. "Or did you have a sudden urge to become a woman?" "No, of course not," her brother hissed, now clearly annoyed. Ginny's shriek had made people stare at their conversation and he got more flustered. Ron snatched the box out of her hands, and threw it in his bag under the table. "Then who are they for?" Ginny pressed. She had an idea, but wasn't going to believe it until Ron actually said so. Harry, who didn't seem that interested, had now fished all the feathers out of his pumpkin juice, as well as some leaves, and had decided that he had better pour himself a fresh glass. He was busy reading the paper and Ginny saw by his expression he would try very hard to stay out of this. Ron stammered, and started to turn red. There for a girl, he managed to get out. "Ron, I figured that out already. Were you always this nosy?" "Ron, come on, I won't tell anyone," she lied, thinking that if they were meant for anyone besides Hermione, her friend would definitely hear about it. "They're a gift. I messed up on a birthday present, so these are for Christmas, to make up for it. I saw them in the paper, and thought I'd better order them now, so I wouldn't forget," he replied hastily, taking a sip of pumpkin juice afterwards. Ginny wanted to ask more, but before she could, Dean walked over. "Hi," he said happily. Ron scowled a bit at him when he placed his hands on Ginny's shoulders. "Let's find a spot for two, shall we?" Ginny replied sharply when she saw the look on Ron's face. "See you guys around. Oh, and Ron, don't forget to write Mum. She's getting really annoyed, you know." She turned around and walked away with Dean, not feeling remotely sorry about how she'd annoyed Ron. After all, someone had to do it now that Fred and George had left. To say that Hermione was not having fun at the moment was an understatement. The Hogsmeade trip they were having wasn't nearly as good as Hermione had hoped it would be, and had looked forward to since early September. Ron seemed to have completely forgotten about his slip-up in the Hogwarts Express. Harry was trailing along, and Ron was acting just as he usually did, like a friend, and she hated it. Then of course there was what had happened at breakfast. It seemed that Harry had found another of the prince's spells that could not only get him in trouble, but was just as dodgy as the others. She had never heard of such a spell. For all they knew, it was invented for torture and had horrible side effects. What annoyed her more was that neither Harry nor Ron seemed to think this was as serious as she did. As far as they were concerned, they were only amazed by the possibilities the spells gave them, and not of the potential dangers. The only thing that had brought her joy had been Ginny, when she brought Harry another note from Dumbledore. Apparently the lessons were important enough to be scheduled regularly. However, that happiness didn't last long, as the walk to Hogsmeade was cold and unpleasant. She hadn't realized that winter had already kicked in and couldn't quite remember when the snow had first fallen, making it impossible for them to arrive at Hogsmeade with warm feet. When they got there, Zonko's was closed and they had walked into Slughorn, who had come to ask if Harry could join them in their next supper. The day was really becoming a huge disappointment. She had found out through Ginny that Harry was trying to avoid these suppers, and by scheduling one at the same time as Dumbledore's meeting, it would mean that Hermione would be sitting alone with a lot of Slytherins once again. Add to this the fact that they'd just seen Mundungus, who had apparently begun to steal everything from Grimmauld Place that wasn't nailed down, though Harry didn't seem to realize that it actually belonged to him and only attacked Mundungus for stealing from Sirius. The mood wasn't getting any better. And with Ron eyeing the barmaid instead of going out on a date with her alone, as he had hinted at on the train, Hermione was not enjoying herself at all. That's why she didn't mind it at all when Harry proposed to go back to the castle. To say that the trip to Hogsmeade had lived up to her expectations was a downright lie. They followed Katie Bell and her friend out of the pub. Ron was silent and Harry seemed deep in thought, probably still mad about Mundungus. Hermione sighed. She looked at Katie and Leanne and suddenly wished that she had more female friends. Sometimes, boys were just too annoying to be around. However, it didn't seem like Katie and Leanne were having fun either. Now that she looked at them, she noticed that they were actually having an argument. "Katie, you shouldn't. It's nothing to do with you, Leanne," Katie replied. Harry had noticed by this point as well, and was also watching the argument. They turned around a corner, just as the two girls had done, and Hermione saw Leanne grabbing a package out of Katie's hand. Katie grabbed it back. The paper around the package got torn, and it fell on the ground. Hermione could faintly see a shimmer of silver before Katie demanded her attention. The girl suddenly rose into the air, like a macabre puppet on strings. Hermione gasped, and she, Ron and Harry ran to both of the girls. She half thought Katie would fly away, but, hovering 6 feet above the ground, she suddenly started to scream. It was a hellish scream, like Hermione had never heard before. She imagined people under the Cruciatus curse must sound like this. Leanne started to scream too. The girl grabbed the ankles of her friend, as though to tug her down, while Katie was still screaming as if she was being tortured. Harry and Ron made an attempt to grab Katie's legs too, but before any of them could do anything else, the girl suddenly fell on top of them. They managed to catch her, but she was writhing so much that they couldn't hold her, and instead slowly brought her to the ground, into the dirty, walked-on snow. She was still screaming, and Hermione found that she was panicked. Even if she had known what to do, she wouldn't be able to do it. She couldn't say a word, or move a foot. "Stay there," Harry shouted at them. "I'm going for help." He ran off in the direction of Hogwarts. Ron and Leanne were bent over Katie, who was still screaming as if her lungs were made for nothing else. Leanne had tears streaming down her face, and somehow, that brought Hermione back to earth. She bent down herself, and saw that Ron was trying to talk to the girl. Katie, just relax, everything is going to be fine. Harry's going for help. It didn't seem to have any effect on the girl. Hermione wasn't even sure Katie could hear him. Got any ideas? Ron asked her over the screams of Katie. She shook her head, still feeling alarmingly blank. In that case, let's just try to hold her still, he said. She nodded, and along with Leanne, who was almost in hysterics herself, they held Katie's arms to the ground. Get back, a voice shouted suddenly. Let me see her. A huge wave of relief spread over Hermione. Harry was back, with probably one of the best people to have in such a case, Hagrid. Leanne stopped screaming. Something's happened to her. I don't know what. Hagrid stared at Katie for a second, and then, without a word, bent down, scooped her into his arms and ran off toward the castle. Within seconds, Katie's piercing screams had died away and the only sound was the roaring of the wind. After the non-stop sounds of Katie, the wind actually sounded quite eerie and empty, but it somehow gave Hermione's brain a boost to think clearly again. Harry and Ron were looking at each other, unsure of what to do, or what to think of what they had just seen, but Hermione rushed over to Leanne, finally glad to be able to think again. It's Leanne, isn't it? Did it just happen all of a sudden, or? It was when that package tore, sobbed Leanne. Ron bent down to grab it, but Harry said sharply, don't touch it. Still with her arm around Leanne, who was crying in her shoulder, Harry crouched down. I've seen that before, said Harry, staring at the thing. It was on display in Borgin and Burke's ages ago. The label said it was cursed. Katie must have touched it. Leanne shook uncontrollably. How did Katie get hold of this? Well, that's why we were arguing. She came back from the bathroom in the 3 broomsticks holding it, said it was a surprise for somebody at Hogwarts and she had to deliver it. She looked all funny when she said it. Oh no, I bet she'd been imperious and I didn't realize. Leanne shook with renewed sobs. Hermione patted her shoulder, gently getting more and more confused herself. She didn't say who'd given it to her, Leanne. No, she wouldn't tell me, and I said she was being stupid and not to take it up to school, but she just wouldn't listen and then I tried to grab it from her, and Leanne let out a wail of despair. We'd better get up to school, said Hermione, guiding the girl in the direction of the castle. We'll be able to find out how she is. Come on. Harry and Ron were still standing near the necklace, then Harry suddenly wrapped the cursed jewelry in his scarf and hurried after them. Hermione shook her head. Her mind was still catching on what could have happened and in how much danger they had been. Feeling almost sick with worry for Katie, she quickened her pace to the castle. To say that this hadn't been such a fun day was truly an understatement. Ginny was pacing her dormitory. She was on the verge of having a tantrum, like a 4-year-old. The urge to hit, strangle, push, kick or hurt someone or something became bigger and bigger. This was not fair. Nothing was fair. Life was not fair. Evelyn was in McGonagall's office, talking to her parents. Frustrated, Ginny walked over to Evelyn's bed, and saw that the letter her friend had received that morning was still lying on it. Eve, I just heard about what happened in Hogsmeade yesterday. I'm sorry, but your mother and I have agreed that it isn't safe anymore for you to stay in Hogwarts. We will come after dinner to talk to McGonagall or Dumbledore and bring you home. Love, Dad. Being a healer, it was obvious how Evelyn's dad had found out so quickly. Ginny was shocked to hear what had happened to Katie, but also very confused about how it could have happened, and angry at the consequences it had for her best friend. Evelyn, on the other hand, had barely registered what had happened to the 7th year, and had instead calmly started packing, having expected the letter any day. Apparently, she had accepted that it wouldn't be possible for her to stay after this, and she had spilled so many tears the past 2 months that Ginny suspected she didn't have any left. The door opened, and Suzanne came in. You heard about Katie? The girl asked. Ginny nodded. You heard about Evelyn? Suzanne nodded as well. Both of them stared at the soon-to-be empty bed, both deep in thought. Ginny wondered vaguely what Hogwarts would be like without Evelyn. But she slowly came to the conclusion that Evelyn hadn't been there in a while, not since her first letter from home had arrived. Somehow, she had seemed more distant than last year, and little things had made her misery obvious, like the fact that Evelyn hadn't once suggested sneaking to the kitchens. Her parents had forbidden her to do anything against the rules this year, or they would take her from school. Or the fact she hadn't been allowed to go to Hogsmeade yesterday. Ginny knew that Evelyn had known it was only a matter of time before her parents brought her home. And now, time was up. The door opened again, and Evelyn walked in. Suzanne threw herself in the girl's arms, and started to cry. Evelyn seemed a bit startled, but remained calm. "What did McGonagall say? And your parents? Where are they?" Ginny asked over Suzanne's sobs. Evelyn shrugged. McGonagall said she understood their decision, but she tried to convince them that the castle's still safe, or at least safer than home would be. But she couldn't pretend that Hogwarts isn't a far bigger target for you-know-who. She knows they're right, so, that's it, really. And now, Ginny asked quietly, not sure how to deal with this calmness, this indifference that had taken over her friend. "Now," Evelyn echoed, "now I have an hour to pack the rest of my stuff, say goodbye to my friends and to meet my father at the entrance hall. My mum is waiting in the village." Ginny stared. An hour. Only one bloody hour. It's not fair. She managed to get out. There was a sudden lump in her throat that prevented her from saying anything else. "That's life," Evelyn shrugged. Suzanne seemed to have calmed down. "What are you going to do at home?" "McGonagall says that if I study hard, I might be able to pass my theory owls at the end of this year. So I need updates from both of you," she said, nodding at them. "Of course we'll write you. And not just with school things. You need to hear about the latest gossip too," Suzanne said. Evelyn smiled a bit. "Yeah, you'll just be my new possessed diary," Ginny joked. Even though it was a bad one, and not really a subject to joke about at all, Evelyn grinned, looking a bit more like her old self. "Let's pack," Suzanne said. With a few waves of their wands, and a hasty search for a missing pair of socks, a book and sneakoscope, they were done in about 15 minutes. Evelyn decided that she would say goodbye to the rest of her friends and left the room. "It'll be weird without Evelyn," Suzanne said, looking sadly at the now empty corner of their dormitory that had usually been such a mess. Ginny didn't answer. The urge to hit, strangle, push, kick or hurt someone or something was now enormous again and on the verge of exploding in her stomach. When the hour was up, Ginny helped Evelyn to the entrance hall, levitating her trunk. Evelyn claimed that she wouldn't need help and that it would be far easier to say goodbye in the common room. Ginny stubbornly said not a word, taking the trunk and following Evelyn out of the portrait hole anyway. "You will write me, won't you?" Evelyn suddenly asked on the 4th floor stairs. Ginny looked up. "Of course I will. Suzanne and I told you we would." "Yes, I know you will, every day for the first couple of weeks. And then every week, and after a while, once in a month and then after a while, only when something important has happened, until I hear nothing from you and only get your wedding invitations in a few years." Ginny stood still. "No, the war will have ended by then, and you'll have long since returned to Hogwarts. I promise you, Evelyn. And I also promise that during my free period every Friday after lunch, I will write you a letter. That way, you know when to expect one, and you can scold me when I forget, which I won't." Evelyn grinned and nodded. "I would like that, scolding you," she said softly. "Even if you didn't want me to, I would still write, Eve." Evelyn. Her father stood at the bottom of the stairs. "Need any help?" "No, I'm fine, Dad. I got my personal donkey," she said, nodding to Ginny. Ginny moved the trunk a bit faster, so it tapped Evelyn's back. "Hey, sorry, your donkey couldn't maintain your luggage," she said sarcastically. "Hello Mr. Greyshire," she said to Evelyn's dad. He nodded. Ginny thought she would have felt more angry with the man, but she actually felt only compassion. It must have been hard for him to build a new home and worry about his daughter at the same time. At least now one of his worries would be closer to him and easier to watch over. "Well, I guess it's time to say goodbye," Evelyn sighed. She turned to Ginny, who set her trunk on the ground and pulled her friend into a fierce hug. Look on the bright side. You won't have to hear me snore, Evelyn joked. And you won't be bothered by the smell of my feet and shoes after Quidditch. I'm gonna miss that smell, though. Then I'll make sure to enclose a sock in my next letter. Possessed Prat. Sock sniffer. Bye, Ginny, Evelyn said seriously, and she let go and walked over to her father. Bye, Eve, she said softly. She watched them open the door and disappear. For a moment she still stared at the door, whipping her face with her sleeve. Then, realizing that the castle seemed much bigger without her friend, Ginny turned around and walked back alone. You've got to be kidding me, she said, staring at him in disbelief. Sorry, Ginny, I'm not. Quidditch practice will be Tuesday instead of tonight. I have, plans this evening, Harry said to her on Monday morning. What, hot date, she answered, but Harry didn't seem to notice the sarcasm. No, private lesson with Dumbledore. Ginny looked up. She hadn't expected him to answer, let alone be honest. And what was so important for Harry to learn that he got private lessons from the headmaster? Was he still trying to close his mind with occlumency lessons? She shuddered, remembering Hermione's idea about how Voldemort might have spied on her. But anyway, Harry continued, clearly not knowing what she was thinking about and forcing her to turn her thoughts back to the much more pleasant subject of Quidditch. Could you pass the message on to Demelza? But if we don't have Quidditch practice, I have to go to Slughorn's supper this evening, she groaned. Harry smiled apologetically. Hermione goes regularly, and she doesn't seem mind them that much, he tried to console. That's because she doesn't have the same temper as our Ginny here, and manages to keep her mouth shut when necessary, Hermione herself interrupted, and sat down next to Ginny. Yeah well, I don't fancy hearing McLagan's rant about the minister for the third time the same evening, she answered, rolling her eyes. It seems like such a waste of time, talking with Slytherins and other people you don't like. But anyway, she continued, noticing Hermione's sour expression, where's Ron? She asked. This didn't seem to improve Hermione's mood, though. He was talking to Lavender, Harry said, buttering his bread. Ginny shot a glance at Hermione, who seemed busy with her pumpkin juice. However, the way she set her glass back on the table with a forceful bang indicated that she had heard Harry. Ginny thought it would be wise to change the subject. How's Katie? Harry shrugged. We haven't heard anything since last Saturday. That'll cause us some problems. Harry nodded. The Quidditch match isn't this Saturday, but the next one. I hope that's enough time for her to recover. And if not, Hermione asked. Then I have to find a substitute, Harry stated simply. Oh ho, Miss Weasley, I'm so glad you could make this gathering of the Slug Club. Hello Professor Slughorn, she answered politely, trying hard not to roll her eyes at the mentioning of the Slug Club. So Mr. Potter is not keeping you hostage to train this evening? Slughorn asked, offering them a drink. She grinned. No, the next practice session will be tomorrow evening. And what position do you play? I heard about your excellent seeking abilities last year from Phileas, but I doubt that with Harry back on the team you'll be seeking again. No, I'm a chaser this year, she said. Oh ho, a chaser. Just like my guest for this evening. Your guest, Professor? Hermione asked curiously. Yes, she will come in an hour, when Mr. Zabini and some of his fellow Slytherins are done with their Quidditch practice, Slughorn explained, looking inordinately pleased. Ginny now noticed that the supper was indeed lacking some of the usual Slytherins. Hoping, likely in vain, that this might actually turn out tolerably well, she took a sip of her butterbeer. So, tell me, I assume you've already heard about the Christmas party I will hold on the last Friday of the term? He asked, while she and Hermione took a seat. They both shook their heads. Oh ho, well, I shall insist that both of you come. And Miss Granger, could you invite Mr. Potter also? I wouldn't want him to miss that gathering either. Hermione smiled and nodded, and Ginny had a feeling that Hermione would almost force Harry to come to the party, just as Slughorn had demanded. She knew that the bushy-haired girl had been very irritated about going to these meetings alone every time. Harry would pay for that. Slughorn was continuing about the party. Each of you can bring a guest of course, and there will be coming a lot of my old friends. I hope Eldred Wurple can make it, the author, you know. He's busy on a book about vampires, but I think that he will have finished that around that time. Maybe he can even bring one of his subjects. It would be rather interesting to meet a vampire, McLagan said in a silky tone, and Ginny scowled at him. Before she could comment on his beeping up, though, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Slughorn bellowed. The door opened, and 2 women stepped inside. Professor, this woman said she had an appointment with you. The first one asked. Ginny had to blink twice before she recognized who it was. Tonks didn't look like herself at all. If you could say such thing about a metamorphagus. She was thinner and looked even more sad and worried than she had during the summer. Ginny glanced at Hermione, who was also eyeing Tonks worriedly. Yes, she does. Slughorn boomed enthusiastically, and now Ginny turned her attention to the woman next to Tonks. Her mouth fell open. Gwenog, it's so nice to see you again. Especially after your last victory over the Wasps. Come in, everyone. This is Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Gwenog grinned widely, and in the meantime, almost no one noticed that the other witch had disappeared again. Slughorn was introducing everyone to Gwenog, but Ginny didn't listen and could only stare. This was the woman whose picture she had pinned on her wall in her room back home. Her idol ever since Ginny got interested at Quidditch. The woman from the team she and Ron had debated so much over. The Harpies were one of her favorite teams, but Ron had always disagreed. She remembered Gwenog had played for the English national team 2 years ago. And this is Hermione Granger. Not a big fan of Quidditch, but a brain that can memorize the whole library. Hermione's response to this effusive introduction was to turn an impressive shade of crimson. And over here we have Ginny Weasley, one of the Gryffindor chasers. With all the practices they have, I expect she plays marvelously. Gwenog was a lot taller than Ginny had imagined, and her whole attitude seemed to be used to giving orders and being the center of the attention. Her face looked a bit sharp, bird-like almost. She gave Ginny a firm handshake and a smile played around her lips. Gryffindor, well, if they play as well as they used to in my time, I'm sure Miss Weasley is an excellent chaser. I myself lost a few times against them. I was in Ravenclaw, you see, she explained to Ginny, and between you and me, we had a pretty good team, with me and Terry Olmhand on it, remember, Horace? Slughorn nodded. Oh yes, that was a wonderful team, as I recall. Tell me, what year are you in? Gwenog asked. 5th, Ginny replied. She nodded. Well, let me know if you're interested in trying out for a position as chaser for the Holyhead Harpies once you're done. If you play as well as Horace claims, we can always use you, Gwenog said, with a wink. Ginny could do nothing but beam. The Slug Club didn't seem to be such a waste after all. If I had people staring at me like that if I played professional Quidditch, I'd stop right away. Ginny exclaimed. The way Zabini was staring at her was just perverse. Hermione smiled, surprised. I didn't know you wanted to play professional Quidditch after Hogwarts. Well, I don't. At least not while the war is still going on and there are more important things to take care of. But when it's done, why not? Though I wouldn't mind becoming something else either, I still like that Gwenog Jones asked me to try out after Hogwarts. Ron won't believe it. Hermione nodded, but her mind had wandered to the announcement Slughorn had made that evening. Ginny seemed to have guessed her thoughts. That Christmas party should be interesting too. Have you thought about who you'll ask? She teased. Hermione felt herself growing red, but before Ginny forced an answer out of her, the girl said, you know what? I think I don't even want to know. But please do something about liking my brother. Either try to forget him, or ask him. This whole thing where you're not doing anything won't get you anywhere. She nodded, but Hermione hated it when Ginny seemed so logical. It was hard to disagree with her. So how are you and Dean? She said, hoping to change the subject. I don't know, okay, I guess. Well, you sound confident, Hermione replied sarcastically. Yeah, well, he's sometimes just so protective. And jealous, too. What do you mean? Last week, when Neville was helping me with herbology, Dean said afterwards that he was flirting with me. It's ridiculous. We were talking about plants, for Merlin's sake. Hermione smiled. But he's still sweet and a very good key-er, she shrugged. You're not that superficial, Ginny. I'm not. No, you're not. Okay, I'm not. They smiled at each other. Prefect duties are a blessing, Hermione thought. It would be the ideal time to ask Ron to Slughorn's party. Ron seemed to act different when they were out on patrols. Sweeter, more caring, less hesitant and annoying. In other words, he seemed even more perfect to Hermione. But there was one little problem. They didn't have rounds until Thursday. And she had a feeling that the subject of Slughorn's party would be reaching Ron's ears much sooner than that, which would make asking him more awkward. Without Ron knowing about the Christmas gathering, she could say they could bring guests. With the gossiping of fifth years around you, all wondering who would be taking whom to the party, the word, date, had to be used, a word that would remind them of 2 years ago. Or at least she would be reminded of 2 years ago. She didn't know what Ron was thinking, and that was exactly why she was so nervous in the first place. So making up her mind, which seemed to be filled with sentences Ginny had said to her the previous evening, she decided that talking to Ron would be the first thing she would do the following morning. Except that she was a coward. And discussing something like that over breakfast seemed highly inappropriate. Then, of course during herbology, Harry had started talking about what had happened with Dumbledore the previous evening, which gave Hermione enough to think about for the rest of the day. After all, who would think about something as superficial as asking Ron out when Harry was actually learning about Voldemort's childhood? She had found that to be a great excuse for not asking Ron anything at least until dinner, or telling Harry and Ron anything at all about Slughorn's party, if not for the fact that Harry brought up the subject himself. She took a deep breath, and mustering up all her courage, she started to talk. "Oh, it was quite fun, really," she said, hopefully sounding as nonchalant as she wanted to. While putting on protective goggles she noticed that her hands were actually trembling. "I mean, he drones on about famous exploits a bit, and he absolutely fawns on McLaggen because he's so well connected, but he gave us some really nice food and he introduced us to Gwenog Jones." "Gwenog Jones," said Ron, his eyes widening behind his own goggles. "The Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies." Ron stared at her as if he had seen, well, not a ghost, but at least something spectacular. "That's right," she said, trying to steer the conversation more in the direction of the party. "Personally, I thought she was a bit full of herself, but, however," Professor Sprout bustled over. "Quite enough chat over here. You're lagging behind, everybody else has started, and Neville's already got his first pod." Hermione saw that Neville was indeed quite far with the assignment. "Okay, Professor, we're starting now," said Ron, adding quietly, when she had turned away again, "should have used Muffliato, Harry." "No, we shouldn't," she said at once, forgetting about her plans to ask Ron out for a moment and becoming irritated at the mention of using one of the prince's spells on one of the teachers. "Well, come on, we'd better get going," she continued, glancing at Neville, who had now opened his pod. She knew that if Neville really believed in himself, he would be much better in herbology than she was. Today, however, she really didn't mind. She was too busy with believing in herself and her own courage or lack of it right now. They dived at the gnarled stump between them. It sprang to life at once. Vines flew out of the top and whipped through the air. One tangled itself in her hair, but before it had tugged any of it out of her head, Ron beat it back with a pair of secateurs. She shot him a smile, but Ron acted as if he hadn't noticed. Hermione felt suddenly a bit of a fool, like Lavender. Was she really going to be that damsel in distress, who always needed a guy to save her, while she fluttered her eyelashes and acted too girly for her own good? A hole had now opened in the middle of all the tentacle-like branches and, as if to answer her mental question in the negative, she plunged her arm bravely into the hole to retrieve the pod. However, it wasn't as easy as she had planned. The plant had closed the hole again as a trap and she wasn't able to move her arm anymore. It felt very, very slimy inside the plant. Harry and Ron were busy wrenching at the vines, forcing the hole to open again. In the meantime, she tried to grab a pod she felt just beyond her fingertips. When she managed to snatch her arm free, she took the pod with her. Immediately, the plant took his tentacles inside, and looked like a dead piece of wood once more. She felt a wave of pride flowing through her veins. After just putting her hands in a dangerous Snargaluff plant, and succeeding in retrieving a pod, asking Ron out shouldn't be so hard. If only her mouth would open and she could say something. "You know, I don't think I'll be having any of these in my garden when I've got my own place," said Ron, pushing his goggles up onto his forehead and wiping sweat from his face. "Pass me a bowl," said Hermione, holding the pod at arm's length. Harry handed one over and she dropped the pod into it. "Don't be squeamish, squeeze it out, they're best when they're fresh," called Professor Sprout. "Anyway," she continued, "Slughorn's going to have a Christmas party, Harry, and there's no way you'll be able to wriggle out of this one because he actually asked me to check your free evenings, so he could be sure to have it on a night you can come." That was actually a lie, but she was almost sure that if she didn't manage to bring Harry to the party, Slughorn wouldn't like her brain that can memorize the whole library that much anymore. Besides, the chances of Ron saying yes would be bigger if his best friend was be there too. Harry groaned and rolled his eyes. Meanwhile Ron, who was attempting to burst the pod in the bowl by using both hands, stood up and squashed it as hard as he could, saying angrily, "And this is another party just for Slughorn's favorites, is it?" "Just for the Slug Club, yes," said Hermione. She didn't understand why Ron suddenly seemed so upset. The pod flew out from under Ron's fingers and hit the greenhouse glass, rebounding onto the back of Professor Sprout's head and knocking off her old, patched hat. Harry went to retrieve the pod, but Ron continued, angrier now that he hadn't managed to burst the pod. "The Slug Club, what idiot called it that?" he asked sarcastically. Hermione felt a wave of anger, mingled with some panic. This was not how the conversation was supposed to be going. Ron wasn't supposed to be angry and he would have understood by now that she wanted to bring him. What had gone wrong? And why couldn't you learn such things out of a book? She was sure that if it were possible, she wouldn't have made a mistake, or at least would know what her mistake had been. She had never felt so clueless on an exam. "Look, I didn't make up the name, Slug Club." "Slug Club," repeated Ron with a sneer. "It's pathetic." "Well, I hope you enjoy your party. Why don't you try hooking up with McLaggen, then Slughorn can make you King and Queen Slug." Suddenly, Hermione understood what she had done wrong. How could she have forgotten to actually ask him? She felt herself turning red, and not only because Ron was making her angry. "We're allowed to bring guests, and I was going to ask you to come, but if you think it's that stupid then I won't bother." She tried to avoid Ron's gaze, but felt his stare burning into her. "You were going to ask me," Ron said, but Hermione felt a sudden wave of anger flowing over her. The boy standing next to her was stupid. Here she was, Hermione Granger, with a brain that could memorize a library, pod retriever extraordinaire, and yet that boy managed her to make a complete fool out of her. Why had she even bothered to ask in the first place? She was sure that if she would say the right things to McLaggen, he would indeed easily go out with her. "Yes," she answered angrily. "But obviously if you'd rather I hooked up with McLaggen." Ron didn't say anything until she looked up. "No, I wouldn't," he finally said in a very soft voice. His face was crimson. Their eyes locked, and her anger flew away. She remembered again why she had bothered to ask him in the first place. Quite suddenly, something shattered nearby, and their eye contact was broken. "Reparo," Harry said hastily, a bit red, and only then did Hermione notice his presence again. She felt her face turn even more red, and bowed over her book to find a way to juice Snargaluff pods. There was no way she was able to look at either of them ever again. "Hand that over, Harry," she said after a few moments. "It says we're supposed to puncture them with something sharp." She took her potions knife from her bag, and pierced the pod with it from different sides, searching for the weakest spot. Ron and Harry were busy with the stump again, trying to retrieve the second pod. "Gotcha," she heard Ron yell at the same time she stabbed the first pod. She could barely hide her disgust as a squelching sound was made and the pod in her hand spilled out wriggling green tubers. She felt that Harry's gaze was still on her and looked up. He'd certainly heard some of their conversation, the only question was how much. This must have been just as awkward for him as it had been for both her and Ron. "Well, no, not entirely," she reasoned, since Harry had no idea what was going on, and where this had suddenly come from. Or did he? You asked him yet? Ginny dived into the seat next to her in the common room that evening. Arnold the pygmy puff was sitting happily on her shoulder, humming a bit. Ron and Harry were off in the library. Yes. He said yes, then. Yes. Good. Yes. See, I told you it wasn't that difficult, the redhead said smugly. However, Hermione didn't find it necessary to tell all the details just yet. For now, she would let Ginny believe that it had in fact been easy to ask her brother and hadn't involved an awkward friend, some tubers, and quite normal for her and Ron almost to fight. Oh, I'm a bit later than usual, though there's still 40 minutes Monday here, so technically, I'm on time, but my computer spaced for a few hours. Thank Merlin it works again. So here's your first Friday free period letter. Since I haven't missed you at all this week, I really had to force myself to write this one. I'm kidding, of course. I actually had to force myself to wait until today, because otherwise I would get into trouble with my homework and other such unimportant things at school. Everything here is fine, and I hate it, because at the same time, it's not. Hogwarts seems different without you. Emptier, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that stupid first year again, afraid of everything. Though this time I'm better in hiding it. And I have you to write to, instead of an evil wizard in a secret diary that also controls a huge snake that attacks other students, but still. It's fine here, but no fun. Susie and Hermione both claim that I've been awfully moody since you left, but I'm not the right person to judge. I guess I've been snapping at people more than usual, but that's just because they're all so, I don't know how to describe it. They're all trying to protect me, and think I'll be helpless without them, but I'm not. I miss you, but they don't understand that they can't replace you. Katie is still in St. Mungo's. Rumors are that she has lost her arm and is in an irreversible coma, but hopefully those really are just rumors. Apparently she's still unconscious, in any case. Harry has therefore asked Dean to play in her place until upcoming match. Dean's thrilled. Our first practice is tonight, and I will tell you all about it in my next letter. I hope Dean doesn't play too poorly and can get into shape before the match. We'll beat Slytherin, of course. Susie also promised to keep you posted, didn't she? Well, if she didn't, there's very little going on in the rumors and gossip department. Remilda Vane, that annoying girl in 4th year, walked past me the other day and asked me about Harry. Apparently, he now has a secret fan club, which doesn't contain me, before you ask, of 4th years. I haven't teased him about it yet, he seems to have a lot of other things going on. Another rumor has it that you are not just pulled out of school, but are actually being held hostage by Death Eaters and that Colin is attempting to save you, but hasn't succeeded yet. People's fantasy is far too big here. Though I think that if you actually were kept as a hostage, Colin would definitely want to save you. What's going on with you two anyway? Were you dating before you left? And if so, how come you never said anything to your best friend about it? That's me, by the way. The biggest bit of gossip I can tell you is that Hermione finally asked my brother out. There's a Christmas party, organized by Slughorn, and after some pushing from me, she finally got up the courage to ask him. Now just hope that neither of them does anything stupid before then, which of course they probably will. It's weird to write about all these little school problems, when there's actually so much danger outside these walls, and, with the attack on Katie, also inside. According to Hermione, Harry has this whole theory about how Malfoy is a Death Eater and is trying to kill someone. Who that someone is, and how he's planning to do so, remains a mystery. According to Ron, he and Hermione are having a hard time talking the idea out of Harry's head. I don't know. It sounds a bit far-fetched. What do you think? Oh, and before I forget, I wrote Fred and George this week, and mentioned you not being here. They were actually pretty shocked to hear that, and promised to send you something that would cheer her up. So be careful when you open your mail. Then the least favorite part of the letter, the homework. It still seems like every teacher is determined not to let us have any social life at all, because the amounts they're giving us are only increasing. For potions we're to write an essay about the draft of peace, how it's used and its long-term side effects. Then, for transfiguration, McGonagall wants us to finish up the 8th chapter, so finish it, summarize it and answer the questions in the last paragraph. Let's start with the good news. There's no work for herbology. Sprout dismissed us early because she had to take Diane to the hospital wing because she was attacked by the flesh-eating sunflower in the 4th greenhouse. You should have seen it. Her hair is really uneven, she's sprouting yellow flower petals everywhere and there are marks on her whole neck. Astronomy was cancelled due to the weather, but we still have to write an essay about the relationship between Venus and Mars, and how their cycles influence each other. 9 inches. Snape wants us to write a 3-foot essay on the Imperious Curse, how to fight it, and how to recognize its use in daily life. He's in a foul mood, so if you happen to send yours in, you'll probably get a D, no matter what you write. You also have to answer questions 15 through 30, little things about wand techniques. They're harder than they seem, according to Colin. I haven't started myself. Then for ancient runes, you have to read the first 5 chapters of that book she handed out the last lesson and summarize it. I don't have arithmancy, so you'd have to ask Susie about the homework for it. Are you really planning to do all this? Because if I was sitting at home, at least I could be glad I didn't have homework. And how will you write essays about spells that you can't practice? Or potions that you've never seen? Besides, there isn't such thing as a second Hogwarts library standing around. Where were you planning to get your information? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to second-guess you. It's just that I find it hard to believe that you're there, and not next to me during class, or in the 4-poster bed on the other side of the room. Write to me soon. Okay. I want to know how you are, how your family is, and how you're dealing with everything that has been going on. In the meantime, here's my sock, just as promised. Love, Ginny. Dean, more to the left. You're a team. Ginny and Demelza will take the rest of the field. Dean nodded and moved more towards the upper stands. Demelza passed the quaffle to him, and, aiming at the left goal hoop, Dean scored while Ron was making a dive in the wrong direction. Ginny frowned. She didn't know what was wrong with Ron, but he seemed to be getting worse instead of better. They had played for just over half an hour that evening, and Ginny had already scored 4 goals, but instead of Ron finally getting warmed up, his technique was becoming more and more wild. She wanted to rush over to Dean, to congratulate him on his first goal, but suddenly the whistle was blown. Ginny looked up, and saw Demelza zigzagging towards the ground near the goalposts, with a blood-covered face and on the verge of tears. Next to her, Ron had landed, trying to apologize. Ginny rushed over. It was an accident. I'm sorry, Demelza, really sorry. I just panicked, Ginny said angrily, landing next to Demelza and examining her lip. You prat, Ron, look at the state of her. I can fix that. Harry's voice suddenly sounded from behind of her. He landed next to them and muttered something. The spell seemed to work, at least the swelling seemed to go down a bit. And Ginny, Harry continued, now looking at her, don't call Ron a prat, you're not the captain of this team. Well, you seemed too busy to call him a prat and I thought someone should. She thought she saw a flicker of a smile playing around Harry's mouth, but wasn't sure. When he spoke again, he seemed quite serious. In the air, everyone, let's go. But the training didn't seem to improve after that. Ron saved only 1 goal, and Ginny was surprised he hadn't fallen off his broom with all those wrong techniques he'd used. Dean, on the other hand, seemed to be fine. He played almost as well as Katie. Good work, everyone, I think we'll flatten Slytherin, Harry said encouragingly at the end of the practice. Ginny smiled back, but could barely hide an irritated snort. Harry knew all too well that his best friend hadn't played well at all. Coming? Dean asked softly. Ginny nodded and followed him out of the locker room. So, how was your first practice as Chaser? She asked playfully. It's great. I think it went pretty well. Yeah, you were really good. Just work on those things Harry said after practice and you'll be even better than Katie. Dean grinned. Come on. I know a shortcut to the tower, he said and pushed aside a tapestry to reveal an empty, narrow corridor. Why are you in such a rush to get into the common room? Is your other girlfriend waiting? She teased. Dean didn't answer with words. Instead, he pushed her softly against the wall and keyed her. Ginny smiled. In her head, because it was a bit hard with Dean keying her like that. The key intensified and she felt that wonderful sensation in her stomach. Oi! They broke apart, and Ginny looked up. Ron and Harry were standing not too far from them, both with odd expressions on their faces. Harry looked like he was made of stone, while Ron's face was full of anger and annoyance. She could feel her face turning red. "What?" she said, trying not to sound embarrassed. "I don't want to find my own sister snogging people in public." "This was a deserted corridor till you came butting in," she retorted. She felt that Dean was standing behind her, fidgeting, but Ginny's embarrassment had been replaced by anger. Come on, Ginny," said Dean, "let's go back to the common room." "You go," she nearly shouted. "I want a word with my dear brother." He squeezed her hand, then left quickly. "Right," she said, glaring at Ron, "let's get this straight once and for all. It is none of your business who I go out with or what I do with them, Ron." "Yeah, it is," said Ron, just as angrily. "Do you think I want people saying my sister's a what?" shouted Ginny, though she knew perfectly well what her brother had wanted to say. She drew her wand. A what, exactly? Her idea had been to tell Ron off for butting in all the time, for thinking she was still 11, but now that he had taken this approach, she was too far gone to calm down and tell him he had to stay out of her life. "He doesn't mean anything, Ginny," Harry said, but she interrupted him. "Oh yes he does," she said. "Just because he's never snogged anyone in his life, just because the best key he's ever had is from our Auntie Muriel." She knew it was a mean dig, but she wasn't really in control of what she was saying anymore. "Shut your mouth," bellowed Ron, bypassing red and turning maroon. But Ginny had it. She remembered how Ron had hit Demelza, how he was always meddling with her business, how he had told the twins about Dean and Michael, how he was hurting Hermione by being the insensitive prick he was. "No, I will not. I've seen you with Flem, hoping she'll key you on the cheek every time you see her. It's pathetic. If you went out and got a bit of snogging done yourself, you wouldn't mind so much that everyone else does it." Ginny was steaming. The urge to physically attack Ron was getting stronger. Ron had pulled out his wand too. Harry stepped swiftly between the two of them. "You don't know what you're talking about," he roared, trying to get a clear shot at her around Harry, who was now standing in front of her with his arms outstretched. "Just because I don't do it in public." The fact that Harry was actually throwing himself in front of her as a human shield didn't stop Ginny in the least. She knew that Ron wasn't speaking the truth. Hermione would have known such a thing if it had been true. "Been keying Pigwidgeon, have you? Or have you got a picture of Auntie Muriel stashed under your pillow?" she shrieked, trying to push Harry away. "You..." A streak of orange light flew under Harry's left arm and missed Ginny by inches, but before Ginny could curse him with something really nasty, she wasn't sure what, but had decided that it had to be painful and annoying. Just like Ron himself, Harry had switched protecting Ron, pushing him up against the opposite wall. Clearly he knew who they were up against. "Don't be stupid." Harry's snogged Cho Chong, she shouted, not sure what more to say. The rage was slowly subsiding, and she already felt some guilt in her stomach for her explosion. However, what Ron had suggested about her before was now slowly registering in her mind, and she couldn't stop the last dregs of her anger coming out. "And Hermione snogged Victor Crumb. It's only you who acts like it's something disgusting, Ron, and that's because you've got about as much experience as a 12-year-old. And with that, she stormed away, suddenly realizing she was crying. She hated the things Ron had said. She hated Ron. But most of all, she hated herself. She had said things to her brother that had been too awful to say, even to him. When the portrait hole opened, she stormed off the common room, to her dormitory, not noticing Dean was standing near the fireplace waiting for her. She didn't need him at the moment. The only person she needed was Evelyn. "Good morning," she greeted them that Saturday at breakfast. The boys barely noticed her arrival. They both looked as though they hadn't slept well. Harry had bags under his eyes and was looking lifelessly at his bowl of porridge, as if he wasn't exactly sure what to do with it. Ron was pouring pumpkin juice into his glass, and Hermione had never known anyone could do something simple as pouring juice so aggressively. She deduced that the Quidditch practice the previous evening had not been fun. However, she needed them to snap out of their lethargic state. There was some serious studying that needed to be done today. "Could you pass me the pumpkin juice, Ron?" "Get it yourself," he snapped back, though his left hand nearly brushed the jug. Her eyebrows shot up of their own accord and she looked to Harry for an explanation of Ron's behavior. However, Harry didn't seem to have noticed and was still elsewhere with his thoughts. She grabbed the jug herself, pretending it hadn't happened. "So how was practice yesterday? Did Dean fit into the team, Harry? If you want to know, ask him yourself. You've got a mouth, haven't you?" Ron answered before Harry had opened his mouth. Eating the last 2 pieces of his bread, he shoved backwards and declared, "I have to get my stuff. Meet you guys in the library in half an hour." With that, he left. Hermione stared at her plate. What had she done wrong? Normally Ron only acted this way when they were having a fight, but last she'd checked, nothing had happened. The last prefect duties on Thursday had actually been nicer than ever. Was it something she had said on Friday, just before practice? Or had something happened at practice itself? But what did she have to do with that? She stared at Harry until he met her gaze and shrugged. "He's just in a mood. Quidditch didn't go that well yesterday," he explained shortly. But she wanted to press the matters further, but Harry didn't seem talkative at all. "Hi," Ginny greeted, shoving in next to Hermione and grabbing a Belgian waffle from a plate. Harry stood up suddenly, as if stung. "I have to get my stuff too. See you in a moment." He left quickly, his face red. Hermione raised her eyebrows, but didn't say anything, only nodded. This situation was getting more and more weird. Ginny didn't seem to be a ray of sunshine either, but looked less disgruntled than the boys. It must have been something with Quidditch then. Maybe it was best to not mention it. "Have you heard anything from Evelyn since she left?" Ginny shook her head. "I sent her a letter yesterday. I expect I will get one from her today or tomorrow. I miss her. It feels as if I'm all alone, even though I still have other friends." "Well, you'll have to get used to it, unfortunately. It must be harder for Evelyn, though." Ginny nodded. Hermione could tell that she wasn't actually cheering her up, and forgetting her resolution to not mention Quidditch, she asked, "So how was Dean yesterday? Was Harry okay with him on the team?" "Oh, he was pretty good. Not as good as Katie. He needs some practice on his aiming skills, but of course I can't say anything about that. That's Harry's job," the girl replied a bit more sarcastically than she had probably intended. "What do you mean?" Nothing, Ginny said hastily, checking her watch. "You know, I've promised to meet Neville for my herbology tutoring in the common room in 15 minutes. I had better get back to prepare. See you, Hermione." And Ginny stood up and left too. It was very weird, as if her friends were all hiding something from her. What could she possibly have done wrong? Harry seemed to have snapped out of his strange mood when she arrived in the library, though he was still quieter than usual. Ron's mood, on the other hand, only seemed to get worse. "Let's write that potions essay first, shall we?" Hermione suggested. "I'll get the books." "As if we need books for that. Please, we have the prince's book," Ron snorted. "Yes," she answered, feeling the irritation creeping up, "but I really think there should be more background information in our essays than just the things listed in Harry's copy of Advanced Potion Making." "Do it your way, then. I'll start at Defense Against the Dark Arts. Should I get books for you also? I happen to know that there's an excellent one about." "No, I don't need your help or your constant meddling in my homework." The force with which he said it scared Hermione. Was this really Ron, the guy she liked and had asked out only a few days ago? "Okay," she answered in a small voice. Maybe, if she could just pretend that Ron wasn't acting strange at all, he would snap out of his mood and be normal again. But at 8 o'clock that night, Ron was still being harsh, angry and rude, and she still hadn't been able to figure out why. Harry had tried to keep the peace, but she was sick of being treated in such a way. "What is your problem?" she asked him angrily, after he had snorted at her comment about being glad they had finished their homework. "What do you mean? What have I done wrong? Did I say something to you? Have I offended you in some way? Why do you ask?" Because clearly, something's bothering you. Well, it's none of your business, know it all. Really, come to meddle in my problems again, have you now? No, but when you're taking it out on me, I'm not taking it out on you, since I don't have a problem. So you just always treat your friends like this. I don't mother them as you do. I'm not mothering, I'm just asking what your problem is. Well, here's a little advice. Keep yourself and your asking away from me. I will, then, since you clearly don't need to be asked after or cared for. She shouted. Good, Ron shouted back. Well, fine, she screeched. Fine. She had opened her mouth halfway, to say something again, but realized there was nothing to be said anymore. She closed her mouth, glared at him, and stalked away towards the girls' dormitories, slamming the door behind her. She heard Ron swear, but didn't bother to listen. She was far too angry herself. For the next few days, Hermione was still mad at Ron, but it hadn't come to a shouting match again. She was mostly tired and tried to avoid him, hoping his foul mood would clear up on its own. The Sunday of that weekend was spent with Ginny, who managed to clear up some things for her, but still couldn't explain to Hermione why Ron was taking it out on her. So he caught you and Dean. Yes, and then he started to rant about how he didn't want to find his sister snogging in public and that I should be more discreet. And then, well, I got mad too. I mean, it's none of his business. Dean suggested that I ignore him and go to the common room. But you didn't go with him. She guessed. No, I wanted to tell Ron once and for all that he should stay out of my business. That it was my own decision whom to date and whom not. And that the corridor was empty and discreet before they stormed in. She seemed to become angry just thinking about it. Then what? Ginny shrugged. Then Ron started to get mad also and we shouted at each other. Harry seemed to think we were going hex each other. Which we probably would have done, except that he got in between us. Still, I don't understand how after a fight with you, he's suddenly mad at me, she said more to herself than to Ginny. Ginny shrugged again, looking a bit uncomfortable. Isn't he just mad at everyone, not just you? No, he's being moody and cranky with everyone, but really angry at me. I don't know either, Ginny said softly, staring at the lake they were walking around. But Ron usually clears up after a few days. Give him time, she advised and then started to talk about the letter from Evelyn that she had just received. Hermione tried to give Ron time. But by Monday afternoon, he still hadn't cleared up, and it had been a living hell to sit in the same classes as he did. She tried to talk to Harry about Ron, but he still didn't seem to be on Earth, especially when she started talking about the fight. When she wanted to talk about it, he seemed highly uncomfortable, got red, and used every method he knew to change the subject. Still, being in a fight with Ron, because even though she didn't see it that way, he obviously did, had some benefits. With her head a bit out of the clouds, she had more time for other things. Hermione had started to ponder more about who the prince could be, who was trying to smuggle things into Hogwarts, because Harry was clearly wrong with his theory about Malfoy being a Death Eater, and by Wednesday, she had even looked up what sort of curse Katie could possibly have been hit by. Of course she thought about Ron, but now that he was acting so distant towards her, Hermione's feelings about him seemed to be calmer, and easily overtaken by her common sense, which told her that she should forget about him, or at least ignore him if he acted so stupid. Ron doesn't seem too happy lately, does he? Hermione had gone off to bed early, but her eyes snapped open upon hearing Parvati's voice coming through the curtains of her four-poster bed. The other girls must think she was asleep, or they wouldn't be talking now. Yes, I don't know what's bothering him, Lavender said, sighing. Maybe he's found out you have a crush on him, Parvati suggested. And why would that make him mad? Came the sharp reply, and Hermione wouldn't have wanted to stand in Parvati's shoes at that moment. I don't know, guys can be weird. Not Ron, Lavender answered testily. Hermione could barely contain a snort. Yeah, Ron's never weird. He's probably still mad at his sister. I heard from Demelza that she and Ron had a fight about Dean. I would be mad too, if my sister told me I had as much experience as a 12-year-old. Hermione's eyes widened. Ginny hadn't told her about that particular insult. It could be just a rumor, of course, but on the other hand, it sounded like something the redhead might have said. We'll see, maybe he's just nervous for the match on Saturday. Yeah, Slytherin won't stand a chance. I don't know, I heard that they've practiced a lot. But Hermione had stopped listening. For now, she had heard enough and had made her mind up about what to do. If Lavender was waiting for Ron to come around, she would do the opposite. Somehow, she was going to find out why he was so mad at her. And in the meantime, she was going to have another talk with Ginny. The girl obviously hadn't told her everything. I heard something really interesting last night, Hermione said, leaning over her shoulder as she served herself breakfast. What? She asked, hoping the question sounded offhanded. She hadn't told Hermione because she knew the girl would be upset, like she was now. Trying to keep facts away from the bookworm. What had she been thinking? Dean, who was sitting across from her, looked up at the tone of Hermione's sweet voice. A bit too sweet, actually. If Ginny didn't know better, she'd think Hermione was trying to impersonate Umbridge and succeeding. Oh, just some details about the fight you had with Ron. Ginny tried not to look at her, and instead focused on Dean, who was trying to hide behind his paper. Coward, that's the way to save your girl, she couldn't help but think. When she didn't answer, Hermione pressed on. For instance, I heard you said to him that he had as much experience as. Yes, I think I remember what I said to him, she said hastily. She really didn't want for Dean to hear exactly how mad she had been. It would only make him feel uncomfortable. After all, the poor guy had to sleep in the same room as her brother. Then why didn't you tell me? And what exactly did you say? The girl hissed. Because it doesn't matter. Ron's still mad at everyone for a stupid reason. Ginny, you know Ron better than I do, and even I know that when you tell Ron these sorts of things, he starts believing them and losing all his self-confidence. Yeah, well, he deserved it, she replied, more than slightly annoyed. Did he? So I guess I deserve the treatment he's giving me, too. Hermione asked, looking very dangerous. That's not what I. But she broke her sentence off there. Hermione had walked away and Ginny sighed. Trouble? Dean asked cautiously. Yes, she snapped back. And thanks for pretending you didn't hear. Really helped me a lot. Angry, she stood up. This was going to be a long day. Dear Evelyn, you told me in your letter that home wasn't fun. Well, let me tell you that it isn't fun to be here either. I have to keep it short, since I used my free period to do my homework for Transfiguration and am writing this during Charms. I got into a fight with Ron last week, and in my anger, you've seen me when I'm so angry as to be beyond reason. This was such a case. I said that Hermione snogged Crumb and some other stupid things that Ron wasn't supposed to know. Or he knew, but he wasn't supposed to get it rubbed into his face like that. He's now mad at everyone, but especially at Hermione, who didn't know what happened because I didn't tell her. However, she found out, or at least parts of it, and now she's also mad at me. I miss you, Eve. Your logic could make things seem so simple. Do you think you could bottle it, and send it in a flask with the next letter? Anyway, the homework's attached to the letter. I promise that you will get a more detailed letter from me this evening, but for now, this just had to be said, and out of my system. Love, Ginny. You stupid girl. Can't you see you're supposed to train me? How is that sort of aim supposed to help? Ginny flinched at her brother's voice. That was the 5th time Ron had shouted at Demelza, who now was trembling on her broom. She gritted her teeth, and glanced at Harry, who frowned, but didn't say anything to his friend. She wanted to intervene more than anything, but she knew that Harry wouldn't appreciate that. Besides, she had caused this mood with her brother. There was a great chance they would only end up yelling more. They started their new formation. She passed the quaffle to Dean, who gained speed. He passed it back to her, and she handed it off to Demelza at the final second, and the other girl scored again. Are you deaf? What did I just tell you about aiming the quaffle from that direction? How am I supposed to train like that if you're so stupid? Huh. Ginny shook her head and looked at Harry, who was following the conversation from up above. Even though her greatest desire was to interfere, Ginny knew it wouldn't be a good idea. She turned her broom and sped off to Dean, who had retrieved the quaffle and was throwing it toward her. "You shut up and leave her alone," she heard Peaks shout. Turning around again, she saw that the little beater was now flying up to the goalposts, where Ron still was shouting at Demelza, whose face was tear-stained. That was enough. Glaring at Ron, she passed the quaffle to Dean and shot off towards the goalposts. However, "Enough," bellowed Harry. "Peaks, go and pack up the bludgers. Demelza, pull yourself together, you played really well today, Ron." She could tell that Harry was finally saying something to Ron about his behavior and turned around to land a bit further away from the boy who lived in the Pratt called her brother. Instead she walked to the locker rooms, where Demelza was sniffling. "Demelza, I'm sorry," she blurted out. "For what?" "For the fact that Ron's only mad at everyone because we had a fight last week. But don't listen to what he says. It's not your fault. At the game tomorrow, he won't have any control over the other side to save those goals. You were right to fly like that." Demelza nodded. "Coming with me to dinner, Ginny?" Dean asked from the door. She nodded and followed. Even last year, when they had the worst team ever, she had never felt so sure they were going to lose a match. After dinner, she hastened up to her dormitory, pulled out another piece of parchment and some ink and started to write again. There was a lot that she needed to get out of her system, yet again. Dear Evelyn, she had a hard time getting out of bed that morning, and already felt tired by the time she had finished dressing herself. She didn't feel like facing people at all today. She and Ginny were still angry at each other. Ron was still in his foul mood, Harry seemed happiest when he could stay out of the mess, and Lavender had stopped, giving Ron time, and started to act flirty again. "How are you both feeling?" she asked tentatively when she entered the Great Hall and met both Harry and Ron. "Fine," said Harry. Hermione looked at him. There was something in his voice that sounded a bit too much like Fred and George. She saw him fumble with something, a little bottle, above a glass, and then give it to Ron. "There you go, Ron. Drink up." Immediately the alarm bells in her head went off. What was Harry doing? He had clearly put something in Ron's drink. "Don't drink that, Ron." Both Harry and Ron looked up at her, Harry with his eyes wide, and Ron with the same frown he had all week. "Why not?" said Ron. She looked at Harry, not believing what she'd seen. Was he trying to poison Ron, so they could play with the reserve keeper? Or was it something to make Ron play better? Was it perhaps, but Harry wouldn't do that. But if not, "You just put something in that drink." "Excuse me," said Harry. "You heard me. I saw you. You just tipped something into Ron's drink. You've got the bottle in your hand right now." "I don't know what you're talking about," said Harry, his hands suspiciously close to his pockets. Ron looked from one to the other. "Ron, I warn you, don't drink it," Hermione said again, panicking. Harry was obviously not playing by the rules. He had heard Slughorn that day in the dungeon. It was forbidden to use Felix Felicis in sporting events. This didn't sound like Harry at all. However, Ron picked up the glass, drained it all, and said, "Stop bossing me around, Hermione." It felt as if someone had slapped her right across the face. Even when she was saying something to protect his health, who knew what could go wrong, he didn't want her help. Bending close to Harry's ear, she hissed, "You should be expelled for that. I'd never have believed it of you, Harry." "Look who's talking," he whispered back. "Confounded anyone lately?" That was low, but she really couldn't answer him without making a scene. All she could do was storm away up the table. Hermione briefly considered not watching the match, since she was now angry at all three of her Quidditch-playing friends, but curiosity had stopped her. Besides, if she didn't see the game herself, she could never be 100% sure that Harry had used the lucky potion. And after what had to have been one of the shortest matches she'd ever seen, Hermione had no doubt about the Felix Felicis. The only question remaining was how to confront Harry about it. Determinedly, she walked up to the changing room and Dean, Ginny and Demelza opened the door, all three happily shouting a chorus of, "Weasley is our king," with Ginny conducting. They barely noticed her, but even if they had, Hermione wasn't here for them. She would make things right with Ginny later. Harry and Ron needed to be confronted first. Twisting her scarf in her hands, she walked in and stared at the only remaining players. "I want a word with you, Harry." She looked up and took a deep breath. "You shouldn't have done it. You heard Slughorn, it's illegal." "What are you going to do, turn us in?" demanded Ron. He didn't seem so angry anymore, but still sounded a bit harsh. Apparently, he had also realized that he just couldn't have made that fourth save without help from whatever he'd had that morning. "What are you two talking about?" asked Harry, turning away to hang up his robes. Hermione felt the irritation creeping up. Was he still trying to play dumb? "You know perfectly well what we're talking about," she replied shrilly. "You spiked Ron's juice with Lucky Potion at breakfast. Felix Felicis." "No, I didn't," said Harry, turning back to face them both, grinning widely. Hermione stared at him bewildered. "Yes you did, Harry, and that's why everything went right. There were Slytherin players missing and Ron saved everything." "I didn't put it in," said Harry, grinning even more. He slipped his hand inside his jacket pocket and drew out the tiny bottle that Hermione had seen in his hand that morning. It was still full of golden potion and the cork was tightly sealed with wax. "I wanted Ron to think I'd done it, so I faked it when I knew you were looking." She didn't know which emotion she felt more, anger for fooling her, or relief for not cheating. "You saved everything because you felt lucky. You did it all yourself," Harry said, turning to Ron. "There really wasn't anything in my pumpkin juice," Ron said, astounded. "But the weather's good, and Vazey couldn't play. I honestly haven't been given Lucky Potion." Harry shook his head. Ron gaped at him for a moment, and in that moment, Hermione felt a little bit of hope creeping up in her heart. Maybe Ron would just be her friend after this. Maybe he would forget whatever Ginny had said to him in the happiness for winning the game, but that hope didn't last for long. Ron rounded on Hermione, imitating her voice. "You added Felix Felicis to Ron's juice this morning, that's why he saved everything." "See, I can save goals without help, Hermione." "I never said you couldn't. Ron, you thought you'd been given it too." She tried to explain to him, trying very hard not to cry. But Ron had already stridden past her out of the door with his broomstick over his shoulder. Said Harry into the sudden silence, Shall we go up to the party, then?" But Hermione shook her head. She wasn't completely sure how she felt towards Harry at this moment, but knew that seeing Ron celebrating all the goals he'd saved would be too much. Frustration and tiredness seemed to flow over her and she exclaimed, "You go. I'm sick of Ron at the moment, I don't know what I'm supposed to have done." And she stormed out of the changing room. All the emotions she had felt that week, all the anger and bewilderment, came out in the form of tears. She ran away from the locker rooms, away from the sounds of cheering Gryffindor supporters and away from all the students, heading the lake. Her head felt like a confusing mass of questions. What was wrong with Ron? What could Ginny have said that was causing him to act so cold and distant to her? Why did Harry have to act like Ron was being lucky? Couldn't he have told her of the plan? She wasn't sure if she would have helped him if she knew, and that had probably been the reason he hadn't told her. But that didn't explain why Ron had gotten angry at her, instead of his best friend, who had made him feel as if he had drank Felix Felicis. She didn't know where she was heading, but her feet seemed to travel around the lake immediately. Walking around it would be a good idea, she would have time to clear her head. She hated herself for still liking him. She knew that this wasn't the real Ron, the one she had liked for more than 2 years. The one who could make her laugh and forget her worries for a moment, and the one that could be brilliant in his own way. Why couldn't she stop liking him? Couldn't she teach her heart to fall in love with a person that was nice? Or sane, perhaps? She walked further, kicking a stone out of her path. There had been a guy who had been both, and yet, Victor had been more than willing to play her boyfriend, and for a short month, Hermione had thought she had wanted him too. He had been so sweet to her. Yet she was bored with him the minute the Yule Ball was over. Instead of a long goodbye, he was dragged along by Karkaroff, and after that, she was standing in the common room, fighting with Ron. She walked further. Nothing had really changed. Victor was still being dragged up to the next Quidditch match, and even though she knew she had the power to stop him, she didn't bother to try. She was too busy bickering with Ron, or, in this case, with trying to find out why they were fighting at the moment. Ron probably didn't have a clue about how she felt. She had come to realize that she had been reading too much into the moment they had had in the train at the beginning of this year. He had probably wanted to take her out as friends. And knowing how Ron was, he probably hadn't got her subtle clues of asking him out to Slughorn's party. Or maybe he had, but his skull was too thick for it actually to sink in. She grabbed a stone and hurled it into the water, where it sank with a plop. She would have to tell him everything, without room for misunderstanding. It would finally make an end to her insecurity. But how could she tell him when he was giving her the cold shoulder the whole time? "Hello there." Hermione looked up and saw Hagrid coming out of his cabin. "Oh, it's you." "Hi, Hagrid." "Hello, Hermione. Why are ye here? Aren't ye supposed to be celebrating back at the school? I hear McGonagall's too happy the first match to actually punish ye lot for making too much noise." "Oh, yes, I'm making my way over there. I just needed to think." "Oh, Abu. What?" "Everything," she answered vaguely. "Ye mean the war." She felt rather guilty. Here she was, crying over a boy, while the whole world had far greater problems. She nodded a bit and Hagrid seemed to take that as a yes. Well, there's not much I can tell ye to make ye feel better. But just be brave and wait for the outcome, Hermione. Someday, it has to be over." She looked up, and saw that the huge man was standing in front of her and looking worried. "Yes, I think you're right. I just have to be brave and wait." A silence fell and she felt that Hagrid was still eyeing her worriedly. "I'd better go. Suppose the party has already started." "Yeah, you do that. And come around when you feel ye need a cuppa, all right." "I shall. Bye, Hagrid." She nodded and walked towards the castle, slowly digesting what Hagrid had just said. She just had to be brave and wait for the outcome. So she did. Hermione started to speed up her walk. She had made up her mind when she almost ran up to the front steps of the castle. Ron would probably be in high spirits, even if not towards her. She just had to make him listen to her. She would confront him, ask if they could talk in private for a minute and tell him that, tell him. She would make no secret of the fact that she was disappointed and bewildered and confused about this past week, and would demand an answer from him, right that instant. And then all she could do was wait for it. If he didn't like her the same way, she swore that she would try to forget him, to get over him. And if he did, her heart fluttered. If he did, they would see from there. She suddenly felt like a real Gryffindor. For once, she felt as brave as Harry. She felt as courageous as Ginny and as tall as Hagrid. If she wanted to solve this problem, she had to do it herself. And Hagrid had made her realize that there were far more important things. She and Ron had to be strong as a team, united for Harry and his destiny. His job wouldn't get any easier and she had a feeling Dumbledore was slowly preparing him. They had to stand by his side together. She mounted the stairs, feeling more and more determined. She refused to listen to that scared little voice in her head, and pushed it away. She didn't need that voice now. She didn't need her brains at all. All she needed was her heart and her courage to do this. The fat lady slowly opened, revealing the usual chaos and cheery crowd after a game that had been won. Music, voices and screams were waving over her. She stepped inside, standing still against the inside of the portrait hole to search the room for her friends. There was Dean, talking to Seamus about a move he had made. There was Parvati, her face painted with gold and red stripes. Harry was standing near the drinks, talking with Ginny. They glanced at a corner, both looking disgusted. What were they looking at? It was hard to see. The room was crowded and the corner was dark. She followed their gaze, craned her neck and her heart stood still. It was clear that Ron had made his choice, even before she had wanted to ask him for an answer. 4 more birds were created, each with the sound of a gun, until Hermione. She looked up and saw that Harry was standing in the door opening. "Oh, hello, Harry," she heard herself say in a voice that wasn't entirely her own. "I was just practicing." "Yeah, there. Really good," he replied rather lamely and entered the classroom. A silence fell between them, and Hermione felt the pressure of saying something. She knew that Harry was here to talk to her. But she really didn't want to talk about what she had just seen. She had only seen it, not thought about what she had seen. But she knew that once she would think, she would break. But it seemed as if Harry was lost for words too. The pounding in her head and the ache in her heart were both growing to a maximum, and she knew that she would explode sooner or later. Better sooner, that way she wouldn't lose it completely. Ron seems to be enjoying the celebrations. Hermione hated the fact that her voice still didn't sound like her own. Does he?" said Harry. "Don't pretend you didn't see him. He wasn't exactly hiding it, was." But before she could get really irritated with Harry for being a hypocrite, the door burst open again. And in came the two people she really didn't want to see. Ever again. "Oh," Ron said, drawing up short at the sight of Hermione and Harry. Hermione had turned her head the minute she understood who had entered. She really couldn't look at him right now. "Oops," said Lavender, and she backed out of the room, giggling. The door swung shut behind her. Hermione felt that her body was creating two dams. One to stop the stream of thoughts and one to stop the stream of emotions that seemed to fill her up. The moment the door had closed behind Lavender, the dam of her thoughts broke. She stared at Ron, who didn't look back. There was a horrible, swelling, billowing silence, while her thoughts were swirling like a roller coaster. Was he really liking the girl that had just giggled at such awkwardness? Had he liked her at all, these past few months, or had that all been in her head? Did she have to be more like Lavender for Ron to like her? Ron still refused to look back and instead looked at Harry, who seemed to have a contest with Ron about whom was feeling more uncomfortable. But really, did Ron have to be uncomfortable? After all, wasn't he the great winner? He had just scored himself a girl. Sarcasm had found his way through the emotion dam. The yellow birds she had just conjured still twittered happily around her head. "Hi, Harry, wondered where you'd got to," Ron finally said. Hermione slid off the desk. She knew that the second dam wouldn't hold much longer, and she felt too proud to break down in front of Ron, to let him know how much he had hurt her. "You shouldn't leave Lavender waiting outside," she said quietly in the same, un-Hermione-like voice. "She'll wonder where you've gone." He looked up for 1 second, with an odd mixture of feelings on his face. Surprise, pride, cockiness, relief. She broke the eye contact and walked towards the door. She knew that Lavender would be waiting at the other side, with a smug look on her face. She would have won. She would have Ron all for herself. The emotion dam broke. A pugno. Without even realizing which spell she had done, she fled towards the door. The birds had sped up like bullets towards Ron, who was shouting and yelping, but she didn't care anymore. Or actually, she cared too much. Tears welled up again, and she could barely see Lavender staring at her in shock and peering inside when Hermione fled out of the classroom. The tears were no longer in the corners of her eyes, and suddenly on her cheeks and clothes. Hermione. In the distance, she heard a girl calling her name, but a second later, she could have imagined it. Her feet didn't seem to know where they were going, but both agreed about one thing. As long as they were going in the opposite direction of where they had just came from, it was okay. The library doors burst open. Hermione didn't even saw Madame Pance's disapproving glance for running in the library, and walked straight to the darkest corner of the library, where the books were the oldest and the shelves the highest. There, against the wall, she collapsed, grabbing her own knees and sobbing uncontrollably. "Hey Ginny." Dean came towards her after Harry left the common room quite suddenly. He kissed her passionately on her mouth, but Ginny broke apart before it could get more intense. Right now, she had no desire to look like her brother, who was standing in the other corner and had now also broken away. "What's the matter?" Dean asked, surprised that she wasn't as happy to see him as he was to see her. "That," she said, not hiding her distaste and nodding towards her brother. Dean followed her gaze. "So, Ron and Lavender," he shrugged. "What's wrong with that? He'll have less time to look after his little sister this way," he joked, but Ginny didn't see the humor in his comment. "It's the wrong one." "What?" Dean asked, as Ron and Lavender disappeared out of the common room. "It's the wrong one, the wrong girlfriend." The wrong girlfriend. I thought Ron was the only Weasley who had a problem with the people his siblings dated. You too. No. She glared at him. Dean looked as if he had no idea why he was wearing on her nerves so much. You know what? I have to go check something, she suddenly decided. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, he answered, unsure, but Ginny barely heard him. She walked out of the portrait hole and looked around. Lavender was standing a bit further down the corridor, next to the closed door of a classroom. She looked satisfied, but also a little bit flushed. When Ginny walked up to ask her where Ron had suddenly disappeared, Lavender would probably know, seeing as they had been glued together mere minutes ago. There was a shout from the classroom. Another shriek followed, this one by someone else. Before Ginny could ask Lavender anything about this highly confusing situation, the door had burst open. Hermione stormed out, tears streaming over her face as she ran down the corridor. Hermione! Ginny shouted, but the girl didn't seem to hear her. She ran around a corner, but before Ginny could walk up to her, her attention was brought back to the classroom again. The door had banged open with such a force that it had rebounded against the castle wall and slammed closed again, but shouts were still audible through the wood and Lavender opened it again. Ginny couldn't see from her point what was happening inside, but when Lavender shrieked and hurried inwards, Ginny followed. She didn't know what she was expecting, but certainly not this. Her brother was standing in the middle of the room being attacked by a flock of canaries. Harry was standing to the side, his wand drawn, but not reacting, as if waiting for something. Lavender, though, was doing the opposite, and was helping Ron. She shooed the birds away, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The birds didn't harm her when she approached Ron, but she couldn't keep them away from him either, and they only seemed to get more violent. Ginny had a shrewd idea of what had happened. She walked over to Harry, who looked up, but at the same time motioned his wand to make the birds disappear. He pointed them at one of the birds and muttering a disappearing spell, a bit of blue light caught the bird in midair. Only 2 little feathers glided to the ground. She grinned at him, but he barely smiled back. Come on, help me with the rest of those things, he said. Lavender was still shrieking. Did Hermione do that? Harry nodded. I'm sorry, but in that case, I think Ron deserved them. Let him deal with those birds by himself. She sat down on one of the chairs determinedly, and saw that Harry was hesitating over whether help his friend immediately or sit it out. He chose the former, and moved closer to Ron and Lavender, whom were both yelling. Poof, 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 poof. A few more feathers fell to the floor, and calmness spread over the scene. Ginny looked at her brother, and had some difficulty trying to hide a smile. Hermione's spellwork had been superb. His whole face was scratched and blood oozed out of every little scratch. His arms and hands were also covered in little wounds, and while Lavender was still walking around him like a puppy, she could see that he was even limping a bit. I'm sorry, Ron, I can't heal these. You'll have to see Madame Pomfrey, she heard Harry say. Well, come on then, Ron said and walked to the door, helped by Lavender. Her brother screwed up his face. Finally a wave of pity flooded over Ginny, and she took his other arm so he could also lean on her. Harry closed the door behind them. What are you doing here? Ron asked, only now realizing his little sister was there. Even though she had forgotten they were actually fighting, Ron hadn't. Oh, stuff it, I'm trying to help you. What happened? But Ron wasn't the one who answered. Ron and I were looking for somewhere to go, so we came in here, but Harry and Hermione were here already. So I left, because we wanted some privacy, but Ron didn't follow quickly enough to avoid being cursed by that horrible girl. Lavender babbled, I can't believe she did that. When they arrived at the hospital wing several minutes later, Lavender was still complaining about how terrible Hermione was. But far more annoying to Ginny was that Lavender was still flirting with her brother. The fact that his face was now covered in blood only seemed to attract her more. You guys go on, Ginny decided. I need to ask Harry something, she quickly made up, and grabbed his arm to preventing him from going inside. The hospital door closed, and Harry seemed a bit flustered. What really happened? She asked again, now hoping for a more realistic and detailed answer. He shrugged. Hermione saw Ron and Lavender keying in the common room and, well, she didn't take it too well. When I searched for her, she had already conjured up some birds, and when Ron came, she let them attack him. You walked in after that. Thanks for helping me, by the way, he added sarcastically. Ginny frowned. Ron deserved that. He has been treating Hermione like dirt ever since I let it slip that she keyed Crumb. He knew exactly what she felt for him, she muttered. Harry looked uncomfortable at the mention of Hermione's feelings, so Ginny changed the subject. Where did she go? No idea. Why? Ginny sighed. Boys could be so dense sometimes. Even the ones who lived. Because Ron's not the one who needs help at the moment. And he's got Lavender and Madame Pomfrey for that. And with that, she turned around and left Harry standing in front of the door. She needed to find Hermione. Ginny didn't find Hermione after the bird incident. In fact, she wouldn't find Hermione until the Monday after the match, and even then the other girl refused to talk about what had happened. She seemed to have forgiven Ginny for telling Ron something that had made him so upset, since she was talking normally to her, but when Ginny tried to talk about Ron himself, she quickly changed the subject. Even fled from it. Oh, I'm sorry Ginny, herbology starts in about 10 minutes, and I still have to grab my books from my dorm. We'll talk later, okay? Ginny nodded, clearly understanding the message. Ron still bore scratches and cuts from Hermione's attack. Ginny overheard Lavender telling Parvati that the wounds were magical, since the birds had been too. The scratches couldn't be healed by magic, only naturally. Ron and Lavender were now officially a couple and Ginny actually felt a bit sorry for Harry. The only way the new couple could be more attached was to be physically joined at the hip. She told Harry so during the next practice, but he only had grinned back vaguely. Ginny refused to speak to Ron directly, even though it had seemed they were okay right after the attack. She knew he didn't feel sorry at all for being with Lavender, and Ginny decided that she would rather be a good friend to Hermione than chummy with Ron, who seemed to have Lavender for that. If only Hermione wanted to be good friends with her. The weeks slowly passed, but it seemed that she was avoiding Ginny. She saw less and less of Hermione in the common room, and when Ginny finally got close enough to say something, the speed with which Hermione managed to get away was rather depressing. Dean didn't seem to understand what the problem was, which only served to irritate her more. She tried to explain it, but he still didn't seem to get it. Were Hermione and Ron going out? I never noticed anything of that. No, they weren't. So, what's the problem? You couldn't tell. Dean just looked at her, totally befuddled. Ginny sighed. Don't you get sick of Ron and Lavender? No, why should I? Ron seems to be happy, and as long as he is, our team is playing great. You and Ron aren't on the best of terms, but he doesn't seem to be bothered by it as long as he's with her. Which means, he's also not bothered by the fact that I'm your boyfriend, which allows me to sleep a lot better at night, when I'm in the same room as he is. Arg, don't you get it? Hermione's miserable because of him. Of course I'm not okay with him if he's causing that. But it's Hermione's own fault. If she wanted him, she should have said something. Dean was being far too logical. She shook her head furiously. Why couldn't he understand how Hermione felt? After the last statement, Ginny didn't speak to him for 2 days. Finally, he had apologized, though Ginny wasn't sure if it was because he thought she was right or had just missed her. She didn't know what to do with Dean lately. He was sometimes so overprotective, so suffocating. If she wanted to be cared for in that way, she had 4 brothers for that. Percy didn't count and Ron was too busy. When she had let it slip that Neville had taken her to the Yule Ball 2 years ago, Dean suddenly popped up the next day when was talking to Neville about her herbology homework and if he could help her. Hey Neville, he said, throwing an arm around Ginny. Something in the way he said it irritated Ginny immensely. Hi Dean, what are you doing here in the library? Oh, looking up that charm Flitwick mentioned in the last class. And then I walked into Ginny, who said she needed help with herbology. Really? Well, that's a coincidence, he said in a strained voice and glanced at Ginny, who refused to look at him. He had clearly been planning this. Why? Neville asked, a bit confused. Well, I have to do my homework for herbology, so while I'm working on that, I can also explain it to her. Oh, okay, Neville answered, giving Ginny's book over to Dean. The fight that followed had been their biggest one yet. Why are you always asking for help from him? Because he's good in herbology. Well, so am I. I'm a year more experienced and I think I can handle explaining it to you. So, just because you are my boyfriend doesn't mean that I can't get help from other boys. No, it doesn't, but it does when you are doing the same things during studying as you do with me. Then there's your reason why I didn't ask for your help. We always end up keying and I've failed every essay I tried to write with you. She hissed back. They were still in the library, not the best place to fight. Well, then you can use the essays I gave you from last year. You don't have to ask for help from Neville. Those things don't work. What do you mean? Her big mouth had taken over again. She hissed back. They don't work. The professors give different assignments every year. Your essays are useless, but even if they weren't, I wouldn't cheat with them, since some are absolutely awful. Looking back, Ginny realized that even a physical slap to the face wouldn't have made Dean look so affronted. And why haven't you told me that? Or did you think I was just as stupid as my essays and wouldn't understand it? Ginny couldn't come up with a quick answer, but even if she'd wanted to reply, Madame Pants chose that moment to interrupt, glaring at both of them. Without even looking at Ginny, Dean stormed off. The day after that, she had apologized, and he too, though they were both touchy and a bit cold to each other. Ginny realized that it would take a while for them to be normal again and really forgive and forget. As Ginny stared at the pile of homework she had one gray November afternoon, she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for things to be normal again. With Dean, with Ron and with Hermione. The days after the scene with the birds were weird. Hermione had, after spilling far too many tears over it, decided that Ron wasn't worth the trouble. She, a sensible, smart girl, deserved much better than him, and wasn't going to be affected by him any longer. During the day, this mask seemed to work pretty well, but at night, or when she was alone, she felt so tired of keeping up the act, and felt so unlike herself, that she often fell asleep crying. Lavender hadn't spoken a word to her since she had attacked her new boyfriend with those birds, but maybe that was only because Hermione didn't give her a chance to say anything. She avoided Ron and Lavender as much as possible, because she knew the mask would fall off as soon as she saw them together, or imagined them together. Instead of thinking about them, she just tried to focus her attention on other things, and luckily for her, there were plenty of those things. She had started to tutor some of the younger students, mainly second and third years. They all seemed to benefit from it, and before Hermione knew it, her group contained 5 students. On the nights that the Quidditch team practiced, she could be found in the library, explaining how to make a forgetfulness potion and how to defeat a boggart. Anna, James, David, Karen and Jeffrey all seemed to like her a lot. The lessons reminded Hermione a bit of the DA, and she wondered if she could give practical lessons too. For now though, her schedule was too full. She had to study a lot for herself, too. The nights she studied with Harry were hard. She knew that she didn't have to keep up the mask for him. He saw through it right away. But she tried to maintain it anyway by talking a lot about how she didn't care about Lavender and Ron. She needed to make sure that he wouldn't be bothered by their fight, and would just focus on school and the lessons from Dumbledore. Harry mostly didn't reply to her comments about his best friend and remained quiet. Hermione had wondered after their last study night if it was hard for him to stay neutral. Maybe she should talk about other things instead. She promised herself to do so on the next night. She refused to patrol with Ron. 2 weeks after the fight, Ron had tried to talk about it with her. "We have patrol duties tomorrow," he had said. She hadn't replied, because Ron had his arm slung over Lavender's shoulder and she refused to look at them. "If you'll do them on Saturdays, I'll do them on Tuesdays." She still hadn't said anything. It felt as if a hot burning poker was stuck through her chest. She only managed to nod, and then had walked quickly up to the girls' bathrooms at the other side of the corridor. On the first Saturday she had to patrol again, she felt rather alone in the beginning of the evening, but grew quickly accustomed to the silence in her own footsteps. At least all her attention was now focused on patrolling, and not on the guy walking next to her. Besides, she didn't have to spend the whole evening watching the Snog Fest in the common room. However, that was only true to a certain extent. The corridors had never been filled with so many couples trying to find some private space, and if she ever had a boyfriend of her own, Hermione now knew all the passageways they could never end up in. On her way back to the common room, she bumped into Professor Slughorn. "Oh ho, if that isn't my top student, Miss Granger." "Hello, Professor. What are you up to in the middle of the night? Nothing forbidden, I hope." "No, I had patrol duties, sir." "Off course. You're a prefect. I hadn't expected any less of you. Are you looking forward to my Christmas party?" "I'm just on my way back from the Ollery. A few of my foreign guests had problems booking a room in the Three Broomsticks around Christmas. They're from France and their English isn't very good. Are you bringing any guest with you, besides a ghost?" "No, Professor. What? Such a charming young lady as you. And what about Harry Potter? Can't he come along with you?" If Hermione hadn't felt so terrible at the moment, she would have smiled at the comment. "Harry and I are just friends, sir." "Oh." For a moment, Slughorn looked taken aback, but he quickly found himself again and pursued the rather awkward subject. "Well, I suppose a girl like you has a broader horizon than just one boy, don't you? Say, for instance, Cormac is also a nice young lad and his family is always very kind. Always letting me know about the insides of the ministry and, goodness, is that the time already?" He looked at his pocket watch. "I'm sorry, Miss Granger, but if you will excuse me, I have a rather touchy potion brewing in my chambers, and if I don't add the spider heads and newt tails at exactly the right time, I'm afraid that there won't be much left of my room." He hasted away. "I shall see you in my class on Monday." With that, he rounded the corner. The weeks slowly passed and nothing really changed. It still hurt Hermione more than she could admit to see Ron or Lavender, and she kept fleeing from Ginny like a deer from a hunter, afraid that she would collapse as soon as she spoke to the girl. The words of Slughorn echoed in her head the whole week. A ghost was quickly found. The old wizard in the library, who had drowned in his own ink, was happy to oblige to her. But a boy made out of flesh and blood was a bit harder. Would she really look stupid at the party without a date? And if so, whom to ask? Besides Ron and Harry, there really weren't many guys Hermione hung out with. Dean was obviously out of the question, and Seamus had something going on with Padma Patil, from Ravenclaw. And with Neville's experiences in potions, Hermione was sure that he wouldn't like to spend more time with Slughorn than necessary. It had crossed her mind that if she asked someone out Ron hated, she might be able to make him jealous. She considered Smith for a moment, but quickly discarded that idea. The problem was that Hermione agreed with Ron on his assessment of them. She didn't like them either. And most of them were Slytherins, who would probably just laugh her in her face if she asked. Hermione really wished that she wasn't avoiding Ginny at the moment. She might have got some advice otherwise. When she dressed for bed that next week, she heard Lavender speaking to Parvati. "Do you know McLaggen, Vati? I was watching the Quidditch practice last night, and he was there too. Started talking about how he almost became keeper this season. He was really rude. I told Ron all about him, and he became very touchy. Like he still had to prove that he was the rightful keeper or something." Hermione stopped listening. McLaggen, she could always just tell Ron that he did get that spot because of her spellwork. She was sure that it would deflate his ego. But then she also had to admit that she had caused that spellwork. That would put her in the same category as Harry with the fake Felix Felicis. She really couldn't do that. But maybe there was another way to make Ron unhappy. And Cormac McLaggen had everything to do with that. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.